let me preface these remarks with I never, ever believe Israeli figures. I've been in the government too long to know that the Israelis are patent liars in their intelligence community, in their propaganda community, certainly, and in their leadership. They are inveterate liars. Let me say that again. They are liars.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Thursday, November 14th, 2024. Thank you for joining me. Welcome back. We only, 12 hours ago, we were right back here. Now, today, we are going to be following up on what happened last night. Now, the main focus, yet again, is on the Zionist cabinet picks of Donald Trump. And as I highlighted, or the title shows today, conservatives beginning to acknowledge that, which I think is a really important and powerful shift. And of course, if you don't know my sort of differentiation, I see it, and this is certainly my opinion, but I think it's pretty clear today that we see Republicans and Democrats, which is to the terms to differentiate, that are in the team sport politics dynamic of everything that's happening, meaning it's ultimately about the team and winning, and the facts, if at all, are really a tangential point. Conservatives and liberals, in my opinion, and I've seen the same thing through COVID-19, through what's going on with Israel, are largely becoming aware, I think, of some of the different things that are happening, the lies, the Israel first focus of the current cabinet, or, as it pertains to Democrats, let's say, during COVID-19, becoming aware of the dangers of vaccine. Like these things have been broadening out, and it's not very partisan as much as they want you to think it is. So today, what I'm recognizing, yesterday as well, that conservatives specifically are very publicly starting to call these things out. Pretty prominent accounts, actually, on Twitter and elsewhere, beginning to say, wait a minute, this is not what we were promised. That's integrity, right? That's standing by your principles, even though you know you're going to get attacked by the mob, which that kind of mob exists on both sides of the partisan dynamic to keep you guys in line. But I'm glad you're starting to push back. So today, what we're going to follow up on is what happened yesterday. We were in the middle of this show, and I had gone over which I'm going to briefly go over as best I can briefly to start, because I want to make sure we get all this nailed down in the same show. The things that I was talking about yesterday in the beginning, the earlier picks around Elon and Vivek, and some of the other points that I'm actually pushing off entirely, but that I want to make sure we cover again and get back to where we got cut off yesterday, which was right around Marco Rubio, which it does appear today that has been at least again confirmed in the sense that Trump has said it publicly and Rubio is talking about it publicly. That wasn't the case yesterday. Now, and on top of that, let's not forget that any of these things can change the next couple of months. Any of them, whether Trump acknowledges it, whether he accepts it, or whoever they're talking about, that could change because the Senate may not confirm them. It could change by the fact that Donald Trump changes his mind. It could change the fact that they don't want the position anymore. Or it could turn out that we're all being lied to for some left versus right dynamic. Either way, no matter what we're seeing now, until it actually happens, we have to keep it up in the air. That's just being objective about it. And what I think is interesting is most of the conversation yesterday, people on Twitter, people pushing back on the Rubio aspect as if that was just Democrat lies. Well, here we are where it's been publicly discussed. Now, those same people who were saying that, I'm already seeing online, trying to convince you why Rubio's a good choice. We need to see how obviously dishonest that is, whatever side you're on, whatever objective place you're in, and see that those people are not in it to tell you the truth. So what I want to start with is to show you what happened yesterday briefly, because I find it to be pretty interesting. It wasn't just your typical censorship. And I'm still trying to decipher exactly what happened. And as always, I'm never going to come at this and tell you I know for sure that this was it is suspected censorship in my mind. But I'm going to show you what I see, and you're going to see why I think it's pretty obvious that some string was pulled yesterday. But it's just so interesting, the timing of it all, that when it took place, how it took place. And we made a few different changes today in order to maybe see if we can't bolster against that, but it still very well might happen today. Now, on that very note, let's make sure you guys can hear me and we're on all the platforms. It does appear that everything is up and running. So we're going to get right into this today. The main point, again, is to go over the cabinet picks, the Zionist influence, and the acknowledgement of the Israel first agenda, which the reason I chose the picture I did today is because I think we need to recognize it's not a partisan concept. Both parties are equally aggressively influenced, if not controlled, by a foreign entity. And I think this needs to be acknowledged publicly. I mean, we have been, but I mean, everybody needs to put aside all the nonsense and just accept the obvious nature of what we're staring at. As always, you cannot solve a problem unless you first acknowledge it exists. There's people out there still trying to deny the fact that this is even happening, while even main conservatives out there are calling this out. So I wanted to start with what happened. So I put this out yesterday on Twitter just because I wanted you guys to know what happened, because it just abruptly shut down right in the middle of the stream, like almost right halfway through, right as we were getting to Marco Rubio. The whole thing from Restream side just shut down. Now, what's very interesting, and do this briefly because there's so many points we can get into. As you know, I use Restream, I use StreamYard. There's a few different dynamics I use. Now, Restream is one of the ones that multi-streams, but I have Rockfin on something else. All of these things come from one stream and you're looking at it. Okay, so the data that's coming through, the data stream, is coming from this computer, and it's the only stream that's out there. So we can see that Rockfin didn't stop. And I confirmed that during the show. It didn't skip a beat. So what that shows you is that there was no interruption in the data stream. So I went back and forth for over an hour after the show yesterday with Restream, that they responded on the first a bot, and I finally got a person, at least it seemed that way, and now they've escalated it to somebody else because they also acknowledge that there's something weird here. So either way, the point is that they were first saying, well, your encoder stopped sending information, so that's why it cut down. I said, that's not true. I can prove that. I have all the information here, and I can prove that the other things not on Restream never stopped. So this could simply just be Restream with having a glitch, right? But that's a pretty big glitch for a company that's entire business is maintaining as seamless as possible streaming to multiple platforms. Not that you can have a little blip and suddenly all of them shut down. Like, I mean, even with Restream, to be honest, we've talked about this, or any of the platforms, almost all of them have a correction mechanism where if there's a blip, because we all know that the internet can blip out or you can lose connection for a few seconds, that it doesn't cut the stream. It just basically blacks out for a second or pauses and buffers, and then it reconnects. So I'm finding it really hard to believe that they can tell me that it was a momentary blip and then shut down, I think, seven different streams coming through Restream. But again, to leave it there, it could just be something that was problematic on their side. But now that we went through back and forth with them and she was able to recognize that I can prove that it didn't stop elsewhere and was all the same data stream, she wasn't able to figure out what happened. And so they've escalated it. Now I have to wait to hear back via email. But I put this out so you guys would know. Tonight's episode was abruptly censored in real time at platform level just as I was getting into the Zionist cabinet picks. I did tag them saying, can you tell me why I was selective? I guess I was a little frustrated when I wrote that. I should have put at least suspected, to be as objective as possible, censored through your platform tonight. Now, they did respond just recently, this morning. And it says, hey there, we're sorry to hear your stream ended unexpectedly. Please know that Restream does not moderate your content. And I hope so. I mean, let's be clear. Any of these are possible. We'll get into this today with the earlier discussions from Israel. And I mean, even with the Amsterdam story, which I'm going to put off in general, the full foreign policy talks until tomorrow or the next day. It's incredible to see how these stories go, where you can have the evidence that is it's just unquestionable across the board. Now, of course, there could be more that might change that perception, but that evidence we can see is very clear. And then people come out and lie about it. And then over the process of a few days, you start to see a few things happen. Also, suddenly editors of larger papers start putting out different stories, or different police people that are above the ones who are speaking start standing over them and going, no, here's what happened. And weirdly, the evidence doesn't change. All that changes is people in more positions of power putting out a new narrative. And what I think that is, and you can decide for yourself, is the Zionist influence over these entities, which, by the way, the world is beginning to see very clearly. So as usual, you get the facts, the information, you get the objective coverage, you get the real-time video everywhere, and then they lie about it, and then later you get the forceful reactive propaganda to try to tell you that you're wrong because these people are now saying so. That happens. We've seen the atrocity propaganda. We've seen. Now, I don't want to get into that all in general today because this is the focus, even though Israel's the huge overlap here. My point is, in all of that, we wouldn't be surprising that somebody could lean on any of these platforms to get something like this to happen. But I want to make sure we hold out. I don't want anybody screaming at Restream. We don't really know what happened. And I said, we can see a technical ticket has already been opened. So right there, they're making sure you guys can see that they have escalated this. If this was some simple thing, they could say, nope, you just lost connection. They wouldn't be at this level. So a ticket has been escalated and they are continuing to investigate. And it says our engineers are investigating further. Once there's an update, we'll reach out. So we'll leave it there for now. But that's what happened yesterday. And it was pretty wild to me because clearly this was the show from yesterday, which honestly, I'm really not even going to add anything or follow up because truly, it's weird. Odyssey's been acting funny on my platform lately, but that ultimately almost everything we're going to talk about today will be redundant. So I'm just pretty much just skip that one from yesterday, and today will be the main focus of the show. But that was, again, the point, the cabinet picks and the obvious nature of it. Now, one last weird anomaly that I thought stood out. I went right to Rumble and I posted the tweet. I posted the tweet that showed that I was censored, so you guys on there would know what happened. I didn't delete that. I 100% did not delete that. I posted it last night and I then came back this morning and it says deleted, which makes me very uncomfortable. Maybe somebody has access to my Rumble account or somebody at Rumble was making it. I don't know. And then even more strange, when I try to post it again, this is what I actually originally posted. I just put censored with a colon. Let me grab this real quick. And then I added the tweet that I put in there. I think this is interesting to show you live. So this was the tweet, and I just added it for you guys to see because I wanted you guys to recognize what happened. And one, it pops up, and I hit pin, and it says cannot pin deleted comments. So there's clearly some kind of a weird overlapping thing going on here, because obviously I just posted that. It's not deleted. This is the one that was deleted that I didn't actually delete, that is still pinned, by the way, that won't let me unpin it. And even if I hit restore, it doesn't happen. Okay, so obviously this just could be some random, weirdly coincidental glitch alongside this. You see, this is something really weird. This is the kind of stuff that I don't always get into that happens to me every day, all the time on most of the things I'm using. Welcome to technocracy. At least that's how I read into this. But I do find that very strange, right? Why would and of course you refresh it. And I believe one of the ones are down below, but it doesn't show up. Your comment says TLAV, that's being your platform, is supposed to be all the way at the top. One of the ones from before is all the way down at the bottom, and I still can't pin it. Now, this is a small thing, but it makes me very uncomfortable to think that because of the clear conservative Trump supporting side to this, that this is being, I don't know. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but we can all acknowledge that's pretty damn weird. I don't like my comments being deleted that I didn't delete and not allowing me to pin on my platform the comment that I wanted there in the first place that was originally pinned. Pretty damn strange. Again, let's not jump to conclusions, but I think we can all see that there's something weird there. Now, before we get into the rest of it, just a thought shared, something I want to share with you. And this is important. We kind of briefly yesterday went over a point about trying not to fall to the lower level, right? And falling into the trap of the vitriol on these platforms, which even this morning I went at it with somebody else, but because they're lashing out at me. But even then, my point is that I'm trying to rise above that and not fall into that, because it helps nobody, helps no one. So I'm trying, like we all should, to kind of be better with every day and stop falling into the nonsense that drives you, distracts, and it is all about trying to bring you down to a lower energy level. And she says, I keep seeing posts saying we're so effed. And I get that's kind of the same conversation. And she goes, in regard to what's coming down the pipeline. Now, look, I agree. It's clearly problematic. And even more so that you got conservatives that are now finally seeing this going, whoa, okay, we're screwed. Now, I don't think we're screwed or we're effed. I think we're on a very bad path right now. And I think that is because we're becoming so aware of what's happening. And she says, why? Why are we feeling so effed? There are far more people aware in the last 5 years. Why do we act like we have no ability to fight back at all? And I think this is part of that agenda. I'm with her 100%. Yeah, this is a pretty dark time because of where they're forcing us to go, but realize that more people see it than ever. So if we're really just discussing how much we can see the problem, which is the next step would be how we deal with that problem, then we're further ahead than I think I've ever seen. Just because they are driving the negative agenda on the heels of that doesn't mean that we're still not in a place to possibly have more change than we've ever seen before. That's what dying power structures do. They lash out. So I just think it's important to think about that. I'm with her. I think that we're at a time right now where we have a lot of reason to be hopeful about where we go. And the machine is desperately set on making you feel the opposite. Just like during COVID-19, the one thing they wanted more than ever was to make you think you were alone, that nobody agreed with you, that you were a crazy conspiracy theorist, and everyone thought you were nuts. When turned out, despite how most people were afraid to say it out loud in front of their neighbors because they were also thinking they were alone, and most of you probably had a similar thought, that at the end of the day, it turned out we all kind of sensed it. Most people at some level now are willing to go, yeah, I wasn't sure about that. Well, if we had known that in the moment, we could have pushed back even more, but people were convinced because of the corporate media that they were the ones that's the lone crazy in the corner. Let's stand up together, guys. Left, right, conservative, liberal, Republican, Democrat. Let's stand up for what we actually want to see. And I'm not talking about the team sport politics out there because they don't care at the end of the day. But hey, if you want to change your mind, if you want to work for what's objectively, what's good for people and not just for winning, then absolutely, I don't care what you say you fight for or what you call yourself rather. But my point is we can see common ground. That's more powerful than anything. Now, again, I'm going to start with a couple of follow-ups on this, but this was one thing I pointed out yesterday, which still seems to be the same thing. Now it's even more relevant because Rubio has been officially, which I think is right here. We'll get to it in a second. It's a little bit further down. But the point is that Rubio has now been, Reuters and Donald Trump himself has publicly said he is the choice. Now, whether that happens or not is up in the air still. But it's different because a lot of people on the Republican side were shouting you down for even saying that was possible. And by the way, sharing all the clips of Rubio, which we'll get to in a minute, calling Donald Trump a con artist, and then laughing at you because you're falling for Democrat media when here we are, right? And those same people, as I'm seeing already, are beginning to tell you why he was a good choice in the first place. 30 seconds ago, they were laughing at you for thinking it was real. It's just, especially conservatives need to see those people and recognize they're the ones playing you all. And I mean everybody, not just left and right. They're the ones that Democrats point to as well and make that it's a cascading illusion. But here, looking up Marco Rubio for this tweet, Donald Trump, for a tweet where he says Rubio is totally owned by the lobbyists and special interests, 2015. Well, it's the same dynamic today. So either Donald Trump doesn't care about that anymore or he never did. And it says a lightweight senator with the worst voting records in the Senate, lazy. Okay, well, I was simply trying to find that. And the only way I actually did was searching for it on Google and happened to find somebody commenting on it. But I looked on Twitter and I looked for the word Rubio, or by the way, on the last show, I'll do it quick today. I searched for totally, I searched for owned, and some things did pop up. But you know what never did? This tweet from Donald Trump. Even though it's clearly there, it's clearly on Twitter. And so logically speaking, if this was actually not suppressing content, it would pop up. Latest, top, neither one. Doesn't matter. I find that to be actually pretty important. And my point is, if you look at yesterday's show, it's the same thing with Elon Musk's account. And why do you think this would be suppressed right now? I mean, this is not unique. You can find all sorts of things. Suddenly, certain things are being pulled back. This is clearly not free speech. I shouldn't have to point that out. To me, that's super important. Now, let's start talking. First, I went over yesterday some other points to kind of keep in your mind if you weren't aware of what Israel was currently doing while we're highlighting why it's such a problem. These people are blindly pro-Israel at the expense of American interests. Well, just one of those points, and I hope I shouldn't have to inform you about the obvious nature of what Israel's doing right now. This is right now. This is today. What you're looking at here, ladies and gentlemen, is the Beirut airport and civilian housing around it. It's incredible to think that this can happen in broad daylight where we are today. And by the way, I'm going to get into tomorrow, which kills me to push off for another day in a row, is that Israel's bombing in Syria again. And as Vanessa Bailey has been pointing out and plenty of other examples, it's part of a larger agenda. And the U.S. is even pointing at it and saying, now we have to fight back because Syrian rebels are attacking our interests. No, Israel is bombing them and they're responding, and you're using that as a justification to continue your illegal operations around the world. That Trump was doing the same, and he will continue it, guys. But this is in Lebanon. Before the eyes of the world, Sarah Abdallah points out, Israel is dropping bombs near the Beirut airport as planes full of civilians prepare to take off. Imagine the global uproar if such a scene took place in Ukraine. But since it's happening in Lebanon, not one bats an eye. Or how about it was in Tel Aviv? Can you even imagine? Right next to the runway. That's just crazy. And it just shows you who we're dealing with here. And just so it's clear, there's not some narrative about Hamas or Hezbollah or tunnels or civilian shield. Doesn't matter anymore. The U.S. government has made it clear that they don't care. Here's a deadline. Oh, you didn't reach it, didn't follow through. Who cares? Now they yell at you for pointing out why they're not following through. These people are monsters, and they're being caught in real time, even by the corporate media, which is mindless, crazy to me. Now, in the conversation of Israel first, I want to point out yet again that this is what you're hearing in Israel. So as you have the last holdouts of the team sport politics Republicans trying to convince everybody this is the best cabinet ever, like a Ben Shapiro, even while half the conversation is going, oh my God, this is crazy wrong. Here in Israel is what they're saying. And this was the 13th, where they're already somehow aware that Marco Rubio is going to be the choice. That tells me something. And there's 3 points today where I can prove to you that Israel somehow got insight who was going to be picked before the American people did. I don't know how many more points we really need to see to recognize how alarming this is. But here's Israeli media. This is from the day before yesterday, posted yesterday, I believe, where they're talking about the fact that they're super excited about the Israel-focused picks, which is exactly the problem that we have. Not that because they're pro-Israel that inherently means something wrong, but that we know what Israel is accomplishing. They're committing genocide, the Zionist forward influence around all of this, and that's the real point. That this is about a country that is committing, a government that is committing genocide, that is actively breaking international law everywhere you look. And not only are they not doing anything about it, they're arming it, they're supporting it, they're telling you to blindly look the other way. That has to matter today. And here's what they're saying in Israel.
And going back to Mike Wagenheim, Mike, just in the past hour, the Trump team confirming the pick of Mike Waltz as the national security advisor. And I don't want to exaggerate and say that Israel, the government here, and its supporters are breathing a sigh of relief over these picks. But certainly, I think some of the concerns they had about the next administration have been eased by picking certainly these three, and especially Marco Rubio, Mike Waltz, people who have, for example, spoken with I-24 News just in recent months about their strong support of Israel and their concerns over Iran.
Okay, so why would they be breathing a sigh of relief? There's very clear ways to read into this. So hypothetically, if they had picked people that weren't violently pro-Israel, well, they'd be going, oh no, okay, why? Because they're doing something wrong, guys. You can't even hide the reality. And maybe whether they feel they're doing something wrong, they recognize the world thinks they're doing something wrong. That's why they were hoping they got people that would blindly ignore their ongoing genocide, or the fact that you see it that way. Either way you look at it, there's no hiding the fact that they're acknowledging that we recognize what they're doing and going, oh, whew, thank God we got the picks we wanted. You just can't make this up.
Not just breathing a sigh of relief, Kyle. They're dancing the horror right now at the Prime Minister's office with these selections by
the prime minister is the guy who's the most unpopular in near history in the country, literally multiple indictments. The country doesn't want him in power. The people are protesting him personally and saying he's been maintaining this war to keep himself in power. But yeah, the country's super excited. Now, what they're talking about is the Zionist structure of this country. Most Israelis right now, Zionist or otherwise, seem to be recognizing a problem in their government. Even though I can clearly point out most of them would continue the occupation and ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Both can exist in the same conversation. They also see the dangers of what their government. Think about how wild that is, actually. The people that are supporting them are the ones that are okay with what's happening. And most of them are very Zionist. And even they have concerns with how extreme their own government is. It's not my opinion. It's written all over Israeli media. That should be pretty scary, as they're handpicking the ones that those Zionist extremists wanted. One of the guys we're talking about is literally AIPAC's #1 choice.
Donald Trump. I mean, we were expecting some isolationists possibly in those positions, or maybe some who lean at least a little bit toward Trump's new foreign policy and the MAGA foreign policy. Hasn't been that case at all. I mean,
right. And so do you think that, Matt, that means no longer doing what Israel wants to do, which is what Trump pretends what he wants you to believe without actually saying that? Most of these people out there, especially the team sport politics people, which I can guarantee they know they're lying, want you to think that he's a anti-war. That what he means is he's going to stop this. And don't worry, if he has QAnon, we're saving Israel for last. It's amazing what people will believe.
Rubio and Mike Waltz are in the mold of old school Republicans on policy, both pro-Israel stalwarts to the hilt. They'll challenge anybody who views the situation.
And these are outsiders. Old school Republicans are supposed to be the outsiders bucking the deep state. Guys, they are the deep state. Now, I mean that almost in a, not really a joke, but the reality is the deep state are not elected officials, ladies and gentlemen. And clearly, I think what's obvious is they can be used, or maybe you could argue an extension of, but the reality is we're talking about the unelected power structure. And that is what that's the lobbyists. That is what's level one, if at all. We're talking about the powerful entities that drive all of this, not the people that are standing in front of you that were paid to be there. So either way, we're talking about people that are part of that machine. And we want to pretend like we're fighting the deep state with oligarchs and billionaires and technocrats and the people that are literally building what we're all afraid of, but just because they put a sticker on it that says Trump, Elon, that we all just look the other way. That's quite alarming.
Otherwise, I mean, you couldn't have selected two better picks, I think, if you're sitting in the Prime Minister's office right now. And Elise Stefanik will be a firebrand at the United Nations. She already told Isaac Herzog in a meeting this morning that she'll have Israel's back there.
Went to Israel again, to tell the Israeli government that she'll work for them. I mean, literally. She's not the president. She's not even in a position of power yet in the context of the new administration. And she's flying to Israel? I mean, this is wild. You know why? Because she would have done that anyway, because she is an Israel first entity. The idea that we're going to pretend, I mean, she might not even get the position if something changes, but yet here she is flying to Israel. It's pretty clear.
We didn't expect otherwise, but always good to hear that if you're within the Israeli government in a very problematic institution like the UN. By the way, Marco Rubio told us last Tuesday at Donald Trump's watch party on election night that he would, with the Republicans taking over the Senate, not knowing then that he would be nominated likely for Secretary of State, he said that the Republican Senate should take up defunding more UN agencies that he feels are either in cahoots with Hamas or turn a blind eye to those terror organizations that operate in Gaza and elsewhere.
You know why that's interesting? Because obviously there's a conversation to be had about why the UN as an entity is very problematic, especially from a no state mindset. But that's not what they're actually saying. They're talking about defunding entities that they argue are connected to Hamas. Not that I mean, if we end up in a position where this is a real conversation about not channeling it in a direction they like, but actually getting rid of something, well, when that happens, then we can have that conversation. But what they float are things that make you think the larger thing is happening, and they rarely follow through with that. At the end of the day, this is about shutting down entities that are the lifeline for Palestinians that have never been allowed to have the right of return to go back to their territory that the Israeli government agreed to come back. That's UNRWA. It's a deep conversation. If you don't understand it now, it's difficult to jump into in 30 seconds. But UNRWA is an entity that was created after the ethnic cleansing and Nakba. And the point is that Israel, you could look this stuff up on their own statements. We're supposed to allow them to go back to their land once the conflict had resolved. They've never allowed that under the guise that it's always been their fault that it never happened, even though we can prove today that they have maintained action deliberately to keep this ongoing, like funding Hamas. All on the record. Even their Israeli media talk about it. So it's important to think about that. And so the larger point is important. But what we're talking about within it all are simply just entities working through these avenues to feed people that are starving and hopefully keep track of the records that will allow them to go back to where they're supposed to be allowed to go back to. And so that's what they're talking about. And of course, doing that under a guise of saying they're connected to Hamas when they're not. In a larger sense, you realize they're now saying that about people like Elon Levy making it about the UN at large, or even clumsily trying to make it about things in Lebanon right now. These are American entities that are pushing this for a foreign government that are based on flagrant lies. That's pretty crazy. Now, here's another example. This is from Newsmax. This is from yesterday. The title says, Jewish group praises Trump for pro-Israel pics. Okay, interesting. First line says, the Zionist Organization of America, the leading major American Jewish organization. No, well, see, that's what Zionism would conflate. Now, I'm not going to tell you that there's not Jewish people. Obviously, that's probably predominant. My point is, by saying the Jewish group as opposed to the Zionist group is the entire play here. It's like saying instead of saying a Republican organization and calling it a Christian organization. Well, maybe they're not Christian. You could be a Republican and not be Christian. You can be Zionist and be Christian, or be a Zionist and be an atheist. Herzl was an atheist, the founder of Zionism. And right now today, there's a huge movement within Israel, not movement as in they're stating this publicly, but there's a clear, I think it was either Dan Cohen or Eunice. One of these people were covering this recently, and we talked about it on the show, where there's Zionists that are screaming about things in Israel about being an atheist Zionist. So the bottom line is, all I'm saying there is that you can clearly point out that just because it's Zionist does not make it Jewish. And in fact, that is the main point that a lot of Jews around the world are beginning to haul out. So what I'm showing you is yet again, specifically the Zionist Organization of America is praising his pro-Zionist pics. That's the truth of it. And yes, there's a lot of Jewish people that are still caught up in the lie around Zionism. But I find that to be very important, the way this is all, and you get these Republican platforms that are basically repeating the narrative. And Zionism is an important point in all of this, not just, really, excluding the religious aspect of it that they add to it. Again, to be clear, if you don't hear that, there are more Christian Zionists in the world today than there are Jewish Zionists. Now, I'm just talking about Christians that support it. I'm talking about people that are saying, I am a Christian Zionist. If we can't acknowledge that, while they're trying to make it every time you talk about it, you secretly mean Jewish people, then you're lying to yourself. The reason that's important is because of the very alarming extremist mentality, the prophetic kind of mindset of the Zionists that are now finding their ways into very, very high levels of power in Trump's administration, who are openly talking about the third temple, talking about the chosen people, talking about how we're in the end times. Huckabee is recently talking about that. Now, I'm not saying People can have their religious beliefs, but if that's guiding their political choices, which allows them to support an open genocide, maybe we should reflect on where this is going and why it's problematic. So Dan Cohen, on the point of that, responds to Jory here saying, when you see Jews saying Zionism is not Judaism, which it's not. I mean, this is like saying that water is not land. I mean, it's like, okay, it's distinctly different. One is a political organization that was founded hundreds of years. There's Judaism, which is thousands of years old. Okay. So it's not rocket science here to recognize that one is not the other. You can argue that they've overlapped and signed, but that's something that Zionism has created. There's a lot of Zionists around, or excuse me, Jewish people around the world that call out Zionism. So you can't keep pretending they're the same unless you're arguing that Jews who don't believe that are no longer Jews, which makes my point for it. It's about Zionism then, not Judaism. But she says it's like 5% of Jews who think that way. That's false. Verifiably false. And we've been talking about this for a while. It has exploded since October 7th. She says most Jews 100% support Zionism in Israel. I could maybe argue that most would be accurate, but I'm beginning to think that is a very close. It's becoming something that is growing rapidly towards not being the majority anymore. That's my opinion, but I think we can see it around the world. And I played endless amounts of videos of people speaking out about it. Specifically somebody like Avi Shalom, who is a Israeli academic who's spoken about how it is an apartheid state, which we all know, and that ultimately it is not. Zionism is racism. That's his point. So what Dan says, Zionism was originally a Christian Protestant idea, and Dan himself is Jewish. We've had interviews together. We talked about, I think I'll include it real quick. So I thought I had that up. Here's the interview we did recently called The Manufactured Middle East Plight and the Zionism Linchpin. You can see the image right here of this group of Orthodox Jews in Israel saying Judaism rejects Zionism and the state of Israel. I mean, these people are protesting in Israel, getting beat up by the IDF for protesting that what you're doing is hijacking Judaism. So even if you disagree with that, recognize it's not just racist people out there. You got Orthodox Jews who are trying to make sure you see that Zionism has hijacked Judaism. But he says, and today, Christian Zionists massively outnumber Jewish Zionists. See? Does that mean Christian equals Zionism? Well, obviously not. It just means people of different religions are influenced by evil and hateful ideologies, whether Zionism or anti-Semitism, as in the case of Joy Micah. Very well said. There we go. Now, Tim Pool recently came out, and I want to make a couple points about this as we get into some of these picks. So starting with one of the ones that we added later yesterday and didn't even get to, frankly, is Matt Gaetz, which I find an interesting choice because of the interesting ground in regard to it seems that most Republicans were kind of reflexively upset about that. At least it's hard to see, it's hard to tell what most social media seem to represent that, which you could take that for what you will. We know how manipulated everything is. But this was an interesting response. And I'm beginning to see more and more the gatekeeping. And I don't mean that in the sense that the typical idea of a, person gatekeeping information, but this idea right now around the way you're supposed to think around, I guess, just this one topic. And a lot of people have been reacting like this, which I think kind of shows their hand a bit, whether they know that or not. I think what I'm sensing is this clear effort to more than ever make sure that this administration gets more support than ever for, again, I can't stop seeing how clearly this seems to be rapidly escalating in the direction of something that will be the next phase of where we go. And you know what I think about that, about technocracy, about the digital IDs, the social credit, all the things that are, by the way, this is not some hypothetical conversation. They're all right there. They're all working on this in Trump's administration, talking about the biometric wall. It's all coming. And I think the design was to roll it out under Trump's administration here. But he says any Republican who obstructs or blocks Matt Gaetz' confirmation, so again, in the Senate conversation, will receive the full political force I can muster up to make sure you lose your next primary. Wow. And I know I'm not the only one who feels this way. I mean, look, you do whatever you want. You're allowed to say what you want, act the way you want. You don't have to, just because I would argue, as I said, journalists don't endorse candidates, which I think is obvious, let alone threaten others for not supporting them. That's not to say that you can disagree. Be whatever you want. Do whatever you want. I'm not trying to tell you how to act or feel. What I'm saying is from an objective perspective, somebody who professes to be a journalist, the idea, and David Icke recently made this point about Tucker Carlson and the rest. This is, in my mind, counterintuitive. It is the antithesis of being a journalist. If you're endorsing candidates, then you are no longer an objective, unbiased perspective. We all have our biases, but you're supposed to be informing about what's going on, letting people make their own decisions. Now, that's just one step. The next step to say that if you do, okay, the idea that somebody could block him, Republican or otherwise. Oh, I guess he's specifically Republican. Okay, so you got a Republican in the Senate that goes, well, I don't agree with Matt. I think he's the worst choice in this country. Now you're telling him he shouldn't act on the way he believes because you'll go after him? So now you're going to go after a person because they're doing what they believe in that hypothetical scenario? Well, that's what would happen. Didn't you find that just ludicrous? So this is somebody who is lashing out and going, I will go after anybody in political position who tries to stop this. Does that seem normal? I mean, even the way people emotionally respond in the chat, I find crazy. We have gone into some next level scenario here, guys, where some of these people are acting crazy irrational. And I think that shows something. By the way, what I think the funniest part of this tweet was people down there go, he's not a journalist. And I'm like, guys, that's what I just said. That's literally the point of what I'm saying. Like, you're crazy. He's never been a journalist. Like, that's what I just said. Journalists don't. That's the point. Anyway, I think that's funny how language seems to be a dying art in this country. But either way, what I think is so wild is that anybody would make these statements, let alone those who profess to be a journalist or whatever you think he claims he is, a reporter, an aggregator, which all those are, I make those differentiations as well. But I find that to be alarming. Now, Trump picks far-right Congressman Matt Gaetz as Attorney General, reads The Guardian. Just so it's clear that this is being put forward and this has been acknowledged by Trump and everybody else. I'm not really interested in the framing of the corporate media about these people. I'm more interested in the bigger picture around specifically the focus of today around foreign government influence. There's a lot of other things we can get into. And I'm not even trying to suggest for each of them that this is the most important point. This is simply just the focus of the show for yesterday and today. Now, AIPAC Tracker points out something, says Matt Gaetz isn't funded by the Israeli lobby, which frankly, I almost find that hard to believe. Now, that's my opinion. Go out. I'm willing to bet you there is some different overlapping influence because of how all-encompassing all this is. But this person goes, no, he just gets on his knees for no charge at all. And you could find this just like everybody else. Here's AIPAC. Thank you, Matt Gaetz, for your outspoken and unequivocal support of our ally Israel, where it says, I'm closely monitoring the terrorist attacks by Hamas in Israel today on October 7th. Here it is on, I believe that's what, Instagram. And it says, the terror raining down on Israel is, wait, is that a, did he misspell raining? Is that really what he wrote? Or am I crazy? That raining, that would not apply. Wow. Is that, hopefully that's a fake one, then that's pretty embarrassing. Anyway, unless I'm missing something, it says it's unjustified, not acceptable. Iran has persistently spread violence in the Middle East. That's not true. Objectively false. And to the detriment of all its neighbors. Well, obviously not. You could say they're the worst country in the world, but what they're saying is false. Israel and the United States have caused, hands down, more destabilization, destruction, murder, rape, burning of than anybody else in this conversation, even their extremists that they fund. But he says America stands with Israel. Now realize what this is talking about is not Iran, but this is about the legally protected act of armed resistance under the 14th Geneva Convention of International Law. Whatever crime was committed, which there were, does not invalidate that act. But here we have people acting like they're fighting for you when what they're doing is blindly ignoring the law in support of a foreign country at your expense. So personally, I find it quite hard to think there's not some level of influence there. Maybe he's the one that has blackmail. Let's realize that is a huge level of this. I'm just throwing it out there as a possible reality. And we can see the Epstein network, the overlap of the CIA and Mossad, the public admission by Acosta. We know what these things are. And that's one element. So either way, the point is to worry that while these people are committing genocide, somebody like Matt Gaetz is openly supporting them. Now, Whitney writes, Matt Gaetz, Trump's pick to be attorney general, argued against reevaluating Epstein's sweetheart deal. More to that point. More recently, one of his closest associates has been actively lobbying to free Ghislaine Maxwell, claiming she and Epstein were patriots. It's not a joke, guys. This is Gumby saying, in 2019, before Epstein was arrested, Matt Gaetz and his Epstein sweetheart deal said that Epstein's sweetheart deal from Alex Acosta, who I just mentioned, should not be re-examined, arguing that it would be dangerous to do so. What? You know, the sweetheart deal that basically let him skate by until they, whatever happened, you know, you could argue the obvious anomaly that was Epstein and how that went down. But what's alarming is how overlapped this all is to one of the most publicly discussed sexual blackmail networks we've ever seen. To not re-examine the deal that allowed him to skate by would be dangerous? How so? In 2019, mind you, guys. That's pretty crazy. And then she follows up. Gaetz is also about to marry the sister of Peter Thiel's protege, Palmer Luckey, who she's written about many times, completely tied into the larger agenda, who is building the surveillance system on the U.S.-Mexico border, as well as the DoD's Project Maven and AI weapons. Fantastic, right? Exactly what you want. The outsider fighting the deep state, except it's on paper the exact opposite. Now it says Chuck Johnson is close to Gaetz. Gaetz even invited him as his guest to the State of the Union. Johnson is also a close ally of Peter Thiel, who met with Epstein several times and is a CIA contractor who backed the Orwellian Carbine 911 with Epstein. Now this is, I'll bring it up in a second. It was, let's see, I think it's Spy. There it is. An article Whitney wrote a while back for TLAV, the Prince and the Spy, and this has to do with Eric Prince and a Israeli spy, legitimately on the record, and Carbine 911 and the aggressive influence of Israeli startup companies, really just their intelligence apparatus, into the United States and other countries to their detriment. And that's one of them is Carbine 911, now called just Carbine. And it says, and Johnson connected with Thiel and with the FBI, leading Thiel to become an FBI informant. Below follows Johnson's views on Maxwell and Epstein. Lastly, she says, Johnson, an alt-right, in quotes, personality, is reportedly the co-founder of Clearview AI, which we've all talked about. The Thiel-backed venture that scrapped Facebook and other sites for all your pictures, for all your pictures, and to make one of the biggest facial recognition databases in the world. The company openly brags about IDing Trump supporters present at the Capitol on January 6th for law enforcement, leading to rioter arrests. These are the people that are guiding this administration. Like, how do we not? Everything we're discussing, the follow-up point or question is, how are we not outraged about this? How are we not alarmed about this? Speaking to conservatives specifically, everything about this would be not just a red flag, it'd be a no-go red line, you shall not cross if it was anybody on the other side. Gaetz' wife, she continues in the picture above, is the sister of Palmer Luckey, another Thiel protege, who is building the Orwellian surveillance system, i.e. the virtual border wall that Trump's talking about on the U.S.-Mexico border, as well as the DoD's Project Maven and semi and fully autonomous AI weapons. With a Thiel-connected VP and Trump's own son now working for a Thiel-linked VC firm, that's the whole Donald Jr. discussion, the influence of Thiel, who built the company with the CIA that profiles Americans and decides if they might be domestic terrorists or not, on the new iteration of the Trump administration should be deeply scrutinized. That's the point of today, ultimately, one of the many, is that this is not happening. That there are far too many who are willing to ignore how alarming this is. Now, Andrew Tate, of course, comes out and says, been going down the Matt Gaetz rabbit hole since his appointment, and the guy's a badass, he says. Okay, well, pretty sure that's not what you want, is, a human trafficker out there supporting you for government. But, obviously, the reality, if you don't understand the information that has been proven by everything, but Milk Bar TV has done a great job of breaking down what these people really are. And it is disgusting that anybody ever gave these people a platform or ever pretended like they weren't the epitome of the lowest common denominator, that these people that are the lies that Candace Owen and Tucker Carlson allowed them to spew, that we could instantaneously prove they were lying about. No pushback, no journalism, just let them lie to you about who they are because there's a bigger agenda playing out here. But my point, obviously, is that for someone like him to endorse him is probably not a good sign for Matt Gaetz. But people that want to believe Andrew Tate is some kind of a hero might think otherwise. But I'm willing to believe that's a smaller portion than you think. You see, Carter says, you could tell about the meltdown of the left how good a pick it is. You see how stupid this is? So let's just even say that let's just say, everything else aside, that because the left freaks out, that's what makes him good. Well, this is what everyone keeps pointing out. These are these, whatever you want to call people like this with 3 million followers on Twitter, clearly influential in the conversation for Republicans. And the only bar we're talking about, or let's just say the clear bar that's being set, whether there's more of them, is that if it irritates the left, right? If it makes the left look bad, that's what's guiding guys, that's terrifying. These are children behind the wheel, and that's what we should be worried about right now. Lindsey Graham, of course, came out and was no, Matt Gaetz is bad. Until somebody tapped him on the shoulder and he goes, wait, never mind, Matt Gaetz is good. Now you can read about it. That sums up a long point about how this moron came out screaming bad things, then on a dime switches around about how, let's give him a chance. Do you not see the instantaneous influence from something? Now, you can decide what that something is. I'm sure there's an obvious point to make. To me, It's across the board right now, lockstep. Now, what we're seeing, though, and this is coming from Axios and Guardian, so again, you obviously take it with a grain of salt. But my point is, I've already seen a lot of Republicans making points about Gaetz, about Rubio, pretty prominent Republican accounts, not the team sport politics like Catturd there, but the rest of them, people that are objective enough to go, that's a bad pick, but maybe I still like the team. But what we're seeing, it says Republicans, quote, stunned and disgusted as as Trump taps Matt Gaetz for AG. Here's the Guardian. Calls grow to release the ethics report into Matt Gaetz' sexual misconduct claims. U.S. Political Live. Now, this one is from, I thought this was old. This is from today. But the point being is that it's an interesting choice of all the people, and I think it's because it's people that are lockstep for the next coming agenda and blindly pro-Israel. Now, going to what we went through yesterday, I want to make sure you saw these points of it before we get into the rest of the cabinet picks. But this is important to see that here's Daily Mail that you probably already saw. Trump is naming both Elon and Vivek to basically dual manage the Department of Government Efficiency, which, again, I said yesterday is pretty embarrassing, quite frankly. Are they not able to do it alone? Do they have to tag team it and work together? I mean, it almost seems like they need a chaperone or something. Like, it's a very strange choice to make. Now, I asked yesterday, but let me know what you think in regard to whether or not, is there a precedent for that? I don't remember seeing two people nominated for one position. That seems strange to me, but maybe I'm missing something. Now, overall, the bottom line point is that both of them are being chosen for this, and they plan to have what they claim is going to be accomplished by January 4th, 2026. Now, sure, I hope what they're doing is genuine, and I hope they're going to actually reduce the size of the government and make it more efficient. Or really, if we're going to make it more efficient, that means making it not exist, quite frankly, because government in and of itself is inefficient by design. But I think we all know, if we're being objective about what they've done in the past, the reality of any of these people's choices go up till now, that it's probably not going to go the way you think it is. I hope I'm wrong. But my overarching point is this is going to be about trying to use this as an like same with like the points of the Fed and anything else, to say we're going to do the thing we've always been talking about, that has been always regarded as ridiculous, even by many of these people. Now suddenly it's like, yes, and the Fed, because I think what's happening is it's a shell game. They're going to make it look as if things are shifting, or maybe they even come out and destroy the Fed, only to make sure that what is in its place is the new CBDC structure or whatever these next steps are. That's what I'm seeing build. And this, I think it's about trying to give you the new structure as if we're destroying the old, when in reality, it's just time for them to transition to what comes next. I really hope I'm wrong. But here's Donald Trump posting this on Truth Social, that they have been chosen. David Icke simply says, Trump gives Peter Thiel's AI mate Musk and Thiel's business associate Ramaswamy new job in government, running as they literally called it, the Manhattan Project of our time, which I commented on yesterday. Just seems like a really ridiculous overlap, which I don't even know how they think that connects. And there's a lot of very bad connotations that go along with that, but maybe that's the point. And it says, to dismantle Washington's bureaucracy and waste. Dismantling regulation, as he points out, to facilitate the AI human fusion agenda. Now, that's an interesting point on the other side of it, right? I made a point about regulation and so on. The idea being that if we're going to get rid of the state, well, yes, I'm in line with all of that. But if all they're really doing is reducing the restrictions that some of these companies have on, I don't know, dumping things in your water, that doesn't sound like a good choice to me. But of course, when you frame it as if they're trying to do, really what they're trying to do is tap into things like what we're talking about, tap into the libertarian movement, tap into cryptocurrency in order to keep you thinking that they're thinking like you are. They're not. It's transparent based on their open discussions, based on what their actions have been in the past. They are using these things, in my opinion, to trick you into thinking they want to destroy the state, that they want to get rid of the three-letter agencies, when literally they are building these things out in front of you. So he's saying, in this case, dismantle regulation to facilitate the new switch to AI human fusion agenda that Elon Musk and the rest are talking about. It's an alarming thing to consider. Now, what's weird is this tweet is now deleted, but I have it on the screen, on the video, basically, from my show yesterday. So I don't know why this tweet was deleted. There's a lot of these things from yesterday to today, which I find interesting. But this was about, and I still have the actual lawsuit right here, so it is a real thing. It's not, I don't know why this was deleted. His point on the tweet was simply saying the United States District Court for District of Delaware, where Vivek Ramaswamy was board chairman of Rovient Sciences up to a year after the lawsuit for the patented delivery method of nanotechnology in the COVID vaccines was filed. And this is important to see. And this is them suing, Arbitas specifically, suing Moderna and Pfizer. And I find this very interesting that this is specifically around the idea of the lipid nanoparticles and why that is like a praiseworthy thing. Now, quickly to go over this again, is simply saying that they're claiming Moderna and Pfizer, by the way, are using their technology. And I think it's alarming to see how many overlaps we have of Vance and Vivek being invested in the biopharmaceutical direction. Trump still pretending the vaccine saved everyone's lives and nobody died because of it. It's wild. Every single huge red flag around damn near every topic is right in front of you. But because Trump and Elon, it seems like people just don't want to acknowledge it until now it's starting to fall apart, it seems. But I'll leave it there because I went over in depth yesterday. But the point is that that's a pretty alarming thing. And I'll include the articles about this problem. Study finds mRNA platform itself is what's driving myocarditis. This one discussing the idea that the lipid nanoparticle spike protein design is deadly. And that's what they're all fighting over to say, we did it and it's ours and you owe us money for killing everybody. It's just crazy to me that we can't, as specifically conservatives, that that's not something that would be a no-go for you. Or I don't know, Trump continuing to support the deadly shot. And here's a study back from 2021. The mRNA and lipid nanoparticle platform's lipid nanoparticle, the thing they're fighting over, is highly inflammatory. One of the many reasons why it is dangerous. Oh, and this quickly, just to include these for you, all this will be included in the show notes if you want to go deeper. I more so did yesterday, but just showing you the Arbutus, Genevant gain and edge and COVID patent scrap with Moderna, or the archived version of Pfizer accused of COVID-19 vaccine patent infringement from the same companies. And this is just a conversation about mod RNA versus mRNA and the reality that that's what they're all building and they're all continuing to support. And the overlap of the people that were working on that, going back to the origin of this conversation from Bob Langer, the coronavirus common denominator with direct ties to Charles Lieber, and the building of their lipid nanoparticle. It goes much bigger than this. It goes into optogenetics, magnetogenetics, and, even the overlap with Elon Musk's brain chip conversation. All of this is leading in the same direction if you've been paying attention. Then this one, the Charles Lieber connection from nanotechnology to COVID-19 to technocracy. Now, Susie Wiles, just to highlight that on the back of the pharmaceutical point, which we made yesterday, she is literally both an ex-tobacco and big pharma lobbyist, but is also still a lobbyist for Mercury Public Affairs, which, by the way, has clientele such as Pfizer, the Gavi Vaccine Alliance. Many different points that make it alarming that this would be the choice for your chief of staff. Maybe because she's also in mind to argue that the vaccine helped everybody. On top of the fact that we're going to get to a clip later in the show toward the end that Greg Reese put out, that argues that, and I think this was somebody with interviewing with Renz and some others, the point being made that inside Republican circles, they're arguing that you can't even talk to Trump without Susie's okay right now. Now, that's interesting to me. I guess that could just be her position. But my point is to show you Republicans that are very uneasy about that. So if you're out there only listening to these, well, rather concerned, but listening to this partisan conversation about how this is the best thing ever, like Ben Shapiro, guys, not even conservatives right now are predominantly saying that as far as I can tell. So it just shows you what this is really about. They're willing to challenge you too. Now, from Elon's perspective, which is what I think this is most, Vivek and his biopharmaceutical connections are scary, but this is wild to me because this seems like a crazy deviation from, Elon Musk is very clear about what he puts forward as what he thinks is the efficient thing for the future, but Vance and Trump and everybody else seems to have a completely different opinion. So, and that's maybe why Vivek was put in there with him to kind of chaperone Elon Musk, who knows? But it says either we get government efficiency, Elon Musk writes, or America goes bankrupt, which, no brainer. My point is they're pointing at things that are the most obvious things in the world right now that we've all been seeing for a very long time, but now they want you to think we see it. I hope they do. I hope they change it, but I think every piece of evidence points to the opposite. It's about saying, look, change. We need to do this. Then change in the direction that they've always been planning. That's what I see. I made that clear. I'm worried about this combining with the other to drive us into a CBDC discussion, which they are openly pushing. Now, not in the context of we're going to bring up in like the JP Morgan overlap or the idea of the new Bitcoin background. They've made these things clear that people like Castronauts and Fitz have been very clearly highlighting for you. But if you listen to Tucker and the rest, they'll tell you something different. But it says that's what it comes down to. Wish I were wrong. And here he says all the actions of the Department of Government Efficiency will be posted online for maximum transparency. I'll make this point again with the RFK Jr. thing in a second. The point is that I don't know why we think this is, we can hope that they'll listen to every American that posts something on this website, but hope should not be what guides your choices. Can influence it, but the reality is based on facts, based on precedent, and reality is that these things never pan out like that. That ultimately they're going to do what they decide, and this gives them the illusion of credence to that they cared what you had to say. Now, using this, they can argue that they're doing what the people want. When in reality, it seems like most people don't want what they're putting forward if you really look at the information. But it says, anytime the public thinks that cutting something is important, to let us know. And this guy responds saying, the impact of this will have on governments around the world cannot be overstated. What can't be overstated is the kind of embarrassing naivety of people that are acting like because they write things online that we know this is going to change the world. He says the entertainment value will be epic. Things like that worry me. Is this what the entertainment value? I mean, I don't even need to explain. I mean, whatever. I don't know why that kind of a comment around these things shouldn't worry people. Or the Department of Government Efficiency, the merch will be on fire. Now, yes, people are going to simply say because it's easier that he's trolling or he's making a joke. Maybe. But historically, there's been things just like this. They're just as crazy that turn out not to be. But it's easy to dismiss what you don't think is right because you want to pretend something in the moment as opposed to just acknowledging the reality in front of you. Now, here's my bigger point about this. So Elon Musk is making this point very clear. Solar power will be the vast majority of power generation in the future. That was on November 12th. Well, this guy simply goes, false and also dumb. You're better than this. Now, whatever your opinion is out there, that's not the point I'm making. The point is that Republicans seem to, by and large, not agree with this. Now, I've gone into my opinion around the idea that these things have value or use, but not being forced and obviously don't even seem to be scalable right now based on a lot of different factors, let alone the obvious detriment to the environment that they claim that, there's so many examples like this, or even the electric vehicle conversation and mining for lithium and the destruction of our environment in order to pretend to save the environment. Excuse me. I think at the end of the day, there are ways this can help, but I don't think, right now, again, I can go into the deep conversation around that. I think it's up in the air and I don't think anything should ever be forced. But this is not what it seems conservatives agree with. Here's another comment, except here's Alex Finn saying, is there anything that Elon won't revolutionize? It's just embarrassing to me, But Cat Turd says with 8% inflation, this is 2022, and gas at $5 per gallon, the last thing Americans want to hear about is the solar fairy tale. Well, Elon disagrees. And I'm sure if Elon came out and said things right now that, you can see, I don't want to, the point is, how this goes. And I've already seen the examples of people like this that will suddenly tomorrow say, because Elon points to it, that it's a better thing, even though it's the same conversation. Or he says, Joe Biden is about as useless as solar and wind energy. Well, here's Tucker Carlson 9 months ago saying solar power is a scam. Here he is 9 months ago in a different video saying they lied to you about solar power. Here he is 2019. Solar power is not air placement of fossil fuels. Now, I'm not even saying right or wrong. I'm simply highlighting that there are people that are immersed in this cabinet or tangential to it that have a very different opinion about that. Before I even go to the electric car point, doesn't that seem concerning that we have a deviation there that people aren't acknowledging? I think it's because the obvious is that all of those things are coming, and you don't want to align that with the Republican mindset because clearly that is the Great Reset push. Now, I'm not saying that solar energy is that, but that is the concern that we've seen through conservatives, but it doesn't get highlighted when it comes from Elon Musk. Here's Alex Jones saying, Trump pledges to end electric car subsidies and promote the U.S. auto industry back to worldwide dominance. Okay, whatever you think about it, it's interesting to point out that J.D. Vance agrees, thinks that EVs are a scam. This is from 2024. Elon Musk seems to be fine with it. This is from Business Insider. Here's Elon Musk. October 1st of this year, almost all vehicles will be purely electric long-term. Combustion cars will be a niche like horses. I just think that's worthy of notation that this is the guy that's supposedly, at least in tandem, going to be making the government more efficient. Now, is this what you think is more efficient? Doesn't that matter? Should. Well, in case you missed it last time, here is the clip that shows you that Elon Musk is checking all the boxes for the Great Reset, whether you want to acknowledge it or not.
Nobody will be safe if not everybody is vaccinated.
Are you vaccinated, if I
Yes.
may ask?
Yeah. I mean, I'm very pro-vaccination.
Yeah.
I believe the science is unequivocal.
Can you imagine that in 10 years when we are sitting here, we have an implant in our brains, and I can immediately feel, because you all will have implants. Just think of sensors planted into our brains.
Basically implanted in your skull. So, but it would be flush with your skull. So you basically take out a chunk of skull, put the Neuralink device in there, You'd put the electrode, you'd insert the electrode threads very carefully into the brain.
It doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you. If you take a genetic editing.
It's a fusion of the physical, the digital, and the biological world. That's really the essence of the fourth industrial revolution.
A merger with biological intelligence and machine intelligence.
An effort for man to merge with machine in a healthy way.
Yes.
To beat machines, you basically have to merge with machines.
Most likely, yes.
As work is changing, is a universal basic income really a solution to this problem?
I think ultimately we will have to have some kind of universal basic income. And I think some kind of a universal basic income is going to be necessary.
Decarbonization of the economy.
Where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So, individual carbon footprint tracker. Stay tuned. We don't have it operational yet, but this is something that we're working on.
I mean, my top recommendation, honestly, would be just to have a carbon tax.
This global reset is necessary.
Now, here's another example that I think is interesting. Talking about government efficiency, right? Well, a point I made in more length yesterday, just to quickly point out, is there's a big difference between being a successful businessman who, by the skin of your teeth or whatever you want to talk about, the hard work, succeed and profit, as opposed to somebody who can basically fail repeatedly until you can have enough money to actually succeed. Or like Trump getting many bankruptcies until being bailed out by other wealthy people. The point is that you can highlight the fact that Musk has had a lot of spectacular failures, or rockets that continue to fail, or cars that continue to crash, and just you have enough money, enough backing to just keep doing it until you finally, I guess, quote, succeed, whatever that ultimately means if you've been failing that long. Now, that's not to say that there's not other successful dynamics, but the reality is even PayPal's we've highlighted. This is not what it appears to be. I'm not of the mind this person as this genius of our time that people are trying to make it out to be. I think you can pretty much prove the opposite. Not to say stupid, but either way, there's plenty of examples of how this is not the person who's efficient at anything, unless it means spending enough money to eventually succeed, which is not what we're talking about. Now, here's an example from 2023. Elon Musk breaks world record for largest loss of personal fortune in history. Sounds efficient. $182 billion when Tesla shares went down, which I argue, I can't believe that hasn't happened more. What kind of car company can succeed after cars crashing? It's because this is a government agenda. Whatever they were doing, mapping this, or you're trying to work out the electric car dynamic, you're allowed to have cars on the streets that crash almost continuously. How does that continue to be allowed? This was an overlapping government agenda. I think it's obvious. So either way, the point is this was a big deal, lost a huge amount of money. And then right now, the main point is there's other little points in between, but Elon Musk's net worth now rockets to over $300 billion. He's now the richest person on the planet. Quite the outsider, right? Quite the rebel fighting the deep state. The richest person in the world who is literally a government contractor working for defense contractors for the government in multiple very, very important agendas for the government. Technocrat, billionaire, oligarch, Zionist, but quite an outsider. My point on this is that it all happened very recently. $70 billion alone just since Trump's victory. Now, my point again is that ultimately, is this about succeeding or simply being aligned with the right people? I think it's obvious that this is a construct. And this is just crazy to me. Elon Musk has become so wealthy that the gap between him and Jeff Bezos, the second richest person in the world, is equivalent to the GDP of Luxembourg. Outsiders. Here's Decensored News pointing out this kind of weird view that he might be on their side. But I find it to be very naive and, quite frankly, probably deceptive. Like, from the point being that they might be on that or not, or know this isn't the case. But here's what he said on
anticipate that they were going to create an alternative to the media that they controlled.
What I said yesterday was just the simple point that that's ridiculous, right? What he's pointing to is the recent mainstream alternative media that David Icke has coined, and the point he makes, people like David Icke have been doing this for decades. But he wants you to believe that they somehow didn't anticipate that people would make media and fight back, which, by the way, is not what the mainstream alternative media is doing. They are part of the agenda, which is not. It's so obvious. And again, whether they know it or not, they are progressing the agenda. We can see it taking place. He wants you to think that they weren't prepared for that. What he's skipping over is the decades of time where people like myself in the latter half of it, but people before that have been fighting with the independent media. the idea that they didn't see that is, I mean, this is the lazy, this is how you can make this. I don't know why anybody would digest that, would take that at face value. That seems ridiculous.
That's how little they understand. They created a rebellion. There's now a very influential, if not powerful, group of people across a wide spectrum discussing what those elites are up to.
Yeah, and there's been people doing that for decades. People that are very influential with huge followings. Just happen to not be directly connected to some Zionist organization or tapped into the government itself. I guess those are the, as always, they want you to think that the person that is half a step removed from the mainstream is somehow on your side suddenly because they say so. Certainly could be. Consider that. But it's embarrassing to pretend like this hasn't been going on for a very long time. And quite frankly, he must know that. So it seems like a red flag to me.
Right? We even, I think, have elites of our own.
Elitists. They're not elites, which imply they're better than you. Elitists are people that believe they're better than you. He knows the difference between the words.
Can't be certain, but Musk doesn't look like he's on their team to me.
Despite all of the obvious points of how he's literally on their team, or the actions he takes, which literally benefits them, but because he screams things like, I fight for free speech, which you can prove he's not, he doesn't seem like it. How can anybody fall for this? Now, Free Prince makes a good point. The so-called red-pilled right, the ones who claim to see beyond the lies, are incapable of looking deeper than the first layer they're handed. They say they're anti-establishment, awake to the fake news, see conspiracies where others don't, but they only lifted the surface, the layer designed for them to find. Like I said before, it's like saying, well, the media says this, therefore the opposite's true. Of course they can think further than that. And they're using that to manipulate so many that want to pretend that it's easy to just go, the opposite's true. They're told that Trump is their anti-establishment savior, and they accept it without question, as if one man alone could dismantle the system so vast and entrenched. They believe they're rejecting the official story, but they're following a script all the same, a script that's been crafted to pacify them with a simple hero, an essay, an easy enemy, and a neatly packaged narrative. They don't dig deep enough to find out that their side is as corrupt as the counterpart because they don't want to. It's easier to believe in a savior than to confront the deeper, uglier truths about control and manipulation, even within their own camp. They say they see the puppet strings, but they're right where they're supposed to be, playing the role assigned to them. Be better. Our freedom depends on it. Now, again, my point is that I see this as being the Democrats and Republicans, and both are falling for it the same way. His point is, that I would argue that there are more conservatives, in his point from that side of the conversation, that are becoming aware of this stuff. I'm arguing and asking for people like that to have the courage to stand up and point it out, which again, I'm seeing a lot today, especially. But here's a libertarian, Clint Russell, saying Vivek and Elon are two of the smartest people in the country. To task them with dismantling government agencies might be the most innovative libertarian idea I've ever seen put into action, aside from founding our country. A revolution of firings with no gunpowder. Gosh, it makes me embarrassed. I think it's crazy that we can pretend that we know what's even going to happen, or the idea that somehow that these things are actually, libertarian. It's the same point about Peter Thiel or the rest of them. Because they say things, I don't know why anybody who believes in these principles would pretend like these people represent any of that. Certainly hope so, but it's quite a strong statement. Smartest people in the country. That's pretty terrifying. Well, here's Glenn Beck saying CNN's freaking out about how close Elon is working with real Donald Trump. Wow, he says, how terrible that the Thomas Edison of our time is helping the future president rebuild America, not in secret, but out in the open for everyone to see. These people this is the kind of point I'm making. This journalists saying things like that now before they've even gotten into position shows you they've chosen a side. It's the same point about Tim Pool. That's not what a journalist does. That is what he's pandering. He is fighting for that side. He is trying to convince you before we can even prove what we know will happen. My point is they could end up doing the opposite of what he's saying because of something else. Because the Democrats made them do it, or because they got trapped, or whatever. My point is always the same. To pretend like we know that this is the case, or even more embarrassing, call them the Thomas Edison of our time. These people are invested. When you're invested in something, you're not looking for ways to challenge it. Journalists should be holding their feet to the fire. Most importantly, the people they believe in. These people are trying to convince you of something. Maybe you should wonder why. especially with all the blindness when it comes to the Zionist influence. Elon responds, I'm having an awesome time. Cool, because that's what we all want, for you to enjoy yourself, Elon. Rear Donald Trump is such a great guy. He really is. One person after another has told me how kind he's been. It's just, what? Are we in kindergarten? Why are we being, these people treat you like you're 10 years old. Like this. Hey, look, they're the Marvel team. Team of the century. More stellar Trump picks, says the Zionist. Well, let's take a look at that. Okay. We talked about this guy the last show, or the show before last. What was it? Zeldin or Zeldin. And this is one of the shows we recently did. This was on the 11th, the show before last. Trump, and this is before we even saw most of these picks. Trump's deep state Zionist admin picks, which now it's even more obvious. Jason Bassler highlights first the Zionist side of it. The 5 big technocrats who fund Donald Trump's campaign: Peter Thiel, Timothy Mellon, Mary Madelson, David Sachs, Elon Musk. And he highlights main reasons why we should be concerned about Elon Musk, which I pretty much just went over. And he highlights our TLAV article right here. Election 2024, Zionist technocrats versus Zionist technocrats, showing you that whichever party won, the same thing was going to happen. And just to point out Zeldin again, in case you didn't see the past show, openly introducing anti-BDS stuff. So that means he is anti your constitutional rights. Whatever you want to think about BDS, the point is you have a right to boycott, divest, or ask for sanctions from your government. But he doesn't want you to be allowed to do that only when it comes to Israel. Because let's be clear, if you want to stand up and say, let's boycott China, he'd be like, absolutely. But except when it happens with Israel, he tells you you're not allowed to. So too will literally everyone he's picked so far. Every single one of them. Why is that not terrifying to people? Here he is saying pro-Hamas sympathizers, in other words, as you even see in the videos, Palestinian supporters. So the same old game. Pro-Hamas, which by the way, even if you were pro-Hamas, you have a right to think what you want. You have a right to feel and say. In fact, the point is, if you want to say, I'm pro-Hamas and I believe in the worst things they can do, you have a right to say that. It's not a crime to say those things. It would be a crime to do those things. That's why free speech exists. Protecting the worst of speech is actual free speech, not limited speech, which is what you're all pretending is free speech. Pro-Hamas sympathizers is a protected stance, as would be any stance. Pro-KKK is somebody that but I can go, yeah, I think you're gross, but you have a right to believe that. These are people coming up in a position of power who are telling you you're not allowed to criticize Israel. You're not allowed to boycott Israel. You're not allowed to have sympathy for anything we say you're not allowed to have sympathy for. You can't even stand up and say from the river to the sea or Palestine, any of it. If you're Israeli, you can. I'll show you that again in a second. But he goes, they aren't promoting, the pro-Hamas sympathizers aren't promoting an end game of peaceful coexistence, except that's actually literally what most people in this protest are calling for. Two-state solution. On the record. And even the ones that are calling for only Palestine, which, by the way, is the actual legal reality of this, even though I, too, argue that because of the time that's gone by, it makes more sense to do a two-state solution. The point is, even those people are not calling for murdering all the Israelis if you actually listen to them. But these people don't care about that. They don't care about your rights. They don't care about your opinions. They care about fighting for a foreign government at your expense. And he says, this means jihad. Again, misusing the word to make it sound like terrorism, and the reality simply being most of these things you're talking about resistance, about revolution, right? Just like the word intifada. American Revolution could just as easily be called the American Intifada, which is the reality of the word, which of course could mean terrible things, but it also could just mean fighting for your freedom. That's the truth of these words, and they just can't stand that people want to point this out. But he goes, the end game is to fulfill the river to the sea pledge. Yeah, you know who else says that? The literal Likud party, which is Netanyahu's party, in their own charter, says between the river and the sea, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. I pointed this out to Elon Musk when in 2023 he made the point that is implying genocide. You're not allowed to. I said, okay, Elon, well, here is Elon Levy saying it 2 days later. Here is Eli David saying the same. Nobody cared. Oh, I see. So it only matters if you're a Palestinian supporter. So you're both racist and a hypocrite. Got it. That's the reality, guys. And so these people don't care about anything other than what interests Israel's agenda. Now here, I added this after the fact. I had a Forbes article that seemed to put up a paywall all of a sudden. So here's a Fox News article from 2 days ago saying, here are the picks so far, if you want to look through it. These are the ones they've generally said publicly announced, which don't forget, any one of these could end up not taking place. As I said yesterday, that I think that's how the RFK train is going to go. I personally think that that's going to be blamed on that the Democrats won't let him be confirmed. And again, in my opinion, I just think that's your government playing the left-right paradigm to make you look at anybody but them. The point being that they'll make sure he doesn't get in, because I think that won't be allowed. That's my opinion. But either way, he's still wildly pro-Israel and go along with the genocide. But either way, I think what's interesting is that every one of these could end up not taking place, even Elon Musk for that matter. Well, I guess that I'm not sure an advisor, depends on how they frame that position, which is new. I don't think every single position needs Senate confirmation, if I'm remembering correctly. But either way, it's up in the air is the point. So let's make sure we remember that, even the positive ones, if the ones you see as positive. And I wanted to make that point, as I did yesterday about Thomas Massie. You could see a lot of Trump supporters out there acting like Massie's already going to be part of the administration, even though that is more unverified than any of the rest of these. And Ron Paul, same point. In fact, Ron Paul, I'll show you in a second, is already speaking out about the picks. But what's interesting is for me to call out the fact that Rubio seemed to have been suggested, and then people say, you're blindly following X, Y, and Z. Well, no, that's been floated, and now you can see that it's been at least publicly stated. And those same people will tell you that Massie's a part of the administration when you get my point. Is it people that want to ignore facts and lie in the interest of their agenda right on the surface of the conversation? Massie's been clear so far that no one's tapped him, no one's reached out to him. He said he'd help if they asked him, but no one has. I don't think that'll happen. Again, Sarah Rose highlighting the picks so far, which we've already gone over. You can just look at the list. That's from somebody that's pro-Trump. Whitney Webb said about Zeldin, the narrative that Zeldin is a climate change denier isn't actually true. So now you've got reports coming out that I think is designed to make you think that he's on your side, because largely Republicans would push back on the climate change conversation. I think rightly so. The point is that he's not. He's actually in line, like everything else in this cabinet, with the World Economic Forum agenda, despite what they're actually saying, whether it's biopharmaceutical, whether it's the biometric wall, whether it's digital ID, whether it's every single one of these boxes is checked, most by Elon himself. But this guy, as she writes, changed his stance when he joined the Conservative Climate Caucus not too long ago. To join a group of congressmen, that group, you have to subscribe to the official narrative of climate change. The caucus also participates annually in the UN climate change conferences. Zeldin is now part of the Bipartisan Climate Solutions Caucus. But I'm sure that will be ignored, like a lot of other things. And Zeldin himself, remember, he's almost got $1 million from 1990 to 2024 from Israeli funding. Gerald Celente simply points out here, I'll point at the end saying the same. Many people are calling this out. Miriam Adelson is proving that $100 million, you can buy a cabinet in the U.S. because it's Zionist after Zionist after Zionist. Right? And to argue that these are the best people even outside of that is embarrassing. If you really wanted a rebel outsider cabinet, this is not what it would look like, guys. These are swamp creatures just like every other time before it. Now, Stefanik, who they're proudly mentioning in Israel as one of the leading choices, she's a Zionist race-baiting, genocide supporting cartoon of a person, as I wrote on Twitter. Like far too many in Trump's orbit. And now she will be at the United Nations defending Israel while they commit genocide. She herself also almost has, I'm sorry. I had this. It looks like this went back. Hold on, let me grab her name real quick and we'll search for you right on the live show. Where is that? Here we go. Stefanik. This is a good website to have just so we can see. Okay, so hers is 917. Was that really that close? Anyway, you can see it says Stefanik right there, almost $1 million. Funny how much money has come out just around this last selection. Here she is, in case you missed it last time, openly telling you why she is going to do whatever Israel needs. No conditions, stopping you from saying what you may believe. And even if that simply is pro-Palestine, that they pretend is anti-Semitism. The point is, being anti-Semitic, as much as it is disgusting, is protected as an inherent right by your outlined rights by the Constitution. No question, guys. It's very clear. Here's what she has to say.
Today, this means crushing anti-Semitism at home and supplying the state of Israel with what it needs, when it needs it, without conditions to achieve total victory in the face of evil.
Okay, so we're talking about her being in Israel, speaking to the Knesset, their Congress, and simply saying, we'll do whatever you need no matter what. Why is she even there doing this? Because remember, she just went back again. So multiple times. And she's not even in the position yet. This morning, I met with my good friend, Israeli President Isaac Herzog. You know, the guy who's been caught lying many, many, many times about atrocity propaganda, about chemical weapons instruction that turned out to be a book from Amazon. You realize, I mean, these are flagrantly caught. Everyone, including corporate media, were acknowledging that he was lying, and he knew he was lying. But who cares, though, right? Because Israel. And she's simply going, we discuss the need to continue the fight against anti-Semitism. You know, a constitutionally protected concept. Or rather, just in any context. You can think what you want is the point. You can hate people because of their color. You can hate people because of their religion. And I can say you're disgusting, but you have a right to feel that way, express those thoughts. That's what free speech means. Again, it's so interesting how people right now acknowledge that would be the case in any other context, but when it brings around Israel, a lot of Republicans will say, no, not that though. That's disgusting. You're not allowed, or that's what terrorists do. Whatever. You say whatever you want. All you're doing is creating a caveat for what you know is protected under free speech, as disgusting as it may be. Here she is on the 12th. Day 402, simply continuing to highlight the hostages or predominantly POWs in Israel or in Gaza, and saying, including the 7 Americans. Again, as I said before, not mentioning the 600 plus Americans that are trapped in Gaza, because she doesn't care about Americans. She cares about the Israeli Zionist connection, because what she's pointing to are Israeli IDF members that happen to have American citizenship. The rest of them are, in some cases, just Americans and Palestinian Americans. By the way, it doesn't really matter. They're all human beings. But she, as an American representative, is only talking about the Israeli connection while ignoring Americans that are trapped. And by the way, is still doing so. For day 402, day 404, just over and over and over and over, every day making this case, while ignoring the genocide, while ignoring the provable examples of rape, of torture, of using human shields repeatedly by Israel. None of that matters, because these people are not out there for the facts. They're being paid and whatever else to lie to Americans for the interest of Israel at American expense. Zachary Foster simply says, continually emphasizing the plight of the Israeli hostages while ignoring the plight of the Palestinian hostages, which is another part of that. The tens of thousands of hostages that are kept without charge in Israeli prisons, which the UN and just about every human rights group in the world has been talking about for a decade. But she simply says, doing that is racism. You are a racist. That's obvious. Zionist apartheid mentality is the epitome of racism. In fact, apartheid is the worst type of racism, as anybody honest will tell you, including Israeli academics. Jason simply highlights the pattern, which I've already been highlighting, the idea that every one of them are swamp creatures. I mean, it's the opposite of what we were promised. Here's Ron Paul saying yesterday was a bad day for those who endorse America first in our foreign policy. Right? So all the people that were out there saying that he's aligned with the establishment, I mean, he still may help them if they ask. The point is that he still has the integrity and the courage, which we all, I'm sure, expected, to call out that these picks are not America first. Hopefully everyone else has the same integrity. Now, RFK pointed out that he has this public website, which Orwell sent me earlier, about putting down what you want, and I guess people voting on the website. I really hope this has influence, because that would be pretty cool to see. Even though that could so obviously be manipulated, they could hide things. But either way, that's just the objective reality of anything we talk about. But my point is, we'll be able to very clearly show in a very short period of time whether or not these people's votes actually translate. Here's the website. Welcome to Nominees for the People. There's all these different people on there being nominated. Here's one, James Franklin Lee. And it does say, I mean, ultimately, this just seems to be like one of the larger picks with 112 votes. And here he is on the 12th with RFK Jr. saying, I have been nominated for the Team Maha. Please vote for me if you really want this to end geoengineering, weather modification. Hell yeah. I'm glad. Awesome. I'm glad he's pointing these things out. Now, my point is simply to highlight that if this only amounts to people that might be under RFK Jr., even as we now have seen recently that the point is that may not even be the case in regard to, where was that? I thought I had that saved. Where basically, here, I can grab it really quickly. Decensored News put up the clip showing you that Howard Lutnick, in a recent interview, made it very clear that RFK is not going to have a position, that he just wants the data, which of course could be wrong. I mean, it could be lying, he could be deceived, he could be misinformed. So, of course. There we go. I think it's a good time to play this one too. It'll take 2 seconds. Hold on. Or I thought it would. Oh, there it is. So it matters, right? At the very least, that it's up in the air. It's despite what people want to say. And so my point is that what we're seeing here is these choices, right? And whether that means that, if he even gets a position, these people will sort of be under his purview. But I think that we'll be able to prove that these things don't translate to the larger vote. And again, it just makes me feel that this is about making you think you somehow have influence over this, when at the end of the day, that's not the case. But I hope it's the opposite, and that would be great to see if we can prove it. And this would be an easy way to be able to do so. But here's what Lutnick said about RFK Jr.
Key that I think that President Trump has promised me is control of the public health agencies, which are HHS and its sub-agencies, CDC, FDA, NIH, and a few others, and then also the USDA, which is key to making America healthy.
My inside source tonight is the co-chair of the Trump-Vance transition team and the CEO of the investment firm, Kenner Fitzgerald, Howard Lutnick, RFK Jr. He said that Trump has promised him control of the public health agencies, HHS, which would be also CDC, FDA, USDA, all of these agencies. Is that true? Has Trump promised him basically the HHS job?
So I spent 2.5 hours this week with Bobby Kennedy Jr. And it was the most extraordinary thing. And I said, so tell me, how's it going to go? And he said, why don't you just listen to me explain things? And what he explained was when he was born, we had 3 vaccines. And 1 in 34 getting a job for HHS. Here's what he said.
Vaccines don't cause autism, which is what RFK pushes, which is why people are concerned that he could get a job like HHS. And I don't even think he could
getting a job for HHS.
People are concerned that he could get a job like HHS. And I don't even think he could
getting a job for HHS.
The key that I think that President Trump has promised me is control of the public health agencies, which are HHS and its sub-agencies.
I don't even
think he's not getting a job for HHS. What he's trying to do, here's what he wants to do. He said, I want data. I just want data. He wants the data so he can say, these things are unsafe. All I want is the data, and I'll take on the data and show that it's not safe. And then if you pull the product liability, the companies will yank these vaccines right off of the market. Remember Roundup?
But you're saying he would not be in charge of HHS?
No, of course not.
The key.
Does anybody need to be convinced about the information? Are you confused about the data? The data is all public, guys. Now, I'm not talking about the data he may be pointing to. My point is that would only bolster the undeniable reality that these things are deadly. So is Trump going to do that, knowing that immediately verifies that he's been lying this whole time and that he knew he was lying? Hardly. That seems pretty stupid. But on top of that, the idea that the RFK only wants data, well, he's publicly saying the opposite. So, my point is that either this is some long-term ploy to trick somebody and we'll find out, or everyone's being played. And I think that the problem is that when we get to the point where it becomes obvious that this was never going to happen to those of us being objective, there are people that want to try to act. That's my point about the Senate and the Democrats. Let's just say that he doesn't get allowed in because of the Democrats. Well, the narrative will forever be the Democrats stopped it, when in its essence, that is the surface level. But if you can stand back and recognize that it's not about left and right, and that's used to trap you and make you miss the bigger picture of simply your government continuing the same agenda, you can recognize that that was why we pointed out it wasn't ultimately going to happen. But it may not even be like that. It may just be that they don't even give him the position like Howard's talking about. And there will still be some kind of a backstepping rationalization about why this was always better and it'll turn out better in the long run. Trust the plan. It's constant. It's constant. Oh, at the end of the day, it's absurd to pretend that this means, look, we should wait until we see what actually happens. Right now, every indication is going in the wrong direction as far as I'm concerned. So here's on Rubio, which is basically where we got cut off last time. So now that we know, at least the next stage of the know, that Trump, this is the first one, this is from the 12th, Trump expected to tap Marco Rubio, which got a lot of pushback from the online Zionists and Trump supporters. Here we are in the 13th. Trump picks former rival Marco Rubio for Secretary of State. So of course, this is I don't want to scroll it down. Right beneath it, it says, and you can read it, this is something that Trump has put out. Okay, so Trump is making this point, which still doesn't mean it's for sure. As I've said 14 times, it could not happen for many different reasons, including that they could change their mind. Rubio could change his mind. Who knows? But right now, this is what's happening. So one, it should be pretty embarrassing for those that have been screaming this was never even real, that now it is, at least as the first step. Just shows you how quick people will try to bolster whatever they think they're supposed to, regardless of the facts, when you're trapped in a partisan mindset. But let's go over why this is pretty crazy. Here he is from the 2015, saying Sheldon Adelson, who was, by the way, last time funding Trump, and now it's Miriam, his He's passed away. It's now his wife who is continuing to fund Trump. Same reason we're telling you that this is, or arguing that that is the reason you're getting a Zionist cabinet. Well, back in 2015, he says Adelson's looking to give big dollars to Rubio because he feels he can mold him into the perfect little puppet. I agree. Well, look at that. Didn't age well. Rich People Weekly says this is actually an endorsement if you read it in proper context. Exactly. Well, here's Rubio, over $1 million, like most of them seem. It's like a pretty continuous thing from Israeli funding. Sam Husseini highlighting that Rubio, and I thought I had a clip further down here that I want to jump up now that I remember how this was lined up. There it is. Saying that Rubio was still lying about the Iraq invasion in 2016. At the Republican debate, he attempted to justify Bush's invading Iraq, saying, quote, no matter what you want to say about weapons of mass destruction, Saddam Hussein was in violation of UN resolutions. Saddam Hussein being the person that they had supported up until they no longer did. I mean, think literally giving him chemical weapons to use against Iran. And they've even now admitted that today in different contexts to point out why they think Iran might use them in reverse. It's just crazy how obvious these people are. So just like Osama bin Laden or the rest, they're all U.S. allies right up until the moment they no longer are. Everything's a psyop in these conversations, guys. It's very clear. That doesn't mean everything everywhere. But what we're talking about, these are all constructs. He was in violation of UN resolutions, like Israel, like 100 different times, like the U.S. all over the place. It only applies when you want it to. Oh, but I thought the UN was Hamas, right? Same thing for today. But it says, and the world wouldn't do anything about it. That's what he's continuing to say in his quote. But Bush enforced what the international community refused to do. Yeah, because they really care about the international community while they topple countries and overthrow presidents and, really abide the rules-based order, as I've been recently tagging the Israel-based international order. Here's the actual clip of Rubio attempting to justify the lies about WMDs. It says journalist Sam Husseini rebutted Rubio's UN resolutions claim at the time. And it's the same conversation. And he follows it up by saying, here's the shorter version of his clip. And I thought there was another one. Anyway, I thought there was another thread in there. The point is simply to continue to show you that this person is dishonest when it comes to foreign policy, which shouldn't be that surprising to you. But the more important points, and I'm going to skip past this one, just showing Alex Jones kind of calling him a frat boy and going back and forth with him, which just seems almost scripted to me. But David Knight is simply going, okay, now, and this is now even more relevant, now that he is being tapped by Trump, what is Alex Jones going to do? Is he going to shift and start saying that it's 4D chess, go back to sleep? Does he criticize Trump because of Rubio? I doubt it. It says, look to Alex Jones' lies during the pandemic and stop the steal to see what he'll do next. Calling Trump's vaccine sugar water, even though we know that's not the case because there's an agenda here. He says, no matter how fake the lies, MAGA will always excuse Trump and Alex Jones. Sadly, that seems to be the case. The point is that what he has been saying, this one is simply showing he's got an Israeli flag outside of his office as of right now. But here's 2 minutes of him denouncing Trump as a con artist. Now, these are the ones that should stand out. Knowing we have Vance going back saying the same thing up until he was tapped by Thiel to be Trump's sidekick, or Gabbard, or RFK Jr., or damn near everybody in his orbit at one point before was saying how dumb he was, what a con artist he was. Now, maybe that's all a big ploy. Maybe he's the smartest guy in the room. You can decide for yourself. The point is that this should be alarming to you if there's nothing that where we're at now, just as on a dime, now we're on the same side. It should either show you that all of this is a big show and that they're just going in whatever is they're paid to do, whatever's in their personal interest. I can't even think or they're just lying to you. The point is, it's such an obvious deception that they're lying on one side of this, right? They both can't be true in the same conversation. So one side's a lie. You get to pick which one it is. That shouldn't make you feel good either way.
There is no way we are going to allow a con artist to take over the conservative movement, and Donald Trump is a con artist.
Donald Trump is a con artist.
He's a con man. I think it's time to unmask him for what he is. A con man who's taking advantage of people's fears and anxieties about the future, portraying himself as some sort of strong guy. He's not a strong guy.
He doesn't sweat. He doesn't sweat because his pores are clogged from the spray tan that he uses. You all have friends that are thinking about voting for Donald Trump. Friends, do not let friends vote for con artists.
We're about to turn over the conservative movement to a person that has no ideas of any substance on the important issues, the nuclear codes of the United States, to an erratic individual.
So we cannot allow the conservative movement to be taken over by a con artist.
How can the nominee of the Republican Party, of the party of Lincoln, the party of Reagan,
The party of hope and the party of optimism nominates someone who refuses to criticize the Ku Klux Klan or distance himself from an avowed racist like David Duke.
The party of Lincoln and Reagan and the presidency of the United States will never be held by a con artist. Guys, we have a con artist as the front runner in the Republican Party. A guy who has made a career out of telling people lies.
He's always calling me Little Marco. And I don't think that he's taller than me, he's like 6'2", which is why I don't understand why his hands are the size of someone who's 5'2". Have you seen his hands? They're like this. And you know what they say about men with small hands? You can't trust them. You can't trust them. You can't trust them.
Well, that's pretty clear. Of course, the argument, well, he was running against him. Okay, so you're willing to admit that they lie to you when they're running for candidacy? Okay, well then apply to Trump. No, he's not though. Okay. Funny how that works. Right? If the game is that you're willing to overlook blatant dishonesty and attacks against somebody who they later want to work with because they want to win, I mean, that means you don't care about people's integrity. It's the same thing I make about Trump and the vaccine. Like if you're going to try to pretend that it's 4D chess and that he's doing this to trick them or to expose the bigger picture, even if you think that in the long run it'll save more lives, the point you're making is that he's willing to tell women and children that this will be good for them, to risk their lives, to potentially kill that child now for his political benefit, even if you think that political benefit will gain everybody in the future. How is that something you're morally okay with? He has been saying for years now that thing is the right thing to do, the safe thing, that what doesn't hurt you, right? I mean, do I even need to play it? I'm wondering if there's people that still don't know that, which I think is crazy. Since I'll grab it really quickly if you haven't seen it. This is interviewing with Candace Owens.
More people have died under COVID this year, by the way, under Joe Biden, than under you, and more people took the vaccine this year. So people are questioning how.
Well, no, the vaccine worked, but some people.
So right there, she was trying to set him up to be able to give it, to be honest. What the setup she gave was to say, see, the vaccine's hurting people, but they're the ones getting it more. And he went right into the spiel, and she doesn't push back.
Aren't taking the ones that get very sick and go to the hospital are the ones that don't take the vaccine.
Fake.
But
fake news.
It's still their choice. And if you take
hardly
the vaccine, you're protected.
Fake news.
Look, the results of the vaccine are very good. And if you
right. You are fake news, right? Doing his whole thing. The point is, obviously, I think we know that he knows that's not true. How is that not a red line? I just don't get that. So here is another example. These are just more clips of him saying the same thing.
The stakes are giving control of the party of Lincoln and Reagan, of the conservative movement, and ultimately of the United States over to a con artist. That will not happen. I make this promise to you today. I will do whatever it takes. I will campaign as long as it takes. I will stay in this race as long
except until we want to join teams, though. Okay?
as long as it takes. Donald Trump.
As long as it takes to gain me a political benefit.
A con artist will never get control of this party.
They'll say whatever they think you want to hear, guys.
And the time has come for you. I know some of your friends have bought into this. Listen, friends, don't let friends vote for con artists.
Say you get the point. The obvious reality, guys, is this is what politics is. We should all know this by now. These are career politicians. That's why in the beginning of this conference, like going back to the origins of this country, that's not how it was. Being a politician was a public service. You had a job and you did this on top of that. Today, these people are grifters that are working off the back of your money, acting like they're helping everybody. These are the villain. These are the criminals. This is the point about the larger criminal organization of what this government is. Here is Donald Trump in many ways saying this is 10 nasty things that Trump said about Marco Rubio. These are all tweets. By the way, I'm willing to bet you most of which you won't be able to find searching his Twitter account because Twitter seems to be effectively hiding things like this on the platform. But little Marco Rubio, the lightweight with no-show senator from Florida, is said to be the puppet of the special interest Koch brothers. But he'll work. But now we'll tag team work together. Marco Rubio is a total lightweight who I wouldn't hire to run one of my smaller companies. But yeah, you work with him now, and he'll let him run the country, right? Lightweight choker Mark Rubio looks like a little boy on stage. And just so petty and small. Like where these people are in like a high school level mindset. Rubio is totally owned by the lobbyists. Well, you all are, it seems. Marco Rubio should pick a location that has working air conditioning next time, especially when in Miami. Proper plan. Just random things. It's just so funny. Why would anyone in Florida, he says, vote for lightweight Senator Marco Rubio? Check out his credit card scam, his house sale, and his no-show voting. I will be using Facebook and Twitter to expose dishonest lightweight Senator Mark Rubio. A record no-show in Senate. He's scamming Florida. It's crazy to me, guys. It's amazing that people can overlook this stuff. Here's Greg Reese, who, again, does he still, you tell me in the chat, does he still work with Infowars? If he does, I find it interesting, seeing as how there's quite a difference of opinion. He says, your trusted MAGA alt media sources have been bought and paid for by AIPAC. Now, by the way, if that is the case, I've heard this in the past from plenty of the people that work, the idea that whether or not you're told you have to cover whatever else, the point is, at the end of the day, what you're seeing from the primary coverage from Alex in particular is overlooking all of this. Talking about globalism, ignoring the obvious Israeli focus in all of that conversation. Either way, what he's been putting out recently about this, again, the point should be, from my perspective, as you guys should know by now, it doesn't matter who's pointing it out. Like, again, later in the show, I'll make a point about the Alex Jones bankruptcy thing in regard to why, either way, whatever he is, even if you think he's lying to you every day, it's still, the argument is, I think he's being politically, what they're doing is wrong. Period. But we'll come to that in a second. This point is about the idea that just because he's connected to Infowars, the point is, I agree with this. Your trusted MAGA influencers are bought by AIPAC. And Harry simply says, how is this guy working in the U.S. government and now Secretary of State? Now, these are all the points I said the other day just about, this is Marco Rubio posting gospel about Israel. This one says, you are my servant. In you, Israel, I show my glory. It's an American politician. It just seems like a very weird thing. But now, obviously, I hope you're beginning to see why these things are more concerning than you think. Now, here is Decentered News pointing out Marco Rubio speaking with Medea Benjamin, saying it hasn't been confirmed yet, but now at least has been that they've made this case and have to wait for Senate confirmation. But it's saying, here's Rubio blaming Hamas 100% for the countless thousands of civilians massacred by Israel, which we now know is a matter of fact. Even Israel's military admitted that, and their media. Hannibal Directive. So he doesn't care about the facts. He cares about what Israel wants him to care about. That's what we're talking about. 100%. That's a lie. Also claiming that Iran is the sole source of instability and violence in the region. Really? Again, these are political narrative talking points, completely devoid of fact. He says, we're on the side of Israel, the good guys, right? While they're committing genocide, you can say something like that. Wild. Now, Fetterman, of course, another completely Israeli blind Zionist promoter, hails Rubio as the strong choice for Secretary of State. Again, kind of the same conversation of Andrew Tate. I'd be like, dang it, if Fetterman's saying I'm good, then that makes me look bad. Fetterman's an idiot. And it's saying, says he will vote to confirm him. And here's Mossad commentary. Posting this on the 11th. Okay, please reflect on this. And I have two other points showing you this. Israel apparently knew on the 11th. America, your new Secretary of State. Congratulations, Mark Rubio. That's the Mossad commentary. Okay, well, realizing that 2 days later is when he first got the official nod from Trump. So can we please acknowledge that Israel seems to know who's being chosen by Trump before the American people do, and why that is so alarming? I'm sure these kind of points will get skipped over. Okay, let's talk about Mike Huckabee. This is one of the most alarming because of his religious blind prophetic support for Israel. Trump nominates Mike Huckabee for U.S. ambassador to Israel. Again, here is Mike Huckabee. This one was, hold on. See, I think these things are refreshing on me. Oh, you know what? I remember what it was now. That's right. This was there from me checking from before. In any case, oh wait, did I just close that? Okay, good. I did. Incoming ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee says West Bank annexation, of course, a possibility. This is so crazy to me because you have to realize that the only person who even barely deviated from the reality that this is objectively illegal was Mike Pompeo. And he didn't even say it. He just said it wasn't inconsistent with the law. It's just such a lazy sidestep. Everybody in this conversation, including the United States, is acknowledging that the annexation of the West Bank is illegal. Not only because it's agreed to that it would be Palestinian territory in many different agreements of the past by Israel. So even, and no matter whether you want to blame Hamas for why it didn't happen or not, you agreed and you still are taking it. It's just so, it shows you that they have no regard for anything. And they feel very empowered by the fact that so far the U.S. has not only not done anything, but they just ignore it. They praise them for it. So in the minds of a lot of the Zionist supporters, it's the best. That's why they show it so clearly. Look at how much we can control the U.S. government. As Republicans, that should scare you. But West Bank annexation, which is what Miriam Adelson is paying Trump primarily for, is a crime, objectively, from everybody's perspective. And he's going, yeah, do it. Good. That's probably going to happen. Here he is saying pretty alarming things about the end times. And he says, Trump has installed Mike Huckabee as U.S. ambassador to Israel. Huckabee, currently an evangelical Christian preacher and broadcaster, subscribes to end times theology and proclaims Israel a fulfillment of biblical prophecy. This is not a joke. This guy is in a position of power in the incoming, or is about to be, in the incoming Trump administration.
So for 44 years, I've been coming to Israel, and I've seen God take this country and do amazing things here. And really the only explanation for Israel, I tell people when I bring them here and they've never been before, I tell them, I said, if this is your first time, you have no context. But let me say to you, this is a fulfillment of prophecy. Yes. Ezekiel 37, the dry bones.
So the genocide and the illegal occupation, objectively by international law, is the fulfillment of prophecy. So all you want to see, even at that one point, ignoring the egregious rape and torture and imprisonment, apartheid and everything else, just the idea that you want to argue that this is fulfilling prophecy and you can objectively prove that the origin point of occupation is illegal. What that shows you is from a willingness of politicians and people in power to ignore facts, logic, the law, if they believe they're in the right biblical lane. If they believe that this is fulfillment of prophecy. This is my concern about overlapping religion with journalism in general, let alone in a position of political power. Because you're being guided by your belief in something that we can't verify, that is a religious belief. And you're going to be ignoring international law, letting people be murdered because you believe they're in the right when it comes to God. It is actually one of the most alarming things in this conversation, because the people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich are screaming that Trump is a prophet, that this is the end times, that what we're going to do, and realize what they mean by that is the destruction of the West, this is what they know. This is what you can look up, and it's on the record. As I played recently, the conversations of the weaponized migration from Adam from No More News. These rabbis are saying that this needs to happen, that the flooding of the migration into Europe and the United States is part of what will bring us end time. So we can't even factor in that might be engineered. Like, I don't know, literally engineering a red calf. Because you realize the whole point is that was supposed to be God sent. That randomly a red calf except what they did was genetically engineer a calf to look red. Because Zionism is a ploy. It is using these beliefs. And many of them, I think, there's an overlap of people that have bought into their own narrative. But either way, this is an American politician who is talking about that. And if they believe that that means the end of you to create that, why would you support that? Maybe because you're not acting in American interests.
Fulfillment of prophecy. Yes. I tell them, I said, if this is your first time, you have no context. But let me say to you, this is a fulfillment of prophecy. Yes. Ezekiel 37, the dry bones live again. And the dead.
And let's also make sure we're very clear about the fact that the term Israel in the Bible is not Israel today. That is why they chose that word, because there was biblical reference. These are Zionists who simply chose to take somebody else's territory because the UK let them. And they just named it something that they knew would be, this is the whole reason why this agenda makes the idea that Christians were the original point, and that today there's more Christian Zionists than Jewish, that Herzl was an atheist. You can look at his conversations. His own journal points out how he was wildly anti-Semitic, or rather the right term just being hated Jews, because Semites is manipulation in its own right. But think about how concerning all of this is, the overlap to that, and how we can watch these people driving forward something that is bringing that on.
Desert is blooming right before our eyes. The desert is blooming here. And the only explanation for the extraordinary explosion economically and even
theft, occupation,
agriculturally,
ethnic cleansing, colonialization
of this land is that God has his hand on it.
Of course, right? Because God wants them to ethnically cleanse populations. They want them to steal, rape, and murder, and then brag about it on Instagram, right? That's what God wants, right? Well, if that's what God wants, then me believe in something quite different. You know, this is what and do you think maybe he doesn't even know any of this stuff? Maybe somebody who doesn't know any of this stuff or lies about it shouldn't be an ambassador for Israel.
What happens next? It's about the end times. And quite frankly, some of us think we may just be living in them. So, Max Lucado, so good to see you. Thanks for joining us, and welcome as we talk about the end of the world.
Well, Governor, I wouldn't be anywhere else. I'm supremely honored to have these moments with you. And yes, I do believe we're not just in the end times. We're in the end of the end times. It's moving fast.
Like, can we not realize that even if you agree with that, what that means, your actions driven by, I mean, here's going to overlap for Republicans. You know how crazy it is to watch some of these liberals freak out about how climate change is going to end the world in 3 weeks or a year. And so we have to take drastic action that might hurt people now, but it's because we have to save us from the long. That's pretty scary, isn't it? People that can rationalize drastic and extreme actions based on a lie because they believe we're going to die very soon because they've been tricked by the larger agenda. Well, guess what? We're talking about people that are making arguments about that we're the end of the end times. So if you think the world's going to end soon and none of the law, you act differently. And you realize this is not just the ambassador. This is everybody Trump has picked so far in his cabinet from the top down.
Max, when you say that, it scares a lot of people. They think, oh no, the end of the world. That's just terrible. Your whole book.
Now I think, oh no, they believe this.
Book is focused on quite a different perspective about the end times. You say in this book, it's not something that we ought to be afraid of. It's something we ought to embrace and look forward to. So how does a person look forward to the end of the world?
I am so excited about the end of the world. I really am. Every time I read more passages about what God has in store for his children, the plans that he has, the way he has proven his authority over the world, that day in which the devil will be ultimately forever defeated and cast into a bottomless pit. I don't think we need to be afraid. We often say, don't be scared, but just be prepared.
You know how long people in these positions, many of which probably believe it, have been saying this? You know how many different examples we have of people in positions of religious power saying that the end times are next month, next year, predictions left and right, and usually get people to take certain action. Could be dishonest, could be they believed it. Either way, here we are again. And Israel is making this happen. Judge Napolitano says, here's your new U.S. ambassador to Israel. No such thing as Palestine. Two-state solution is irrational and unworkable. These are all things he said. There's plenty of land in the world for Palestine. No such thing as the West Bank. There's no such thing as a settlement. There's no such thing as an occupation. Think about how crazy that is.
I mean, there really is no such thing as, and I have to be careful in saying this because people will really get upset. There's really no such thing as a Palestinian. There's not, Arab and Persians, you know, and there's such complexity within that. There's really no such thing. That's been a political tool to try to force land away from Israel.
Wow.
The two-state solution, if we mean two governments holding the same piece of real estate, is irrational and
No, that's not what it means, bud. And I think you damn well know that. It talks about the differentiation between different territories, which means giving back some of the land to Palestine. The problem is that he doesn't want to acknowledge that because Israel will never, ever, ever, ever allow that. And that's why they've surreptitiously stopped it from happening by lying to people in the country, especially Americans. Far back as you want to look, they have been funding Hamas in order to keep that from happening, and many other examples of doing so. It's public knowledge today if you care to know the truth. It's been cited by Haaretz, by the United Nations. It's obvious information. The former prime minister and head of Shin Bet are on the record saying they gave him $1.4 billion in order to keep them divided. It's all right on the record. So the point is that this is him trying to deny the reality of what the international law states, but even beyond that, that even within that, you could have some kind of agreement that, by the way, Israel has already agreed to more than once. And yet here's an American making things up about it. And maybe he just doesn't know any better.
workable. If there is a two-state solution, the Palestinian state needs to be outside the boundaries of the nation of Israel.
You know, the entire premise of it is that Israel is occupying Palestinian land, which is the legal reality, objectively, by the international law going back as far as you want to look. and the argument that they should be the ones that have to move after a genocide's been committed against them for 3 times in a row. It is not just insulting. It is unnerving that anybody can stand there with a straight face and make these arguments, unless they're being funded for it.
There's plenty of land in the world.
I guess I said that wrong because it's still unnerving, but that's why it's happening.
That we could find a place and say, okay, let's create a Palestinian state.
Oh yeah, where's that going to be? Are we pretending there's some unoccupied land out there they can just take and make theirs? Well, no, now you're acting like Israel. You're going to take somebody's, pretend like you made it bloom. No, they didn't bloom. It was an existing civilization that was flourishing until you came in and committed genocide, which again, people are finally beginning to acknowledge or have the courage to point out.
There are certain words I refuse to use. There is no such thing as a West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria.
No, that's the words Israel, just like everything else. You realize Israel's already made up new words for southern Lebanon that they're planning on taking. They've literally made up new Hebrew words for where their settlements are going to go. But the narrative, we haven't gotten there yet. The narrative from the U.S. government, they're lying about it, is they're just trying to fight back the bad guys. Explain for me why then there's an internal discussion, having conferences about where their settlements will go in Gaza, in Lebanon. And we've already seen Gaza where they're saying, guess what? Now you can't come back. And they even admitted yesterday, a general on the record said the plan was always to take northern Gaza. All of it is out there. People like this either don't know, which is equally scary, or they're lying to you for a foreign government.
There's no such thing as a settlement. They're communities, they're neighborhoods, they're cities.
You realize the actual origin of Zionism calls themselves a colonial settler project, a settler colonialism project. On the record. Again, if he doesn't know that, that's pretty damn embarrassing. But most likely he's being paid to lie.
There's no such thing as an occupation.
How can you possibly say that? Yeah, there's a legal definition for occupation, but I guess we just pretend words don't exist for Israel. Governor Huckabee says, if Islam is as peaceful as they claim, who's they? Islam? Is there one person called Islam? Or are we talking about a nebulous concept that's multifaceted around the world? But see, they love to make it this simple for you, right? It's just it's like saying if Christians are as peaceful as they, or rather, if Christianity is as peaceful as they claim, shouldn't they be begging us to come listen to their sermons and convert? Well, of course, I could point to sermons being conducted by KKK, who claim to be Christians, or any kind of radical Christian elements that I could point to that are pretty scary. They exist all over the country. We don't like to talk about that, though. But my point is, you can obviously highlight, first of all, Islam is a wildly broad topic. This is the kind of lower loomer stupidity that we see all over people that are blinded by Israel. The idea that you can just pretend that people are inherently bad because of their religion. I could point to Zionists that don't recognize they're part of an ethnic cleansing, a genocidal mindset because they don't know that. My point is simply to highlight that just because of those things is not, the idea is about action. And I can point to an endless amount of information showing you people all around the world that are peaceful Muslims, communities, societies, but they are desperate for Israel's agenda and through a lot of people in this country convincing you that they're inherently bad. How fast we got back to the point where you're now apparently allowed to broad stroke an entire group of people because Israel says. It's pretty incredible. But here he is telling you that. This is a person who's going to be an ambassador to Israel, openly claiming that Islam in and of itself is a bad thing. I could prove to you all of them can be bad things in every possible way if controlled or manipulated by other people. Here's Dan Cohen highlighting Trump's pick for ambassador was photographed chumming it up with an Israeli who wrote Dan Cohen a message threatening to lynch him in the town square. He says Zionism is the highest level of anti-Semitism. It's important to realize what he means by that, which we showed you earlier, the very clear discussion we had and the reality that this is Zionism using anti-Semitism and Judaism to protect itself, which a lot of Jews are beginning to call out. And it says, just came across this death threat from a fascist Israeli photographer, Sharon Gabe, in my Facebook messages. Gabe's photos have been displayed on the Knesset, and he's close with Mike Huckabee and other people in the tangential government positions. The point is that these kind of people sidle up next to the most radical elements of Israel's government while casting out accusations against broad concepts because they're, whatever you think is driving it, illegitimately so. Shouldn't we be able to recognize that these people are acting you don't have to call it a genocide if you don't want. That's what it is. But are we really trying to pretend? How is that not a red line in and of itself? We all see what's happening. Children are being bombed and destroyed and exploded all over the place. Starvation, rape, torture, all of these things have been proven, even human shields on Israel's side. And yet we can't acknowledge that that's somehow a problem. This is a systemic problem in their government. And people like this are happy to support it, which needs to either show you that they're that uninformed, willfully ignorant, blind to it, or are okay with it and are lying to you for another reason. Here's an ongoing clip that I'll just include for, or rather a thread from Laura Friedman showing you all the different things he said. Many of these clips we already showed you. There is no such thing as Palestine. Palestinian state is a fantasy. So here he is over here saying, we just need to move it somewhere else. Well, before he said it was a fantasy in general. Narrative shifting. U.S. should fund building in Judea and Samaria. So now we should fund an objectively illegal thing. Considers buying a home. He even wants to buy a home in the West Bank. Declares West Bank to be part of Israel. It's just so objectively obvious. Now let's talk about Pete Hegseth, because this one's even more alarming, or I guess equally so, with the kind of rabid pro-Israel mindset. This is an article from the 12th, simply saying Trump picks Pete Hegseth, a Fox News host, a literal host of a Fox News show for defense secretary. I mean, guys, look, I'm the first to say that just because somebody's in a political position, that doesn't mean they're the best for the job. So, hey, maybe he'll turn out to be the best defense secretary ever, pretending we even need a state. The point is that this is crazy to think that this person will have more, like, I would pick somebody outside if that was happening in this position, outside of these Washington circles, but I would like somebody who, maybe knows more than the narrative around Iran or understands the reality of the Israel-Palestine dynamic. That's not this person. This is a rabidly pro-Israel person, as we'll show you. Here's Vanessa Beeley saying his comparison of Zionism, the way he frames it is absurd. Let's watch it first. Oh, actually, I thought I had that. I was almost certain I had that. Let me make sure I didn't miss these. Yeah, there it is.
Anyone that wants to take the stage and talk about dual loyalty is dead wrong. What
does that even mean? So dual loyalty doesn't exist? Like it always makes me laugh how people like Trump, for example, are clearly being driven by something. You can tell by the way they make the point, and they make it in such a clumsy fashion. Of course, dual loyalty exists. People can have dual citizenship and then be conflicted about that's what that means. Of course, it's okay to point it out when it's Russia or China, but the only weird anomaly pops up when we start acknowledging that Israel is in that conversation. No, that's fake news. You're racist. Oh. Hold on. Oh, that was weird. The Twitter page started playing all of a sudden. So that weirded me out. I was worried we just lost connection again. So the point simply, I just lost my train of thought there. Shoot. Start it over. And talk about just dual loyalty, just to finish my point. Which obviously the point is that this is an objective thing. It's clearly a fact. You can have dual citizenship, and point out that could conflict when it comes to political position. Which is the argument that people shouldn't have dual citizenship when they're in a position of political power. At least we should have that conversation, but we're able to have that in any other context. Because really, there's no other example where you have somebody in the Chinese military, let's say, in the U.S. government. Or let's just take an ally, somebody from the British government in the U.S. government. But weirdly enough, we just pretend it's normal to have Brian Mast show up in his IDF uniform, or to have somebody in New York get elected to a position who is an ex-IDF member. It just happened. These things are crazy to me, especially when we realize in some cases we're talking about not an American who also has dual citizenship, but an Israeli who happens to have American citizenship. And that does make a difference. Either way, we're talking about a person who has another loyalty to a foreign government. The only time that becomes a problem is when you make it about Israel. And that has to highlight the point for you. So the weird thing is he starts out saying anyone who wants to talk about that is wrong. It's a weird way to say that because talking about it does not make a point. But he's just simply saying you're not allowed to. That's how you should read that.
Dual loyalty is dead wrong. What this organization represents, what Western civilization represents today, is an understanding that Zionism and Americanism are the front lines of Western civilization and freedom in our world today.
Wow. Quite the stretch. Now let's first point out how stupid it is to Americanism. What is that? We're talking about Zionism, which is like saying a Republican. It's a political organization. It is an ideology, that's for sure. So you could say republicanism or whatever you want to call it. The point is simply that Americanism is just I mean, I'm sure there's something about like the American project or however he's trying to conflate those things. And what is so crazy about that is that it's like Stefanik trying to say that this is like George Washington's America, and then and that's the overlap with Israel. They're so desperately trying to tap into the America first constitutional Republican mindset and make you think these things are the same. We're literally talking about something that could not be more the opposite of what you're fighting for. An authoritarian apartheid state that is willing to nothing matters. Not least of which is your rights. I mean, look at what's happening to Israelis who protest Israel. They're getting beat up. They're getting arrested. Teachers are getting put in jail. People are moving from their positions because they simply post something online. That's happening in Israel. You're all happy to call that out in the UK, but weird how you just ignore it when it happens with people in Israel. This is alarming because Zionism is objectively a bad thing. We can, in regard to the ideology and what they've carried out in its name. And the proof being what people have, academics to talk about it, the history of what they've done, the documents from the United Nations. And thirdly, to point out that they're even closely the same thing. We're talking about something that is a political ideology that's driven ethnic cleansing and genocide for the last so many hundred years, whereas America is a country where you can talk about a lot of different perceptions and ideologies that work through this. He is just trying to make you think Zionism is America. Why? Because they're so desperately losing control. And that's, I think, a last effort to do so.
And what better time for that relationship? From the scrapping of the terrible Iran deal to the embassy move, the recognition of
scrapping of the deal. In other words, Trump violating the deal and pretending like they broke the deal until that became so obvious they just go, okay, never mind, scrap it. Oops.
Jerusalem as the capital of the Jewish state and the recognition of the goal.
It's not the Jewish state. It is the state of Israel. And that's the ploy. Plenty of Jews do not recognize that as even the Star of David is it is a Zionist symbol. It is not a symbol of Judaism. That's the actual Torah or the, what's it called? The little, blanket on the term. The point is you can ask Jews about this. Either way, it's all about narrative control.
Golan Heights.
So we mentioned the Golan Heights and Jerusalem, both of which are objectively illegal. Trump had no authority to do either of those things, as anybody in the international law will point out.
This president is a true friend of the state of Israel. It is an eternal bond, an unbreakable bond.
They always say the same things. Eternal, unbreakable, for 1,000 years. These are different meanings, especially with the prophetic overlap we're talking about. Nothing should be an unbreakable bond. What if they murder your president? So it's no conditions, not unbreakable, eternal? Well, no, there should be lines. If, one of them probably being committing genocide.
That represents faith and freedom and fidelity to historic, religious, and cultural traditions. The opposite.
Oh, he checks notes, get the right words.
Of secularism and Islamism and anti-Semitism.
Wow.
I don't want to be Jeb Bush, but it's okay to clap. Just kidding.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are 4 major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, reached the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive.
Yes.
It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So most certainly, Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
Now, the reason that law was created, and this is on the record, is because they were worried that they would lose that majority. And they wanted to make sure that the Zionist control was always there. So it's not a democracy. Even, again, back to the point of whether we should even want that, it's just so blatant how they're constantly playing these games with everything you pretend to care about. Now, as Vanessa says, this is absurd. Americanism and Zionism are two hands of global terrorism. 100%. Now, really, I should argue, I would say the U.S. government. I honestly, I'm not even sure what Americanism truly means in this context. I think that's part of the ploy. But just in case you understand it, you want to know to clarify my opinion, the U.S. government is the problem in this. Americans, just like the Israelis and Zionism, it's the same point. Plenty of Israelis can see through it. Most of them seem to get played by it. And I think the same thing happens in this country. I'm hoping that it's becoming more of a minority. But either way, I agree. The U.S. government and Zionism are two hands of the global terrorist agenda. Now, here again is the interview with Dan Cohen. And here's a conversation I had a while back, and this is on February 24th, 2024. Zionism versus Nazism. Israel's connection to extremist ideology and ADL's history of faking Nazi marches. Now, even then, which is all this is very easy to prove. Public information. Super contentious. Hopefully less so now as we get more and more aware of the reality. It's not that Israelis or Jewish people are the problem. It's that Zionism, as you can prove, literally aligned itself with Nazi Germany during and after the final solution. That's public information. And yet we pretend that they created this state to fight against the thing they were aligning themselves with. And you can look this up on Wikipedia, for crying out loud. Dan Cohen has covered this himself. As well as the fact that Israel's connection to extremist ideology goes back a long way. And ADL has been caught faking Nazi marches in the past. It's all covered in this show. It's very clear. And it get like already with comments, which I think I always suspect people for trying to convince others the misinformation. The point is simple. Zionism is manipulation of these ideas. That's why there are more Christian Zionists today. So if you want to make it only about Jewish supremacy, then you're missing the point, or you're trying to misinform people in the chat. There are people that are in this conversation that are Jewish supremacists. For example, like B'Tselem, the leading human rights group in Israel, makes it clear. A regime of Jewish supremacy from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. So what we're talking about right there is the Israeli example of Zionism. But since we can prove that Herzl was an atheist, and that, as even Dan points out, it was actually Christians in the origin point, and then even today there are more Christian Zionists than there are Jewish Zionists, then let's stop falling for these manipulators, okay? The truth is that obviously there is Jewish supremacy, just like there's supremacy in any conversation that's being led by Zionism. But that doesn't make it about Jewish people. It makes it about Zionism. It overlaps, obviously. But if you only want to pigeonhole it in one thing, I think that's an agenda showing itself. Now, Daniel McAdams makes the point about Pete himself, saying this guy is more insane than you can even imagine. Now, here's a clip. This is him. This is what Michael Tracy shared. He says, if you open up your Bible, you can find that God granted Abraham the land of Israel. Right? So again, you can have religious beliefs, but if that's guiding your policy, if that's guiding your actions and guiding you to ignore genocide because you think God said this is okay, that's a terrifying thing to see.
If you open up your Bible, God granted Abraham this land. The 12 tribes of Israel established the constitutional monarchy 1000 BC. King David was their second king and established Jerusalem as the capital. Jews were fighting foreign occupiers for centuries, ultimately maintaining a presence there. But the key aspect, and right now, Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims are trying to erase the Jewish ties to Jerusalem as we speak. I've been there multiple times. They're trying to make it look like Jews were never there. The most important aspect of this is the international community granted sovereignty to the Jews, to the Jewish state after World War II.
No, it did not. Britain did this with the Balfour Declaration. Of course, there was many, many different things between then and now that have happened. But the reality to make this about the international community, which, by the way, that in and of itself is always an illusion. You know who they don't include when they say that? Most of the Middle East, most of China and Russia. And all. So pretty much it means Europe and the United States. That's not the international community, guys. They're always playing these games.
And Israel has had to fight defensive war after defensive war.
You mean genocide? Ethnic cleansing? You mean documented over and over and over? I mean, most of the atrocity propaganda lies you saw this time were actually taken from events that were carried out by Israeli extremists since 1948. From the stomach being cut open, all these things. These are actual historic precedent that we've seen happen by Israeli extremists. My point is, for him to call them defensive wars shows you how blind he is or how dishonest.
With every country coming to crush it ever since then, just to exist.
Wow. I mean, every single thing he said there is probably written on a card by an Israeli propagandist. And you can prove, and most people are on their own path finding this stuff out today. This is while they are committing genocide in real time. Just continue to let that sink in. That people like this are standing up and screaming about supporting this. Well, I guarantee they can see that most people in the world see what they're doing. Why would they do that? Why would they hurt themselves like that especially politicians? I think we can answer that pretty easily. There's something driving that. Here, Michael Tracy points out another clip. Proclaimed his heartfelt belief that the third temple will be rebuilt in Jerusalem. That this is the prophetic conversation, guys. This is the end times. And the idea is that that means the destruction of the current situation. And that is currently a mosque. So these are people that are acting like they're in line with international law and free speech and human rights, when those are just simply tools they're using, words they're saying to justify, rather to hide the fact that they're supporting a genocidal entity for their own interests.
And today, Jennifer and I and others had a chance to go see the western wall of the Temple Mount, the western wall tunnels, so much of the old city. And as you stand there, you can't help but behold the miracle before you. And it got me thinking about another miracle that I hope all of you don't see too far away. Because 1917 was a miracle, 1948 was a miracle, 1967 was a miracle.
A miracle. Just brushed over the Nakba. If you ever cared to look into this stuff, and I'm not talking about repetition of narrative from people writing things or books, I'm talking about the documented information that comes from the time, the images, the statements from Jewish people themselves who tried to stop what is. I mean, guys, information is undeniable. The people that were there were raped and tortured and mutilated and displaced, and it happened more than once. And I'm not talking just about 48, but I'm talking about the origin point of the beginning of this, and it continued forward. I mean, if we can't acknowledge what we're watching take place right now, and many of them pointing back to what they've done back in 48, or let's do another Nakba worse than before, all of it is on the surface. And to call that, what the word you just used?
1948 was a miracle.
A miracle. A miracle. I mean, this is my point about a lot of this stuff. Instead of just saying they're lying about that and it was a justified situation, but you got to go further. You got to say, not only was it just justified and they're lying, it was the greatest thing that's ever happened in our lifetime. It was a miracle. It was God sent. It was, whatever. It's like saying, no, they're not starving. They've got more food than ever. It's everything they do. You can decide why you think that is. I quite frankly think it's usually desperation with what's going on right now, but maybe it's always been like that.
1967 was a miracle. 2017, the declaration of Jerusalem as the capital was a miracle.
Illegal action.
And there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible. Of the reestablishment miracle, and there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible.
So you have to understand what they're talking about is the destruction of the of Al-Aqsa Mosque, right? And one of the most holy places in the planet for everybody, it seems. And the point is that you have to realize that this is something that necessitates the destruction of what's there and fulfilling of biblical prophecy of creating the third temple or rebuilding the third temple. And to them, that is the beginning of the end times, which goes along with the destruction of the West, with all the things we talked about. And again, somebody's commented before, I should probably have Adam Green back on the show, since this is something he's been talking about for a really long time. And I'll direct you to his work if you want to understand more about the ins and outs of that alarming prophetic point. Now, I will say that a lot of the conversation ends up around like a lot of, Well, the bottom line is this stuff is easily proven. Whether it's rabbis talking about this, whether it's people in the Knesset, you have to understand that there is a clear issue with people believing this is going to happen, which comes at the expense of other countries. I don't know why that's not concerning for people, but the point is that I'm not the person to go into the nuance of the deeper aspects of that. I mean, really, I should, but there's 1,000 things I'd love to go deeper into with how much is going on in the world today. But I'll direct you to his work because it's pretty scary. But that's what he's talking about right there. That overlaps with the idea we pointed out before of the heifer and all these different points are coming together. And these are people that are about to be in positions of power. Again, this is guys for Secretary of Defense. Do you realize the influence that they'll have over actions of foreign policy, including what would drive that very thing to come to pass and blame it on the Palestinians?
I don't know how it would happen. You don't know how it would happen, but I know that it could happen. That's all I know. And a step in that process, a step in every process, is the recognition that facts and activities on the ground truly matter. And that's why going and visiting Judea and Samaria, understanding that sovereignty, the very sovereignty of Israeli soil,
or, the Palestinians you stole it from,
Israeli cities, locations, is a critical next step to showing the world that this is the land for Jews and the land of Israel.
Oh, okay. But you don't understand that the people than Jews live there, right? Yes, he does. Just to make sure you understand that. But it's only the land for the Jews, though, and that's totally not racist.
I believe, as was mentioned, he said you need to, what was mentioned is you need to buy the ticket. Don't just wish for 40 years to win the lottery, buy the ticket. I would submit to you, in light of the support you have in Washington, D.C., the support you have amongst patriotic Americans, amongst evangelical Christians.
He's talking to the Zionist entities here.
Amongst believers, amongst Republicans, even amongst some Democrats who can barely say it anymore in Washington. Buy the ticket, take your action, do what needs to be done here in Israel, because I truly believe this is a moment where America will have your back.
Think about that in the context. This is not old. Do what you need to do. We got your back. After he references biblical prophecy. Guys, this is not confusing, okay? And this is going to be the Secretary of Defense, should this go the way it looks like it will.
You have Donald Trump in the White House. You have Mike Pence as Vice President. You have Nikki Haley at the UN. You have true believers in Israel and America that have your back.
Think about that. Okay, so now we're at Donald Trump administration part 2. This is pretty scary to me, right? So you have to realize that what happened during his first administration were steps building towards where we are now. And of course, even during the Biden administration, despite the shifting of narratives, they continued all of it. Do you realize they funded and armed and supported the Israeli agenda more than anybody? Even as Trump comes in and goes, they won't exist if she gets elected. It's just contrary to literally everything in front of you, because it's about trying to convince Republicans of that in this context. Patrick Henningsen says, wow, this one really takes the biscuit, folks. Pete Hegseth, a second-tier weekend host on Fox News, has been gifted a cabinet position as defense secretary in Trump's admin. His qualification, an undying evangelical loyalty to Israel, which, by the way, again, is one of the reasons why I get the sense that the Democrats will not, or rather the government won't confirm him, so they can blame it on the Democrats and ultimately, jam Pompeo back in that position? Guys, this shouldn't be that hard to wrap your mind around. Either way, it's just like the two-party illusion, just like the selection process, they get what they want, either way. Both of them are Zionists. Both of them are wildly pro-Israel. But he goes on to say the resume, and it will highlight Michael Tracy saying, a moving excerpt from the Pete Hegseth book, America's Crusade, Our Fight to Stay Free. It says, simply put, if you don't understand why Israel matters and why it's so central to the story of Western civilization, with America being its greatest manifestation, what? Oh, okay, I actually read that wrong. He's talking about America being Western civilization's greatest manifestation. He's saying that if you don't understand why Israel matters, then you don't live in history, or you're ignoring it. America's story is inextricably linked to Judeo-Christian history and the modern state of Israel. Well, it is not, guys. It is because of Zionist influence, yes. You can love America without loving Israel, but that tells me your knowledge of the Bible and Western civilization is woefully incomplete. Of the Bible and Western civilization, as if those are synonymous things. See my point? I'm a Christian, guys, and I can point out that that's absurdly stupid. And he says, if you're going to crusade, you need to know the totality of your mission. Who's going to crusade? You realize he's got a tattoo, I'll show you in a minute, of a crusader, of a Knights of the Templar cross and a bunch of other things, Hebrew on his arm that means something other than what people are saying. This is a real thing that's happening right now, guys. It really does concern the hell out of me. Not even to get into the interesting overlaps of the Crusades themselves, the Templar themselves, and a lot of unpacked information there. But he says this brief section is not intended to provide a full defense of Israel, but as an aspiring American crusader, consider it homework. A great place to start, once again, is PragerU. Yeah, because we all know they're a bastion of totally not wildly pro-Israel. But it says, check out the videos such as, why don't you support Israel? Israel's legal founding. And why does America spend so much on Israel? All of which are trying to get you to blindly support Israel. Because that seems to be their job. Israel and its place among the nations by Benjamin Netanyahu. Says, if you love America, you should love Israel. Guys, statements like that scare me. I mean, guys, they're talking about something, an entity that has acted against the United States at every possible opportunity. As somebody recently asked, and it was a Republican, can somebody please show me where Israel has ever been here for the United States? Were they here during floods, during earthquakes, during anything? When has Israel showed up to support Americans in any way? Not even in foreign policy. It's the exact reverse. The United States funding and blind support has gone towards whatever crimes Israel's been committing since its inception. Can somebody point out to me where they were supporting American interests? You know, not bombing the USS Liberty or 9/11 or any other example where they actively did the opposite, but where they've ever stood up and been there in support of the United States just to support the United States. Or more, I take that back. Even that is hard. I bet you won't find, but American people. You show me where Israel has stepped up to do something for the American people because it was there to help. It doesn't exist. In fact, you can prove the opposite. Ask the people from the USS Liberty. Ask people in any number of different examples over the years of Israel taking advantage of the U.S. government at the expense of Americans, like right now. It says, we share history. We share faith. We share faith? Maybe you do. Christianity and well, first of all, and Zionism are not even remotely the same thing, but even Judaism and Christianity are quite obviously different things. But we share faith? We share freedom? No, we don't. Everything about these places are very different, but the United States is rapidly going in this direction. It says we love free people, free expression, and free markets, unless they're Palestinian, or unless it's a certain kind of flag, or unless you wear a certain thing, or unless you look a certain way, or unless you're not Jewish. But everything else, we love it all if you're in this very small category of people we like. That's how stupid this is. It's so objectively clear that that's not true. And it says, and whereas America is blessed with two big, beautiful oceans to protect it, Israel's surrounded on all sides by countries that either seek to, or either used to seek or still seek to wipe it off the map, which is not even objectively true. There's clear agendas now about, I mean, guys, these people, even Hamas, for crying out loud, has changed their charter about simply getting rid of Zionism. Of course, they could be lying, but let's be honest about where the information shows. And obviously, none of this is about honesty. These people are actively trying to fight for themselves to no longer be oppressed by Israel and the United States. The battle wages on Israeli soil as well. With each trip I take to Israel, which seems to happen all the time, on my personal time, I discover a new way in which Islamists and their leftist enablers seek to deny Jewish history and heritage. God, it's so lazy. The whole thing. This guy's alarming, as Patrick points out. He says the resume before Pete Hegseth became a male spokesmodel for Fox News breakfast show was he was a platoon leader at Guantanamo Bay offshore torture facility, lording over Afghan taxi drivers, school teachers, and goat herders. Minnesota National Guard. He did a few tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, two wars that were under utter debacles. But hey, I suppose all that country counts, as a gold star. The point is, Guantanamo Bay. Oh my God, guys, there's so many examples. These are the exact opposite of what anybody wants. And he goes, yep, that actually happened. And one of them was the notorious psychotic U.S. war criminal, Eddie Gallagher. And it says Fox News privately lobbied Trump to pardon accused war criminals. We saw that clip. You saw this clip. Here's one you didn't see, but this is in case you missed it. Here are 4 clips, including 3 clips you've seen and 4th one that you haven't yet, all of which are very alarming.
When I came here, a lot of people asked me, a couple people this morning in a press conference, what can Israel learn from America? Was asked a couple of times. And each time I stopped and I said, you need to reverse that question. The question is, what can America learn from Israel? But
right. How can we better commit a genocide?
Predominantly in American culture today, American culture is largely asleep. Largely asleep to the realities of the world that we face.
Yeah, I agree with that. And you're the one continuing to keep them under that slumber right now by lying to them about what we should be supporting. I mean, raping people in prison and discussing why that should be happening even more, being aggressively defended by people online, having the IDF protest to maintain that reality, to break them out, or the ongoing torture that we can now prove across the board, ongoing use of human shields identified by every human rights group in the effing world, or just the continual murder of children. 70% of those they've killed, 70% are women and children. Have you seen a single example of Hamas human shield? Not one. Doesn't mean it didn't happen, but I can show you at least 7 of Israel doing it just since October 7th. But we want to learn from the way they're committing genocide, or are you really just talking about we need to adapt to what Zionism will become? Here's an interesting point. For all those in the Republican side that are screaming about the influence of Islam and how they're going to push Sharia law in our schools, maybe you should start asking about whether Zionism is exactly that. And that's all about hiding where this actually goes, about why you're going to be taught something different, or your children will be taught what they're preaching to you under a guise of Christianity. Maybe you should be asking whether that is the real problem. I'm not saying either one you can prove, but the reality is how willfully blind the loomers of the world will be. And I always point to that just because she's such a cartoon about this conversation, but there's a lot of them in regard to that exact point, or any of them. That we can point out the logical concerns about Russia or China doing anything like this, but then ignore physical, embodied, real-world examples of this happening from Israel in our country, whether it's the IDF in our military or our government, or the influence of Israel in our politics, right on the surface with AIPAC bragging about it. My point is they're not missing that. They're choosing to ignore it. And the real question should be, are they pointing to it are they pointing to China and Russia or anything else in order to hide that? Certainly could just be ignorance, but I think it's more than that.
Largely asleep to the depth of the threats on the horizon.
Exactly.
And the state of Israel, for reasons that you all understand far better than I, is not asleep. And is forced.
Yeah, because they're conducting it.
Each and every day to wake up under the umbrella of existential threats. So when I speak in America,
I mean, it's not hard to point out that there are threats, but it's sort of like it's a macrocosm of, rather a microcosm of that would be what happened in Amsterdam. Maccabi fans come in and start beating everybody up, chanting Arabs should die. There's no schools because all the children are killed. F the Arabs. The IDF will continue beating people up with sticks, burning Palestinian flags, lighting a taxi on fire. And then when somebody fights back, they scream Jewish pogrom. Right? Okay, so exactly the same point here, that Israel is actively carrying out the worst things you can see, embodying the worst things we can talk about, not every Israeli or every Jew, but specifically Zionist Israeli government, and
is forced each and every day to wake up.
And of course, that causes threats. Just like in Amsterdam. Yes, doing those things might cause someone to be like, I'm going to attack you. But, and even though we can objectively argue that violence is bad and that may still be a crime, you can also stand back and go, but they had it coming. That's not a legal argument, but still we can look at what's going on and recognize that, illegally occupying someone's entire territory and ethnically cleansing them might cause repercussions, or occupying Syria illegally, or occupying Lebanon illegally, or occupying Egypt illegally, or any number of other things they've done, or assassinating military scientists, or assassinating just leaders under a guise of diplomacy. Gee, I wonder why those might cause repercussions. So the point is obvious. Yes, there are threats, but realize who is the catalyst, who is the reason behind why these things are happening. This argument that they just want to kill Jews is the same lazy argument they apply to everything else we're seeing. If you concede the lies today, make sure you reflect on how that's been the lie from the beginning. Not to say that there's no racism, but to clearly point out that by and large over history, Zionism has created that, even manufactured that to justify its existence.
Under the umbrella of existential threats. So when I speak in America, I always end by talking about a quote that is, or a sentiment that is oftentimes used in America, which is that veterans will be tempted to say, I fought. I put on a uniform. I went to Iraq or Afghanistan or World War I or World War II or Korea or Vietnam so that my kids won't have to. I fought so that they can live in peace. And it is a tempting thought. In fact, in World War II, after American GIs deployed around the globe to defeat Nazis and the Imperial Japanese, liberate camps too late in many places, but be a part of that, that generation went back to America and said, we did fight the Nazis so the next generation can live more free. But I counsel nobody to say that anymore, and I never say it myself. I didn't fight so that my kids won't have to fight. I fought knowing that my kids will have to fight as well. And maybe that's by force of arms. Lord knows the policies our country has pursued in light of the threats that we face have brought terror to our shores as well. Maybe that will require a rifle, but if not...
Or, manufacturing it, funding, working with ISIS, Al-Qaeda, manufacturing regime change, literally using terrorists around the world, or, working with Israel who funds them as well. It's all so simple. And it's certainly possible that he literally doesn't know that. But either way, blindly working with an entity that, like literally referencing World War II and fighting Nazis, well, again, as I said before, you can literally prove. Here's a Haaretz article about it, by the way. The Lehi Party, which is a foundational element of Zionism, where they still give a Lehi pin today, continued to seek an ally with Nazi Germany even after the final solution began. Now, here is one early point from post-October 7th, 2023. This guy's name was Ezra Yakin, was a member of the Lehi, the Zionist terrorist organization group that twice attempted to ally with Nazi Germany, and he was the one they were videotaping in the beginning, speaking to IDF members saying, kill them all, there's nobody innocent, all of them, erase their memory, Amalek. It's been obvious since day one.
My children, our three boys, Gunnar, Boone, and Rex, who are 6, 4, and 10 months old, will be raised to love the Lord their God, raised to love their country, raised to love their state and their community and their family, and to be willing to fight for them all. And stand by understand and know who their friends are in this world, and have the willingness and ability to stand by them in times easy and tough, in vows, in sickness, and in health.
Wow. So we're married to Israel now, apparently?
The relationship, richer or for poorer, in relationships.
See, it's very clear how he's very much trying to stress the fact that I train my children to fight for Israel, but I think recognize he doesn't want to say that explicitly. So he stumbles around the idea. So, like, he's talking about your ally. It's obvious what he's doing right there.
The relationship between Israel and America, in my mind, is inextricable.
See? And then he just went to it very clearly because I think he was stumbling around. You're talking about fighting for Israel. That's what he's talking about.
It is one in which we stand side by side, prepared to stand with our friends in every way. And we have a leader right now who has not. And who has turned in the other.
Oh, you mean Biden, who literally funded their genocide unequivocally without question? Liars.
Other direction.
I mean, the bottom line, guys, is it's obvious these people are blindly fighting for a foreign entity. Now, here is Trump's nominee for Secretary of Defense, and here is his kind of. I mean, by the way, you could argue these Iron Crosses go back to Nazism too, but Knight Templar and so on. But you can see some writing in Hebrew right there, and the point is, this person simply says. And now you can argue, I'm sure everyone has different opinions on these things, but he's arguing that it means Yahweh, which is different than the Hebrew word for Jesus, which is Yeshua, which means he arguably believes in the different God. And you can decide for yourself in all of this. Either way, I find it pretty telling. Now here, I'll include that for you guys. Now, Kenneth Roth says Trump's new nominee for Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, was known for encouraging Trump to pardon war criminals. And here's the article about it. Fox News host privately encouraged him to pardon accused war criminals. Again, it's the same thing as Bolton and Pompeo and the rest of them. It doesn't matter. Crimes don't matter. Law doesn't matter. We matter. And our agenda matters. And if we do it, that makes it legal, just like Nixon, I think, famously said. That's about the president. That's how they all think. Here, last point on him. Here's his interview back on March 17th. My interview with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Israel needs our support. This is March 17th. You realize how obvious the genocide was at that point? About as obvious as it is now. They don't care, guys. Blind support for a foreign government while they commit genocide. That's what you're electing, or rather, that's what you were told you elected, what was selected by the power structure. Now, let's talk about Stephen Witkoff. Trump and his statement, and you can see this on Twitter itself. So he did state that he picked him. And here's my example about, oh, here, I had that from before. So here is Trump posting this on November 13th, 5:18 a.m. Here's Jerusalem Post on November 12th. Breaking, President-elect Donald Trump has appointed real estate investor Stephen Witkoff, a real estate investor, to be a special envoy to the Middle East. And by the way, apparently a guy who's all interested and invested in building in Gaza. Surprise, surprise. But yeah, a day ahead of time. So I guess Israel gets to know about U.S. picks for Trump's administration before American people do. America first. Here he is on this account called Nazi Hunter. It says Trump's new Middle East envoy, Stephen Witkoff, attended Netanyahu's speech in July, describing it as powerful, epic. Being in that room felt almost spiritual. Same points we're making. And this guy is literally talking about a speech where Netanyahu lied about atrocity propaganda. And by the way, remember, I think it was like 57 standing ovations, showing you how completely bought off our entire Congress is. All of them are in the same mindset, guys. Here he says, Prime Minister's speech was epic and deeply moving. I had the distinct privilege of being there. So again, a personal invitee. It shows you how this all connects. President Trump was the strongest and most vocal supporter of Israel in generations, he says. President Trump's leadership was good for Israel and the entire region. Hardly. Anything good for Israel right now is definitively bad for the region. It's obvious, and anybody objective could point that out. With Donald Trump, the Middle East experienced historic levels of peace. I don't know where they're getting this ridiculous narrative from. It's actually very easy to prove the opposite. It's only gotten worse, so it's easy to say how bad it is now and point back and say, look how nice and peaceful it was. No, if you look at the administration before that, it's on an escalating scale. Now, the difference being the U.S. ongoing war of terror, the point is that what Trump continued to do led to the place we are now. It continued to make it more unstable. The actions against Iran, the actions against Syria, the actions against Iraq, it's the same thing. He goes, strength prevents wars, except it literally does not. It literally continues to show that their belligerence, which truly is their illusion of strength outside of just physical military power, which does mean a lot, but the point being, it's not everything. We can see that today with the way the world warfare works. Strength prevents wars is might equals right. That's their true mindset. They've made pretty clear. What we've seen that cascade into, but despite always making that point, is more conflict. So they fight you, they strike, you strike back. It's always the idea for this is Israel's point, for the same way they've been acting, that they get the last thing. They'll if you strike us, we'll strike back. And then when you feel obligated to respond, we'll respond after that. It's a cascade. And this is the point. It never stops. Peace through strength is not acting militarily. It is demonstrating that you're a powerful and a strong entity, not through verbal belligerent rhetoric, but by your presence. That's what that really means. Strong people don't need to stand up and scream that we're going to attack you, or how strong we are, or that we'll do X, Y, and Z. More attack you stronger than ever in history. That's weakness. We used to know that. It says Iran's money was cut off, which prevented their funding of global terror. Again, narrative. Embarrassingly fake narrative. Global terror? You mean occupying foreign countries or funding moderate rebels or Hamas? Or no, that is Israel and the United States, the leading state sponsors of terrorism in the world. And it says Israel's neighbors were part of an unprecedented peace accord. No, they were not. You coerced heads of influenced and regime change governments in some cases to sign an agreement that their peoples aggressively disagreed with, which has been shown ever since. Even Saudi Arabia pulled back because of the same points of what they're doing in Palestine, but they love to just recreate the narrative. Yeah, and he says, because it says, I tried to jump ahead. I commend the Prime Minister on his address. This is while they're committing genocide. And other world leaders who want to meet Donald Trump because they recognize his policy of America's strength was a tool for world peace. I guess, yeah, only in your fantasy, this doesn't exist anywhere outside of a narrative created by Republicans for the American country. Carly Kingsley says, remember when Jared Kushner praised the very valuable potential of Gaza's waterfront property and suggested Israel should remove civilians while it cleans up the strip? But yeah, also Kushner, who's playing a role in the fitting out of Trump's administration right now, according to Howard Lutnick. He goes, anyway, here's Stephen Witkoff. He has no experience in diplomacy or Middle East, but he's a successful real estate investor. Gee, I wonder how that's going to play a factor. What do you think? I forgot what this was. I don't think this is even his account. I think I had it up for something else. He didn't have the dash in between, but anyway. Now here's Mike Waltz. Every one of these people in the exact same conversation as his national security advisor. Trump's pick, AIPAC favorite, Mike Waltz, as national security advisor. Every single one of these people are funded through the same channels, are blindly pro-Israel, pro-Zionist, and will continue to support the genocide. Mike Waltz promotes U.S.-Israeli economic political partnership in Jerusalem for 2019, which is it's just benign. It is what it is. I'm just simply showing you the ongoing support for what an entity that has been clear for decades. Now, it's been obvious if you've been paying attention from day one, but this has become shockingly clear for a very long time, that this government is the epitome of everything we claim we're supposed to fight. Here he is on a pro-Israel America, where he's got his own page supporting him. Gen X Girl says, Mike Waltz, who has been drumming for war with Iran on behalf of Israel, is tapped by Trump to be national security advisor. MAGA has been usurped by MIGA, which is make Israel great again. You'll either push back hard now or resign yourself to repeating the Dems' mistake. Here he is in a tweet saying, if Israel fails to fully implement the U.S. demands by November 13th, the U.S. could suspend its military assistance. Right. And guess what? They didn't do that. They did not meet that. They, in fact, continued to do the same starvation, genocidal tactics. And Mac Miller and Patel and the rest of them just said, never, you're wrong for pointing it out. I haven't even gone into it. I'll probably go, the next show I do about foreign policy, probably tomorrow or the next day, will be focused on some of that. The illusion of that deadline, the lie about the ongoing starvation tactics and genocide. His point is not we should point out that it matters that they're violating the law, which, by the way, even U.S. entities have pointed out, as international law has pointed out, as an idiot can see, because it's so blatantly obvious. But he goes on to say instead, well, Iran is planning their next attack. You mean because they're being targeted? But even on that point, we can't prove that Iran is doing anything. This is narrative built to make it seem that Israel has to be ready to fight because Iran's about to. No. Objectively, you can see that what Iran did last was let them know what was going to happen in order to actually pull back on this. And they still got through, which is why it's embarrassing for Israel, why they're going to fight to act like they're, defending against the evil encroachment when what they're doing everywhere in the world is exactly that. Same with the United States. They are the example of what they profess to be fighting in the world. But he goes, the Biden and Harris are threatening to hang Israel out to dry. You know why that's actually true in the out to dry part? Because they wouldn't be able to commit genocide for one more day if we stop funding it. Maybe that's maybe a week. The point is that they know that. And they want you to continue funding that. To score a win with progressives? You see how it's so easy it is to frame it as a left-right politic dynamic and get people to blindly ignore it, despite the fact that this is an objectively wrong thing. What they're doing is, it's not left or right, it's murder. It is rape and torture. It is starvation. It's famine. And he wants you to go, who cares that we all can prove that? They're our ally no matter what, which is ultimately the point. He said it's a betrayal to American security. No, what they're doing is the threat to American security in every possible way. What we can prove, at least from AIPAC Tracker, $235,000 Mike Waltz has taken from AIPAC. What about John Ratcliffe, Trump's pick for CIA director? Well, this goes back a long way. We have plenty of points of the overlapping, the relation, the Trump administrations of the past. Free Prince simply goes, never mind. Oh, well, here, this is coming off of this one I think we read earlier. It says, Kash Patel, Trump's top choice for CIA director, wants to immediately release classified JFK assassination files, sealed 9/11 records, Jeffrey Epstein's client list, the Russiagate files, and the truth about the January 6th pipe bomber. Sounds wonderful to me. Give us the names. But then it goes, never mind, as we could expect, because that stuff will never happen. Trump's actual pick for CIA director is John Ratcliffe. He is as entrenched in the surveillance state as they come. Over the past year, Ratcliffe joined forces with Mike Pompeo to push for the renewal of the FISA warrantless surveillance. Yay, freedom, rebel, fight the deep state, right, guys? A tool that allows the government to spy on American citizens without due process. Ratcliffe's classified briefings reportedly played a key role in convincing Speaker Mike Johnson to reverse his prior opposition and throw his support behind FISA. Ratcliffe's roots in the surveillance swamp run deep, appointed by George Bush, W. Bush, as chief of anti-terrorism and national security for the Eastern District of Texas. He cut his teeth during which earned his what's the right way to frame that? I guess I shouldn't even say. Most people know what that means. Kind of earned his position, coming up through the ranks. During the Bush administration, post 9/11 assault on privacy rights. Okay, everything we're talking about, what from Patriot Act, 9/11 forward, even before that, you realize how many people in this, even just so far, are every single thing that Republicans would argue that they're fighting. And the Fed, and stop the three-letter agencies, MAHA. I mean, every single one of them. You realize RFK is yet to be given an exact position. So I don't even think I hope so. But it says later he co-founded a strategy advisory firm with John Ashcroft, Bush's first attorney general, and an architect of the Patriot Act, a law that opened the door to unprecedented government spying on its own citizens. Now realize that was part one of what I argue was the biosecurity state, part two for COVID-19. It says Ratcliffe's career seems to be defined by allegiance to the surveillance state, not resistance to it. This isn't an outsider or a reformer. This is someone deeply embedded in the national security apparatus who has consistently advocated for expanded government power at the expense of individual rights. Sure, something could change. I hope so. But for anybody right now to pretend like this is a good pick simply because of what other Republicans say, guys, that's the kind of naivety that I think everyone should call out. Even if you may turn out to be right, everything on the table shows you this is a bad, that history shows this is what will happen. Now, I'm not saying that the opposite is true either. We don't come out and say, we know he'll be a bad pick. We don't. We have yet to see it. But objectively looking at the evidence shows this is not what we were promised. That's an obvious thing to point out from anybody. And holding out hope that he could change or that Trump convinced him to fight the deep state or whatever you think, or whatever narrative is being presented, to lean into narrative versus what we have in front of us is just wishful thinking. Even if it turns out to be correct, it's still the wrong thing to do in the moment. It says, Ratcliffe at the helm, with him there, expect more of the same. Unrestrained CIA, continued erosion of privacy, deepening of the surveillance state under the banner of national security. He says, I've got my fingers crossed that he releases what Trump has promised, but I won't bet on it. Well, guys, we have a precedent. Trump didn't do it last time. Didn't lock her up, released some JFK documents that didn't give you any more insight, which is what they're going to do again, I argue. I mean, I'm expecting to see, if we're going to pretend this is what was promised, freeing Ross, ending the Fed, ending the three-letter agencies, making America healthy again. I just think these things are so obviously not what they're ever going to do based on what we know about them. I hope that's not the case. Here he is, Michael Tracy pointing out, saying Iran has committed acts of war against the United States by hacking the Trump campaign email. All the things that were floated by intelligence apparatus or Israel themselves that were never verified. He's saying, and allegedly plotting to assassinate Trump. This is not this is a recent conversation. We already went over how embarrassing that ridiculous affidavit was, where ultimately you had Jewish Americans attacking Jewish Americans and the FBI saying there's a guy in Tehran that was dictating it all. A guy who willingly interviewed with the FBI because that perfectly lines up, right? How do we know that guy even exists? How do we know he's not an IDF agent or Mossad? We don't, is the point. It was lazy, and I think very clearly about this agenda. Here's what he said.
It's no secret that that the Democrats want to obtain a ceasefire in advance of the presidential election coming up to help Kamala Harris.
By the way, now that we're past that frame, right? Save for whatever things might happen around trying to manipulate. I mean, I don't see any indication of it. All the hype from Alex Jones over the last week about, we see it, they're starting to steal it, we don't know. I don't see that. It certainly could. It wouldn't surprise me. But now that we're past that point of pretending everything you do has to be divided between Trump and Kamala, which then forces you to pick things you don't want. Now that we're past that, let's be honest about this stuff, okay? Let's acknowledge that these things are not what we wanted. Because it's not about trying to fight for anybody else. Trump is the one there. He got it. He's in position, okay? So let's start being clear about what these things are. So if we're talking about them getting a ceasefire done, well, who cares about that? We're past that point. They are now in position. I'm not saying this is before that, but what I'm simply saying is now going forward, right? So now here we are. So who wouldn't want a ceasefire? Why are we talking about continuing an ongoing war or genocide that even most Republicans or conservatives seem to call out? Because it's about Israel's agenda. In every way at the expense of Americans, even if you just look at the money that you're spending, but far, far more than that.
In so doing, they're really willing to put, politics above our national security.
Oh, so I didn't know that, by the way. So again, this is good timing. And someone in the chat saying that Trump just said RFK will be in HHS. Okay, same point. We'll let this play out and we'll address that. My point, as always, has been the same the entire time. I did not think it would happen. I didn't even think that would happen. But yet, guess what? Right now, it still has not happened. Same point. It's kind of the joking point they made in the beginning, where we're going, well, let's wait and see. These are just words. And then Trump comes out and says, and they go, see, we told you. It's like, yeah, those are still just words. So you're proving my point by falling for that, not in the chat, but people out there. Same thing about like Rubio or Pompeo. It's like, these things have yet to happen. All of it is still possible. But so if he said that, it does, just like I said with Pompeo and Nikki Haley, I would argue that simply doubling down on it does make it more likely, even just from pressure. So I'm glad that happened. But let's play this and we'll come back to it.
And it is troubling, Maria, because how far are they willing to go? Well, as you point out, they're willing to ignore acts of war. I mean, when our own intelligence community tells us that they're hacking into the Trump campaign to help Kamala Harris win the election, when they engage in an act of war of trying to assassinate President Trump, and perhaps most importantly, when they engage in the act of war of firing through its Houthi-controlled rebels.
Fake news. This is the laziest argument that they've always put forward. This is my point. This guy is a swamp creature. He is tapping into the old school narratives that they've never stopped pushing that we can prove are false. And even the assassination attempts, nobody has given a shred of evidence that there was even other than some intelligence says Iran-linked plot, which the one we've been given is a cartoon. And that's not even, they've been saying all these are Iran. They've been floating this the entire time. Why? Because Israel is driving the U.S. to go to war with Iran. All of this is another country's agenda.
Ballistic missiles at 3 U.S. warships, and there had been no actions and no consequences to those acts of war by Iran. It unfortunately tells you how far the Democrats are willing to go to stop Donald Trump. And, I think larger at play here, Maria, is not just this short-term election, but that it really reveals the failed strategy of the Democrats over the last 10 years in dealing with Iran. The famous Obama doctrine, which was that, look, we can deter Iran diplomatically and it won't come at the expense of Israel. Well, Barack Obama was wrong. He misunderstood the lethality and the evil nature of the Iranian regime. And
see, if you frame them just evil and wrong and bad, I mean, that's the dehumanization. Again, I challenge you to look objectively at the Iranian government and compare it to either the U.S. government or the Israeli government. And I'm telling you, you could go at it as if you take every single thing Israel's ever said about Iran's government at face value. Almost all of it's fake news. I said that for Trump. Incorrect, false. And then compare it to what we can prove about the U.S. and Israeli government. I'm not talking about what they dispute, what we can prove, and even just what they've been forced to acknowledge. You compare those two things and you will be blown away by how obviously they are far more a terrorist entity in the world. The best they can do is connect it with the Houthis, with Hamas, which Israel funds, and we can prove it, and Hezbollah. And even then, they give you numbers like so many hundreds of Americans. When Soleimani was the focus, they've killed hundreds of Americans. The only thing they can point to is when they were defending against the U.S. invasion of Iraq or Syria. And they were defending, I think it was Syria, they're defending against the illegal invasion, which is an illegal invasion and occupation. No objection. It's the case. It's obvious. There was no declaration of war, let alone a United Nations conversation. The point is that they're defending against an illegal occupation. Just because it's Americans doing the illegal action does not mean that they're suddenly terrorists. And then that's the best you can do? Do you realize how many people we can prove the U.S. has killed, even just as a byproduct of their illegal bombings? Or how about the setting up a protest in Syria and shooting people to blame it on Assad, which we can prove, or the killing of people in Venezuela to blame it on Maduro, or the killing of people in Ukraine to blame it on the government? How many times that we can prove they've been doing this? Or Israel committing genocide in real time, literally killing children. I mean, guys, I don't even want to talk about stuff like this because it kills me. And it's funny. For some reason, the animal stuff gets me more than anything. I literally just watched yesterday, and it's very provable, a video of an IDF member taking a little puppy because it's a Palestinian dog, throwing it off a cliff. Now, that's just one IDF member. I'm not as stupid and childish as some of the people that would just go, this is what, like I keep seeing videos where they show one person in a protest doing one screamy thing and they go, that's what they all do. That's the best they can do right now. I'm not as dumb to say that that means everybody in IDF, but nonetheless, the amount of evidence we see of just the sociopathic, psychopathic, these people are something special in a very bad way. It just terrifies me that we can't acknowledge that.
And what Israel has done is essentially employ the Trump doctrine, a maximum pressure campaign, understanding that the only way to deter terrorists like Iran and their proxies is to put your foot on their throat. And
okay, so be violent. So maybe as Americans we should go, but what if they're making that up? Since we can prove that, so we're literally driving violent action against a foreign government that is going to spin out into a major war, which we've been there for a long time, based on the fact that that intelligence is saying X, Y, and Z when they've been caught lying more times than you can count, more times than they've ever been right. We can't consider that. How about Operation Ajax, where we know they've already illegally regime changed the country and made it a despotic hellhole for anybody other than their elitist class? And then they fight back and win their country back. And this is just like the game where they pretend they like when people pick their own leaders, except when they pick people that they didn't choose. Funny how that works.
Israel has done that. We should be assisting Israel in doing so. But again, political expediency and the quest for power by Kamala Harris and the Democrats is resulting in American national security taking a back seat, unfortunately.
That's quite disturbing.
Wow. Okay, so let's quickly deviate. So here, guys, I'm sure you've been following along. I'm just tuned in. The point is that there's been a recent announcement about RFK Jr. So let's take a look. So this was just while I've been live, this came out. Donald Trump posted on Twitter saying, "I am thrilled to announce that RFK Jr. as the United States Secretary of Health and Human Services. For too long, Americans have been crushed by the industrial food complex and drug companies and on and on." So yeah, I hope that actually happens, despite the obvious concern that he is somehow compromised by Israel. I don't know why in the world an anti-war candidate wouldn't call out the most obvious genocide in history. Maybe because something, we saw the weird overlap with Rabbi Shmuley, where, I addressed this when this first started. He literally was standing up while he was a presidential candidate and taking questions for RFK Jr. They're both on the stage. Somebody gets up and asks RFK a direct question. Shmuley stands up and answers for him, and then eventually gives it back to RFK Jr. You have to realize how clear that is. That's either this guy is so wildly inappropriate, so in that case, why would RFK be aligned with him, or he is speaking for him. Now, either way you look at it, it's something's clear there. Anti-war candidates do not support ongoing genocide. Either way, if this happens, I do think his track record in health is one of the best I've seen, and I hope that does happen. But here's my point again. This is just as unverified as it was 2 weeks ago. Just because, I guess I should say one step more because Trump has said it publicly. But RFK has said he wanted this. Oh, should we play that clip again really quickly for context, which is a good point to make right now. But what if the Senate doesn't confirm him? Which is kind of what I think is going to happen. I hope I'm wrong. But if that does happen, well, you'll blame the Democrats forever. I'm of the mind that was the point, to keep you fighting each other when in reality they never would have allowed someone like this to be able to change all the things they're using to manipulate you. Now, this clip again, I think is important right after we saw this, right? So ask yourself, why did Howard Lutnick say this?
Key that I think that President Trump has promised me is control of the public health agencies, which are HHS, and then is
advanced transition team and the CEO control a USDA
tuna, and he said vaccines. So what happened now? Autism is 1 in 34. Here's what he
Vaccines don't cause autism, which is what RFK pushes, which is why people are concerned that he could get a.
I didn't address it on this show this time, but that's just that laughable, stupid pushback when you can prove there's plenty of peer-reviewed science links or a lot more. I think they brought that up for a very clear reason. I think this is being set up for them to try to stop him for obvious reasons. And that will be blamed. And it's the government. It's about giving you the illusion that Trump was going to change the world, but they wouldn't let him, like every other time. How many times I made that point?
Job like HHS. And I don't even
He's
think
not
he
getting
could
a job for HHS.
People are concerned that he could get a job like HHS. And I don't even
He's
think
not
he
getting
could
a job for HHS. Secretary, no.
Well, you're saying he would not be in charge of HHS.
No, of course not.
Okay, so he's not going to be
He's
like
not going to be the secretary, no.
Okay. Interesting, isn't it? So did Howard Lutnick lie, which I think is the more likely of all this, in order to get the Democrat media to look stupid? These are very petty points, but we see it all the time from both sides. Or he was lied to. Or maybe Trump didn't feel that way and he's changed his mind today. I mean, guys, all this is possible. The larger point, as always, is that right now this is still just a political statement. And that could change because of the confirmation not happening, or that Trump changes his mind, or he never met in the first place, or RFK pulls back for any of the reasons. So as always, we wait for it to actually happen. The same with Marco Rubio, the same with any of them. Massey and Rumpel. We don't know until it actually happens. That's the important stance. That's what I've been saying from the very beginning of this conversation. And even then, even though I'm worried about the lies from RFK, I still think that this would be a ultimate. Now that we're past the choosing to violate your principles to lesser of evils, the whole thing. Now that we're here, because I think that was always the point, I think it's a good thing to have RFK in a position if he's going to follow through with anything he says. That does not then make the whole thing good. That's my point. Obviously, I think that's a part of how they convince you all of this is in your interest when they force you into your technocratic panopticon. But Kevork Almasian says the recent appointees of Donald Trump expose how deeply the U.S. political system is corrupted to keep the same power players in rotation. He says, think Mike Pompeo and Nikki Haley are out? Think again. Enter Pete Hegseth, John Ratcliffe, Mike Huckabee, Elise Stefanik, ready to play the game with a new face. Different names, same agenda. Well put. Now, another one we didn't mention, Kristi Noem. Max Blumenthal, and look, here's what it says in her tweet, ensuring the security of God's chosen people. Isn't that just, I mean, think about how strange that is to say. So what about Christians? Are they not God's chosen people? Like the point means you are inherently secondary. You can't both be God's chosen people. So if what she's saying is that Jewish people are the God's chosen people, then that means that you're not. Doesn't that seem weird? I'm of the mind that people are God's chosen people, not just Jewish people or Zionists or however you want to look at it. To me, that's terrifying. You're talking about a person who is pretending to act in the interest of Americans, or even if you want to look at it from a religious perspective, which I don't think you should, but for Christianity, in any way, you're talking about her ignoring those things in the interest of Israel's interests. And as Max says, Donald Trump has reportedly selected Kristi Noem to serve as his DHS secretary. In March, she introduced a bill cracking down on criticism of Israel on the grounds of ensuring the security of God's chosen people. So you're not allowed to say, I disagree with Israel's actions in that country. Oh, you're racist. We have to ensure God's chosen people. Every one of these people he's picking are radical prophetic Zionists who believe what we just played for you. I don't know how in any way that's America first. Trump expected to choose South Dakota. This is just, again, this is to show you of some posted article on this on Fox News. Sources say, again, all this is always up in the air. Now, here she is on Real America Voice. It says, Governor Kristi Noem suggests she's setting a model for the rest of the country after signing a strict anti-Semitism hate crime bill. Hate crime. I thought we were against hate crimes in the idea, or hate speech as Republicans, right? I guess not. That's the woke right, woke left. Just because you want to frame it in a different way, it's still an argument that you're not allowed to say certain words that we think are hurtful. Well, that's not free speech then, guys. And I'm the first that will tell you that there's certain things I will point out I think you're disgusting. I say it every time. But I will also fight for your right to be able to say it because that's free speech. That's what real protection, that's absolute free speech. That's what I believe in. And it says there are approximately 400 Jews living in South Dakota.
Deal with anti-Semitism. Meanwhile, Washington fumbles it. A big one today, right? You're going to be signing some historic legislation to take on the scourge of anti-Semitism.
Legislation.
Yeah, we actually did that just a couple of hours ago. We signed a bill that defined what anti-Semitism was. It gave...
And of course, this is the same thing every time. It has taken it straight from, I think, like the Holocaust Museum definition, or the point is, anything conflating Zionism and Judaism as not, anything that says that they're not the same thing is racism, according to them. Any criticism of Israel, any criticism of Zionism is anti-Semitism to them. That's objectively false. That is not true. It doesn't matter how you want to conflate these things. What they're doing, look, first of all, even if you thought that was accurate, those are still violations of your free speech. Simple. There's no way around it. But on top of that, they're conflating criticism of a government and a government ideology and a government and a political entity. That's like saying that we can't criticize Republicans without being called anti-Christian. It's the same stupid point. It's just because they've been forcing this in for so long, but people are waking up to it.
Powerful examples that we can use in litigation and in court to make sure that hate crimes stop, not just in South Dakota, but this will be used as model legislation in many other states because it is written so strong and it was unified within the Jewish community, within the groups that have always stood strong with Israel, and it is something that we will use throughout the United States of America to make sure that anti-Semitism is stopped.
Good. So again, violating your free speech. We're making sure that we violate your free speech because of Israel. Every single person we pointed to on Trump's so far picks of the same mind. You do not have rights when it comes up against Israel.
I think all of us were horrified by what happened on October 7th. And what I was even more horrified about after that was the pro-Hamas support that some uneducated people in this country endorsed and wrapped their arms around. So,
and of course they cut to a Palestinian flag because these people are stupid.
We're going to use
very, very dishonest.
This as an opportunity not just to stop hate crimes, but to stand with our Israel allies and to also make sure
we need our outrage for the 800 real babies. You know, the point is you can read what I was just reading what that sign said. The point is that these people are out there protesting for, by the way, a lot of different things. If you actually listen to the different multifaceted opinions, but very, very, very few of them are saying they're pro-Hamas, maybe because they don't want you to know that. But either way, that's not something you can tell. This is like saying you're not allowed to believe in, I mean, you could make it about anything, like Republicans. The point is that simply believing in a certain thing or supporting a certain organization is protected. You're allowed to believe what you want. At least that's what we tell ourselves. But every time it bumps up against Israel, you're not allowed to. People like Greg Abbott passing laws that say you're not allowed to boycott a foreign country, or in Texas having to sign documents for aid during a hurricane that demands that you don't boycott Israel. These things should have been huge red flags. People went back to sleep.
That we're pushing back on terrorist organizations who want to destroy not just Israel, but also the United States of America.
No. Either she's too stupid to know she's lying or she's lying to you. Either way is the clear reality. They're telling you Israel's agenda. Now, Jake Shields simply points out, why are they the only group that gets so many special laws? And he says, Kristi Noem, anti-Semitism law, considers the language of New Testament scripture in the Bible to be illegal anti-Semitism. See, there's no missing this. Now, this is a small point in the context of one overlap to this. But you have to understand that what they're talking about, for me, it's not about coming from a biblical perspective. It's about highlighting that your rights are being violated. But this is a good point to reach the Christian right. People that pretend like there's some kind of connection here. She's literally passing a law that says you're not allowed to, that considers the language in the New Testament to be anti-Semitic. Her nomination is a slap to the face of American Christians. And sadly, this is what they're writing. Sadly, many Christians don't even know that she signed this law and what they did. Now, Jerusalem Post. And basically, these images go over the reality. It says, then answered all the people and said, his blood be on us and our children. It says the Jews who both killed and Lord Jesus. The point is that these are things in their discussion that says you're not allowed to say. These are in the Bible. Whatever you think about it, isn't that interesting? So now you have lawmakers in this country pretending to be fighting for Christianity, or more so specifically for Republican Christians, and are creating bills that outlaw parts of your religious text. Doesn't that worry you? Again, I'm with them. I argue that most people don't even know that. Ian Malcolm says, I suppose, quote, America first means undermining American free speech to protect Jews from honest criticism. Now, again, to me, it's not just about Jewish people, but either way, the point's the same. Maybe you hate Jewish people. I would think you're disgusting for doing so with the idea that just because they're Jewish, but you have a right to say that. You can stand up and scream all day long how much you hate them, why you hate them. We have the right to say how we think too, and that's all protected by free speech. But not today, not with the current cabinet, not even with Biden's administration, you understand. They were doing the same things. Trump picks Kristi Noem to serve as Homeland Security Secretary. And says they announced she is that pick who put a law in place equating criticism of Jewish people with Holocaust denial. Here's a clip I'll play for you of her speaking about it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Governor Kristi Noem, and I'm so thrilled to see all of you here this morning
Thank you for being here to honor such a special occasion where we sign a bill that will define anti-Semitism and how we can continue to make sure that we're standing against acts of hatred and standing in solidarity with our Israeli community and the Jewish people.
Now think about the context of what you would have called hate speech and censorship from the left, right? Misgendering somebody or whatever the things they were using. By the way, still happening in the UK like crazy. I mean, to hear to some degree too. Now, did you disagree with that? I'm sure you did. And you should, because it's crazy. It's unconstitutional. So why is this different? It's words. They're just words that they're choosing to say are no longer allowed. Hate speech is not a crime, by the way. That's something they've manufactured to justify the suppression of your speech. Now, yes, I could point out that their hate speech is a thing you could say exists. People are saying mean things, and I could say that's great. But the point is, choosing to be offended by these things is completely up to you. But even if you are offended, laws are not created to stop you from being offended. Free speech exists for a reason, or rather, it's outlined and enshrined in the Constitution as an inalienable right for a reason. I just want to make it clear that she is doing, I mean, you might as well make her speaking about pronouns and deciding what you can say on Facebook and social and Twitter because they don't think that's allowed. It's the same difference. And right now on Twitter, they're working with the ADL and they are actively censoring a lot of this conversation, as we've proven many, many times. Not free speech, guys.
We are going to have a few speakers to share with us some history, some culture, some reasons that we need to have this type of legislation, not just here in South Dakota, but across the country. And I'm just so honored by all the special guests that have traveled to be with us today. We have had guests travel all across the United States of America and from overseas to be here, to be a part of this ceremony and this bill signing. And for me personally, it is very, very touching. I've got friends here I have known from Israel that I have known for over a decade.
See, this is the weird thing to me. If we're talking about Jewish people, why is it only about Israel? Because that's the agenda. We all know there are Jewish people that live all over the world. There's plenty of Jewish people that don't identify with Israel. It's not a very small thing. There's a lot. It's not, I wouldn't say it's the majority, not even close, but it's not some fringe idea. There's a lot. There's huge groups in Israel, in the UK, in the United States, Torah Judaism, ones I often point out. But there's plenty of the protest groups you can see, Jewish Voices for Peace. They're all calling out Zionism. And on top of that, they're calling out the idea, what most of them would argue, that hate speech is real, saying we shouldn't be. The point, nonetheless, is that it's not about Israel and Israeli government action or the Israeli flag with the Star of David that is a Zionist symbol. It's about Jewish people wherever they reside. You realize even people like Ethiopian Jews in Israel are treated like second-class citizens. They'll openly tell you that. Haaretz has covered it 1,000 times. So that shows you right there that it's not about Judaism. It's about Zionism. So when she stands up and makes this about Israel with an Israeli flag, inviting people from Israel to come and celebrate the suppression of American speech under the guise that you're going after anti-Semitism, you get the point. That is so alarming. The open support of a foreign government in the suppression of American speech that is undeniably unconstitutional about something that's about Jewish people. But even then, Semites are not just Palestinians are Semites. And we've made this point many times, as a lot of you have. So anti-Semitism wouldn't even make sense if you were talking about just Jewish people, because even then we can argue that there's a whole section. It's a misrepresentation and has become just criticism against Jewish people, which is the way it's used today, but not Israel. So when they conflate Israel with that or Zionism, the agenda is right there on the surface. I frankly think most people can see this. The only thing I want you to take home is that these are American politicians who are passing laws that suppress your speech and inviting foreign government entities to celebrate the suppression of your speech.
I've worked on policy with when I was a state legislature, when I was in Congress, and now as governor. To sign a bill like this into law that will be an example to the nation is a very powerful thing for South Dakota to do. So I would like to open the ceremony first by asking our rabbi, who was our very first rabbi that the state of South Dakota was gifted with, Rabbi Mendel Alperwitz, to come.
Gifted with? I'm sure we can imagine what that means.
Come on up and to greet all of you and share with you some thoughts and some words and wisdom. If you would welcome him, please, that would be wonderful.
Now, I don't see him in the clip, but I'm willing to bet you it's a Zionist Israeli rabbi, as opposed to a Jewish rabbi that exists in this country, maybe an Orthodox Jewish rabbi, who many of which actively call out Zionism, but you get the point. Now, let's go over some of these clips that I think are very important. Now, I've rarely played all these in a row, but I've got this thread that I keep adding to. If you got more, send it to me. going through the reality of Trump's explicit stance on violating your free speech for Israel over and over and over, or stating that they should control Congress. There's no context issue here, guys. You can look at the full speech. This is exactly the context. He is speaking about something that you might agree with. Doesn't mean that it's constitutional. Just because you don't like that people are criticizing Israel does not mean that it's constitutional to suppress the statements, or that you don't like people burning the American flag does not mean that that's somehow constitutional to put you in jail for it. In fact, it's the opposite. It is absolutely constitutional and has been roundly deemed constitutional by the Supreme Court. That's the fact. So in all of these that will show that we are inching, or rather sprinting, goose-stepping into a future where they are going to tell you that you're not allowed to criticize Israel, which is we're already there, but they're going to make it policy, law, which, by the way, I would continue to tell you that just because this law does not make it legal or constitutional, but that's where we are. So let's go through these.
We will remove the jihadist sympathizers and Jew haters. We're going to remove the Jew haters who do nothing to help our country. They only want to destroy our country. And we will never let the horrors of October 7th be repeated here on American soil. We will not let that happen.
That makes no sense at all. Hamas is a Israeli-funded group that exists inside of Gaza. But of course, if it did, then that would mean that Israel probably made it happen, since it's an Israeli-funded entity. But either way, the point is that what they're talking about is suppressing somebody's feelings. The Jew haters, well, most of the things they're pointing at are people that support Palestine. And we can prove that. But even if you have a rabidly person out there just going, Jews, I hate those Jews, well, that would be something that is protected to believe and to say out loud. Now, if they acted in violence against anybody, no matter what the word that we're saying, that would be a crime. It's not more of a crime because you hate somebody. It's still just a crime. But that's the world we're in right now. And we used to pretend that Republicans saw that. But you see, it's always been a ploy to get you right where you are right now. What he's talking about is removing people that have an opinion. And on top of that, many of which don't even have the opinion they claim they do, but they say that because the ADL claimed it because of a Palestinian flag. Shocking how obvious that is.
President, the United States will once again stand shoulder to shoulder with the state of Israel. I will support Israel's right to win its war on terror. And
so not stop the war, but let them keep doing what they're doing.
We will win fast. You have to win, and you have to win fast. When I'm president, we will deport the foreign jihad sympathizers.
Okay, so right there, they love to pretend he means foreign. Of course, you can read it either way, but the point is he said in 1,000 other contexts, just Jew haters or Hamas supporters, right? But what he means is the foreign jihad supporters. So again, the point is the same. If you want to stand up and scream that you support ISIS, you have every right to do that. People say you're crazy, but it's not a crime to feel that way. Okay, so this is the reality. He's telling you that you're not allowed to feel this way, even though we can prove Israel funds that group, or that it is not what they claim it is, or that there has been a huge shift in these things since, over the last so many decades. And regardless, the act of legal armed resistance is what happened on October 7th. And yes, then they committed crimes around that too. Both of those things exist in the same conversation. But he's telling you you're not allowed to support the group that carried out a legal act of armed resistance, or that Israel funds, or that is just in any group anywhere that you're allowed to express support for. Not in this country, but hashtag free speech, right?
Hamas supporters from our midst. We don't want them in our midst.
It's weird how all those Trump signs are in blue and yellow, or excuse me, blue and white. Wonder why that is. Wonder what that connection is, huh? Yeah, all of them. I see one sign that's not blue and white at a Trump rally. Sort of like how you can prove they've had a lot of these rallies with Israeli flags behind them, or Marian Adelson introducing most of what totally not exactly what it looks like.
Israel is with us for thousands of years. We're not going to let go of it.
That's such a weird statement. And you know exactly where it's tapping into. It's the prophecy. That's what he's tapping. He knows what he's doing.
We'll ban refugee settlements from terror-infested areas like the Gaza Strip.
Okay, you can't miss how important that one is. He's talking about refugees. He's talking about the people that have been displaced in Gaza and saying we won't allow them to be in Gaza anymore. Well, that's Israel's point. as they just admitted, we were never going to let them come back. It's amazing how we can say that right on the surface. And we just act, oh, he just means the bad guys. Well, they're talking about all of them. And even if you think he just means the bad guys, well, Israel is saying they're all bad guys. So let's not pretend like this is not about as obvious as it gets.
Go of it. I will ban refugee settlements from terror-infested areas like the...
So you're not allowed to have a refugee settlement in terror-infested areas, which Israel says is all of Gaza Strip. So he's effectively saying we're not going to allow refugees to exist in Gaza. Well, that means Palestinians, all of them. Anyone confused? How is it possible that we still pretend like this is not the most obvious thing in the world?
Gaza Strip, and I will put every single college president on notice. The American taxpayer will not subsidize the creation of terrorist sympathizers on American soil.
Okay, again, you're not allowed to think what you want. It's as simple as that. Now, look, I'll be the first to point out that it's concerning the way that a lot of these schools, especially through the kind of woke education mindset, has influenced people in very dangerous ways. But the bottom line is it's a choice to send them there. It's a choice to be engaged with that school. It's all choice. Speaking and learning and talking about things, no matter how crazy and how contentious, is not a crime. It's obvious. Okay, so the point is to say that you're not allowed, we won't let them teach these things. We're talking about Palestinian history. We're talking about the reality of the illegal occupation, the Nakba. These are things that are provable facts. But overall, all you're trying to make it about is Jew hate or anti-Israel, when the reality is this is about information.
The creation of terrorist sympathizers.
Terrorist sympathizers. So the word terrorist is obviously completely subjective. It means whatever they want it to mean, which is what anybody honest can point out about left or right, going back as far as you can look. But sympathizers. So you're not allowed to feel that they shouldn't be attacked. You're not allowed to say, I support Hamas. That's a violation of your free speech. Just because you're okay with that, have the courage to admit it. You believe in limited speech.
On American soil.
Now, and I get why it's hard to, let's just say this, like everything you think is real. And then there's just this pressing issue that's about like that there's Islam is about to influence and invade our country, whatever you think is really happening. The point is still the principle. Like my point would be that you can argue that that influence could drive them to support the power. They're going to use that to manipulate our country. The point, though, is that if you care about the free speech or the any of these inherent rights, that line will always be there. Anything that you use to rationalize the erosion of those rights is exactly the point we've always been making. Anybody that would give up a little liberty for a little security deserves neither. It's always been that way. And there's a reason they are supposed to be absolute. The problem is that they've always, and look, my point is that extreme possibility is always possibly there. We're not there, though. They're using the threat of the things they know will drive you to ignore your own, to ask for them to violate your rights. It's right on the surface.
No president has defended Israel and Jewish Americans more than President Donald J. Trump. He declared Jerusalem the undivided, eternal capital of Israel, and
which violates an agreement Israel made with Palestinians that they've never abided by.
Moved our embassy there.
On December 6, 2017, at my direction, the United States finally and officially recognized Jerusalem as the true capital of Israel. Today, we follow through on this recognition.
So it's embarrassing how they always love the point that they're somehow the ones abiding by the rules and resolutions when everything they do on the record violates things they've already agreed to. Especially since, again, we can prove how they have been funding the very group that they claim is the pinnacle of their entire fight right now. The very group we're talking about. Law right up until October 7th, and arguing that they're the reason that this all has to happen, or they support them, or they've been planted there in order to keep this division going. It's so sad how this stuff is so obvious and people still want to pretend it's not true, which shows me how many dishonest people there are out there.
And open our embassy in the historic and sacred land of Jerusalem.
Trump imposed crippling economic sanctions on Iran, aimed to curb their nuclear ambitions.
See my point? See how funny that is to mention that? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, I get it. Because that's what Israel wants. I got it. You see, this is meant to be a promotional video, and they just deviate into Iran and him stopping them because that's what Israel wants. So if we can't recognize how on the surface that is and recognize the U.S. government acting in ways that are clearly to the detriment of United States citizens for what the Israeli government wants, then you're just simply not paying attention. You're willfully ignorant to the facts at hand. Iran is something that has been used for so long and is based on so many different lies, most of which simply center around the idea that they're so bad guy that they can't have the normal things we all have. And if they do, that's terrorism. Meanwhile, Israel and the United States carry out terrorism every single day around the world.
And President Donald Trump brokered the Abraham Accords, reshaping relations between Israel and much of the Arab world.
How'd that work out? But they love to tout that point, which, by the way, was nothing. It didn't amount to anything. You made agreements with regime change leaders like Sisi, which their people don't support. And that it basically stalled. And yet they still point at it because that's part of the agenda.
Donald Trump will crack down and take decisive action against anti-Semitism on the streets and college campuses, restoring
ignoring your free speech.
Safety and security for Jewish Americans.
To every college president, I say remove the encampments immediately, vanquish the radicals, and take back our campuses.
Vanquish the radicals? God, people are terrifying. Okay, next one. Oh, actually, hold on. No way. Make sure I didn't miss some of these. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, let me just go through them on here because I want to make sure we play these. So this one, that is so strange. Sorry, guys, give me 10 seconds. I swear, I'm very certain that I grabbed all these, and I'm wondering why I don't see them in there. Here, let me just grab the next one from the clip that we're looking at. Do it that way. So the next one, here we're doing this, you can't see it there, is the same thing. Every one of these clips, every single one we're going to play, and I'll have them all lined up before this now, since I did that already, it is showing you his exact statements in different ways about in every way, the removal of your rights for the interest of Israel.
Kamala Harris will support unlimited migration from terrorist hotbeds into the United States. When I'm president, we will deport the foreign jihad sympathizers, and we will deport them very quickly, and Hamas supporters will be gone.
Same point.
If you hate America, if you want to eliminate Israel, then we don't want you in our country. We really don't want you in our country.
Think about that, guys. So free speech and freedom and believe what you want, except these things. And you can't think like this, and you can't hate America or Israel, otherwise we want you out of here. But hashtag free speech and liberty. I mean, you realize, guys, if we're being not stupid about this, somebody has every right to live in this country and hate everything about it. You can think that's disgusting, ridiculous. You can laugh at them. You can think they're hypocrites, but it's called freedom. It's amazing. It's the same point we'll get to with the flag. That's the very liberty we pretend we're all fighting for, except we don't like it. It shows inherent hypocrisy. And really, when you cut to the chase of it right now, it's about for Israel. That's the point we're talking about.
I will ban refugee settlements from terror-infested areas like the Gaza Strip, and we will arrest the pro-Hamas thugs who vandalize federal property and make really life very, very difficult in this country for a lot of people. I will put every single college president on notice, and we just lost another one today from Columbia.
You know, it's just so funny to me. So we're talking about people that I argue are absolutely, in regard to the trans conversation, I have every same criticism. But what's incredible is they didn't remove them then, but of course, then they come into the conversation of anti-Semitism and they have an honest response. Well, there's nuance. You're pointing it from the river to the sea. Well, that doesn't mean what you think it means by definition. So yes, there's obvious, no, you should be removed. That was Stefanik with their shaking hands, screaming about the anti-Semitism push, which was proven to be false by the ADL using every Palestinian protest, from the police in front of her telling her that wasn't true, and she still keeps saying it. But think about that. But so they removed them from positions, or at least they pressured that to happen, based on the fact that they wouldn't condemn people in a position of an academic setting for protesting something. And in fact, protesting on the right side of history.
How weak, how pathetic are these people? How weak are they?
Yeah, weakness is doing what you're doing right now, bud.
Can you imagine these people running these colleges, and they're afraid to say anything even slightly negative to these groups that want death? The American
They want death, do they? Now, what's funny is up until that last word, I'm going, yeah, that's what was happening during the clear kind of like cancel culture dynamic, which now the right is running with anti-Semitism. The point, though, is that I would have said, yes, that's crazy to watch these teachers cower against the mob, but who want death. He just had to push it in. Had to really force that Israel first narrative that anybody supporting, I don't know, a ceasefire, hostage deal, two-state solution, they want death. While Israel, who's literally committing death and murder and rape and torture, they're the ones fighting for freedom. Orwell, 1984.
Taxpayer will not subsidize the creation of terrorist sympathizers on American soil. It won't happen. Colleges will.
So you're not allowed to think certain things if they don't like them. I know it's an extreme case, and I know it's hard for people to push their mind there, but realize that's still the same point. I'm not saying I support people supporting terrorist organizations, but that's my personal choice to say I don't agree with that. It's also your constitutional right to be able to make that choice for yourself. If you commit a crime, well, there's consequences for that. It's as simple as that.
Lend the anti-Semitic propaganda or they will lose their accreditation.
And again, obviously the main point is that most of the people they're pointing at are not doing that. That's always the underlying point. They're pointing at people waving a Palestinian flag. Guys, it's lazy and it's insulting. And even if they were supporting terrorism, it's still their right to feel that way. It's so crazy and obvious.
Every single last penny of federal support.
You know, the biggest change I've seen in Congress is Israel literally owned Congress. You understand that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And it was so powerful. It was so powerful. And I think you know exactly what I'm saying. They had such power. Israel had such power, and rightfully, over Congress.
You know, Israel was the most powerful lobby in the country 15 years ago. Today, between TLAV and AOC and all of these people, what they're doing, Israel, they don't have the backing that they once had.
Now, the point is he keeps saying that AOC and the rest wouldn't exist if Israel had the control that it used to, rightfully so. That is chilling. Right on the surface of the conversation. Here's what he said about free speech. If you believe in, if you think that what he proposes might violate free speech, which it would, by the way, he thinks you're stupid.
Because we're losing a lot of people because of the internet. And we have to do something. We have to go see Bill Gaetz and a lot of different people that really understand what's happening. We have to talk to them, maybe in certain areas, closing that internet up in some way. Somebody will say, oh, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. These are foolish people. We have a lot of foolish people. We have a lot of foolish people. We've got to maybe do something with the internet.
So here is, we said foolish. Here's where he says in 2024 about somebody burning the flag, which even Ron Paul in the past has made very clear that is protected. Like it is a protected act, despite how it may make you feel.
Took the American flag down. They were writing Hamas on the bell outside of Union Station.
Or there was a picture of somebody that did that after the fact. Well, let's assume that means it's the people that you want to hate.
What does a Donald Trump do if he takes office to these people on the street?
Rarely have we seen anything like this, and I think you should get a 1-year jail sentence if you do anything to desecrate the American flag.
Desecrate. Ron Paul makes a point about that too. That means that's a religious term, guys. And of course, his point that this is unprecedented. This happens all the time in this country and all around the world. But it, of course, behooves him to make you think it's unprecedented.
Now, people will say, oh, it's unconstitutional. Those are stupid people.
Okay, so you're stupid for knowing that's unconstitutional. Or Trump wants you to cower away from acknowledging that it's unconstitutional because whatever interest there. I mean, guys, it comes down to free speech. And whether that's an Israeli agenda or just your government wanting to suppress your rights, which is really the point in this exact example. This is the reality. That should scare people that support this. He's saying you're stupid for knowing that it is unconstitutional. That worries me.
The entire world, and you have to take it that it is a wake-up call. Get smart. Instead, even here in America, Jewish citizens have been forced to endure the worst outbreak of anti-Semitism in many generations.
That's the ADL talking point that is fundamentally false, proven by even corporate media.
And so many people shockingly even deny the attack took place. This is a new thing. I saw it recently where they're interviewing people, they said, well, we don't know if there was an attack. I don't know.
Yeah, you mean all the fakes like the flag and the policeman in front of her that said it never happened. They lie about it anyway. Yes, there's racism. Yes, it happens. But I can prove to you 45 times already where we can see Israeli assets actively doing these things, lying about it, going back as far as you want to look. Like what's funny is people just tuning in think that's so, literally, if you care enough, just type it in. And I'm not talking about some hypothetical thing or some fringe blog. I'm talking about like New York Times highlighting that a Mossad agent was caught faking hate crimes, or as far back as you want to look, guys. It's so crazy how obvious it is. Now, that's not to say that everything we see today is knowingly false, but my point is that we have seen that. We can prove it over and over and over. I've gone over all these examples up until, especially at the heated moment during the campus protests. They got caught lying just like Israel was doing all through the genocide, over and over and over, and hyping lies, and then getting caught, like just like with the Huckabee example, where they were rushing in and beating them and throwing things in the middle of the night. And then when they responded, they would show you the video where it's just so lazy. Or the example of how we have 1,000 different people standing up and supporting those protests, who, by the way, are Jewish. I mean, the examples are endless, guys. How many people were standing up and supporting what was happening there? I'll play the one for the Holocaust survivor, which is, it's just amazing to me that they're telling you this is anti-Jewish and everyone hates Jews, except here's a Holocaust survivor who was right next to them.
A Holocaust survivor. My message to the brave student protesters in America is just keep doing it. Don't give up. We are doing exactly the same. And in the long term, we are going to prevail. I'm out from the beginning at every march. A small group of survivors and descendants of survivors.
Jews.
This is from the government in Canada.
Many of us of Israeli origin, many of us descendant from Holocaust survivors. We feel a particular sense of responsibility to stand up against the reprehensible crimes being perpetrated in our name by the state of Israel.
I mean, there's so many examples, guys, and it's lazy to try to make this about one thing.
It's just so terrible. And, you know, there were people I read many times during, it's beyond belief. You know, 15 years ago, Israel was the strongest lobby, if you want to use the word lobby, had the strongest representation of people like this.
Oops. See how he left the cat out of the bag? You're not supposed to say Israel, like this is supposed to be an American group lobbying for American Israeli interests. No, it's Israel. It's Israel lobbying for American politicians, or rather the way to write it, it's Israel bribing American politicians.
These are great people, Miriam.
And he even points to Miriam sitting right there. She's not in some lobbying firm. She doesn't work for AIPAC. She's an oligarch. She was an Israeli elitist who's dumping money in Trump's hands, and she just referred to lobbying. Guys, it's so effing obvious. It's all right on the surface.
But the strongest there was, if you said something about a Jewish person or something about Israel that was bad, you were out of politics.
Well, look at that. That's supposed to be a racist trope, right? No, it's the truth. And it's not about Jewish people. It's about the Israeli government and the influence over American politics. That if you said something bad about Israel, you were out of politics. Yeah, you're damn right. And that's still to some degree happening now. That's what's so alarming. That's why it's so incredible that Trump is packing his cabinet with Zionist, prophetic extremists. It worries me.
As I promised, I recognized Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Jerusalem became the capital. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. You know, Miriam and Sheldon would come into the White House probably almost more than anybody outside of people that work there.
Yep.
And they were always after, and as soon as I'd give them something, always for Israel. As soon as I'd give them something, they'd want something else. I said, give me a couple of weeks, will you please?
Wow.
But I gave them the Golan Heights, and they never even asked for it. You know, for 72 years, they've been trying to do the Golan Heights, right? And even Sheldon didn't have the nerve. But I said, you know what? I said.
So ask yourself how that, why were they trying to do that? Well, because of the water and the resources that were there, but also because of strategic position to bomb down into Syria, which we've seen ever since. It's all illegal, everything about it. There's no legal justification. They just stole the land like they've been doing everywhere. That's exactly the case. It's wild to me how obvious all of it is.
To David Friedman, give me a quick lesson, like 5 minutes or less on the Golan Heights. And he did. And I said, let's do it.
Oh, great. So he asked an Israeli, let's put the ambassador, and a Zionist, somebody who was pro-Israel. Tell me what I'm supposed to think about this agenda for Israel. Oh, it's theirs, and they think it's there. Okay, good, then take it. Like, there's no, you don't even have the legal justification to do that or the legal right to give them part of Syria. But if you're acting in the interest of a foreign government at the expense of Americans, you do whatever you want.
But we got it done in about 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, just like that. Now, this thread is here for you to check out. I'm sure we'll add more to it. Now, a point about the cryptocurrency overlap very quickly. Whitney pointed this out. This is from November 9th. Altcoin Daily says, just in, Cardano founder to work with the Trump administration on crypto policy. And she writes, great. This guy teamed up with heavily Epstein-backed scientist Ben Gortzel, which, by the way, seems to be kind of a continual overlap here, and designed a creepy biometric digital ID system for all school children in Ethiopia. The same country where Epstein funded the AI center run by this person to supercharge, or rather the Ben Gortzel, to supercharge, quote, sustainable and cutting-edge development. You mean like sustainable development goals? It's crazy how many examples we have. And here's this link. It's actually right here for you. Jeffrey Epstein Foundation helps launch artificial intelligence in Ethiopia. Here's the actual Cardano point saying, Cardano founder Charles Hawkinson, to work with Trump's administration as a crypto advisor. It's just, and of course the response was just an advisor. It doesn't mean anything. Well, of course, if it was even like the brother of somebody working with Kamala Harris, people would, oh my God, we knew it. It's subjective, and everyone just continues to look. This is the problem with partisanship. People not trapped in ideological bubbles are clearly aware this is a problem, and how many different things we see overlapping with everything we think we're fighting against, the digital ID, the social credit. I mean, guys, why can't we recognize how concerning that is? But again, hopefully you're hearing my general point, which I think most people in this are beginning to ask these questions. But when I'm saying that, usually I'm speaking to the team sport politics. Remember, Derek wrote about this, the co-opting of Bitcoin Nashville, Peter Thiel, Donald Trump, and Rumble. The reality that they're using all these things to keep you to play. I think they're playing you. If you listen to how he spoke there, he's have fun playing with your Bitcoin is what he literally ended his speech with. Does that sound like somebody who respects what you're trying to do, or the reality of not just having a reserve currency, but something that actually challenges the currency? Nope. They're co-opting everything just like we were talking about. Now, as Kerry writes, the MAGA apologist excuse for Trump's history of appointing entrenched establishment figures to his administration was he got tricked in his first term, which, by the way, is the point I'm always making. I'm not trying to tell you I know, because I'm not stupid like the corporate media or the mainstream alternative media, that I know what he thinks and feels, because that's silly. But I will tell you that here's what I think will be the outcome. And what always happens, I shouldn't say always, but in a case where I end up being right, what I mean is when that in the context, like what always ends up happening in any of these contexts is that it's the rationalization of whatever comes next. So let's just say, we pointed out and then it comes to pass. People in the partisanship will jump in and go, but here's why they wouldn't let it, or he did this, or here's why now that makes sense. Whatever. I never tried to tell you why or why not. I simply said it wouldn't happen. And you guys said, no, you're wrong. You can't see. Again, I didn't know. I'm not saying we knew for sure. But we're in a position right now where we can continue to see his track record, his lack of follow through, or continuing to pick all these people. So my point was back then, I was saying the same thing. Look, guys, these people are the problem. And you guys were trying to convince us that they know, or they're the insider. You got to have insiders to fight the inside, whatever the QAnon narrative was at the moment. And that's not everybody in the movement. I'm talking about those people. And here we are where we can look back and go, well, look at that. Bill Barr and John Bolton and Mike Pompeo. Guess what? They ended up being swamp creatures like we talked about. So even if he got tricked, the point is the same. That's what you tell yourself to make it make sense. I never cared whether it was tricked or not. I didn't care whether Trump was on. I mean, I do in a larger sense, but at the moment it was about the outcome. So she says, I'm wondering what the new excuse will be as a predictable lineup of Bush administration, Israel first, corporate funded, aligned hacks are given top positions. Is Trump so naive and stupid he's getting tricked again? And even if you think that's the case, shouldn't that be a reason that we don't want him in a position of power? It says, or was he always an establishment cog, which is what I think, who knew exactly what he was doing? Neither is a great look. And she writes, imagine the Make America Great Again reaction if the CEO of this company were headed in a Harris transition team. With the special Fed status, Cantor Fitzgerald is in the company of Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Securities, Bank of America Securities, and Wells Fargo. And it says Cantor is one of only a handful of firms that the Federal Reserve Bank of New York has designated to act as a market maker for federal securities, which means acting as Uncle Sam's bond broker. So the point is, you have these overlaps everywhere with Trump's administration that would be, if even a fraction of it was happening under a Kamala Harris point, they would lose their minds. But the same thing happens with Democrats and Donald Trump, or Republicans. The idea that you'll ignore something when it comes to what you want and point it out even in a fraction when it comes to criticizing the other side. That's partisanship. As Caitlin Johnstone writes, anyone who supported Trump on anti-war grounds already has more than enough evidence to stop doing so. That's if you actually care about your principles, because reality is that's not ever, that ship has sailed already, assuming these people end up in the positions. But my point nonetheless, at this point, would be that Trump has publicly endorsed them. So right there, that shows you he's choosing, whether they happen or not, people that do not align with what you thought he was going to pick. That's important. It says, if you're still supporting him after his cabinet picks thus far, you're going to support him no matter what, because you don't really care about peace. She follows it up saying the only intellectually honest reason to support Trump is because you're a garden variety Republican and you support standard Republican agendas like lower taxes for the rich and low tolerance for human diversity. The point is not, this is post the election, right? So now that we're here and we see these things, that's the argument she's making. There is no honest basis to support Trump on anti-war grounds or because you want the swamp of corruption to be drained from Washington. This was obvious to anyone who paid attention the last time that he was president. But it is glaringly obvious now from all the warmonger swamp monsters that he's been packing his cabinet with. This narrative, so-called Make America Great Again Republicans, have about themselves as some new special breed of Republican who are meaningfully different from the Republicans of the past simply is not born out of any kind of material evidence. Something I've been saying for a while. They're not ending wars, or rather, it says they're not draining the swamp. They're not fighting the deep state. They're not ending the wars. They're not doing all the gross stuff. They're doing all the gross stuff Republicans have always tried to do while LARPing as brave rebels. Now, whatever you think about what Republicans have always done, the point is it's nothing different is the point I'm making. She says, I despise the entirety of the Republican Party. It's one of the most evil things humanity's ever produced. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that. I would say that about the government, all of it, left and right. But she says, but in a sense, I actually respect the Republicans who don't pretend to be anything different from what they've always been, more than I respect the frauds who pretend they're waging some kind of populist insurgency against the establishment. At least the Ben Shapiro's and the Fox News weird hair pundits are honest about who they are. She makes a good point. Either way, I see them all in the same boat. I think that's important to make sure, because, I mean, she clearly has a partisan perspective on all of this, but that's for you guys can decide. Maybe you think she's right. I think at the end of the day, you can prove that Democrats are just as hypocritical when it comes to the same thing in reverse. And I don't respect the Shapiros of the world for being disgusting because they're not honest about who they are, but they will stand up and make the difference clear about what they currently pretend the new direction is. But either way, this is where I got the image from today. And I think it's important, is just floating this in people's minds when they look at the title. This is not, it's not more unique to left or right. It's the true nature of your government. The same way he stood up and said Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton are good people right after he got elections based on the idea he'd lock her up. How do you not recognize how crazy that is? Of course, the QAnon trust the plan game got people to think there was some secret plan. That's why we didn't make a big deal about it. How'd that work out? How do you not realize, for those that are honest about this, that you were played by yet another CIA, whatever, Mossad agenda, whatever you think the Q thing was and is still to this day? She says, this is it. This is the real story. This image right here. Ignore all the fake drama, forget all the campaign rhetoric, and basically this is what's real. This is what deserves your attention. She says, one may say, or rather, they do not hate each other. They do not see one another as existential threats to the nation. They are not enemies. They're barely even opponents. When the show is over, they hug and kiss like boxers after weeks of phony trash talk made solely to sell pay-per-view. It's the same thing with Clinton and the rest. Now, of course, you can argue that it's what the bigger man would do, which I would even agree with. But that's not who they are. And everything they do shows the opposite. But with the and that well still could be part of the theater. The truth is that at the end of the day, they're acting in the same agendas. They're supporting Israel, they're supporting the wars, and they'll even walk back the you'll destroy the country points right after one of them wins. You can't miss what that means. Now, as Jason points out, that's where I grabbed that image from yesterday. Before the election, America first. After the election, America last. Every single time. Voters never learn. This person says, well, the effing Department of Government Efficiency will be a good thing. See? And this is my point. I said, if they do what you have interpreted their vague statements as implying they will do, a huge if. So why don't we remain objective and hope for the best, but prepare for and freely call out the worst? Not a like, not a response. Of course not. Who cares about objectivity? And no, we have to pretend this will change the world because I hope so. But it's crazy to respond to that with, but, this is what they said. Scott Ritter says, well, America, we just found out the price of a president. Mary Madelson bought Donald Trump for a cool $100 million. Best investment Israel ever made. Worst sellout in American history. It's a big statement, especially from Scott Ritter. Now, here's the clip we played in the beginning. I think it's good not to play it again, but the reality being that here they are in Israel doing dancing about how happy they are that these were the ones they chose, demonstrating that they know that somebody maybe not blindly supporting of Israel might acknowledge their genocide, meaning that they know the world sees what they're doing. I think it's important to highlight this is before all these picks, before even Marco Rubio was officially pointed to, they were going, yay, Mossad said, good job, good for you. Or any of the rest. Hegseth, I believe, or Hegseth was the one where they came out, I think, and said, look, congratulations. And the next day he announced it. No, one of them was. Either way, multiple examples of Israel somehow knowing before you, America. But let's pretend like we don't know what that means. Kim Iverson says, Trump has now made the country blatantly Israel first. The metamorphosis is now complete. AIPAC Tracker, I'll include this for you, goes over everyone we're talking about. It says, Donald Trump's pro-Israel cabinet, a thread. Now, these aren't, again, not technically official until after they're put in position, after the change of power. Stefanik, every one of these people. And we were just showing $1 million for Stefanik. Over $1 million for Marco Rubio. Lee Zeldin, almost $1 million, 916. Oh, that was pretty close. I was wondering if that's, look at that. Look how close that is. Isn't that interesting? I kind of think there's something to that. Michael Waltz, 235,000. Rick Scott, 606,000. Here we went over in one of the previous shows. Oh, here's Kristi Noem. I mean, we've gone over all of them already. The point is that every single one of them have clear examples how they are acting for the interest of something other than Americans. Greg Reese, we'll play that clip. He says, from MAGA to Gog and Magog in 1 week. Now, if you don't remember what that is, simply it's the prophecy and all they're talking about. It says Gog and Magog are a pair of names that appear in Hebrew Bible and the Quran with varying interpretations and associations, saying basically they are giants who serve as guardian spirits of the city of London, and basically that comes from the Hebrew Bible. So here is what Greg Reese, one more thing, and then I think right here, he's got a clip I'm going to play for you, which really just kind of overviews a lot of what we said today, but I think it's worth playing. He says, anyone pushing Trump at this point is a Zionist or the useful idiot of the Zionist agenda. If you want to know what's coming next, search Gog and Magog. He's not wrong. I mean, that's not to mean that will come to pass. So the point is that this is what these people believe on the surface. That's pretty terrifying. And as we're watching people like Alex Jones continue to support him, I think we need to ask, who's being objective here? I mean, I find it praiseworthy to point out somebody who is, at a time when he knows he's going to get attacked from other conservatives, having the principles to stand up and point out the reality. Now, again, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe that's not the truth, and he's wrong too. But I think it's obvious what the facts are. And he is acknowledging those facts. So how can that be wrong? How can that be a challenge to your party when the facts are what we should care about? Whoever the person is. That's what real supporters do. If you believe in this country and believe that we should have a state, of course, that's important. In this conversation, which I don't think we should, the point is that you have to acknowledge that anybody, like even, Roosevelt said in the past, that to blindly support any president is servile and morally treasonable to the American public. Because you should be more critical. Because they are who you think they are, if that's the case, right? You should be more, you should demand the highest level, highest caliber from them because of who they say they are. Or because, if you want to pretend America is the moral integrity, well, then we shouldn't go and do the same things. We shouldn't be killing and murdering regime change and responding with cluster bombs because they started it. That means you've always been a liar. But that means we want better. That's why they pretend to be better. So I think it's important we call this out. So here he says, Zionist occupied government of Trump 47.
Not defeated the globalist deep state.
Oops, not that one. Hold on. I don't know how I mixed all these up. Dang it. Where did I put that? Here, I'm just going to save myself time and grab it again right now, because do it on the fly. We'll do it live. Okay. So this is just, I think it's a few minutes. It's his clip breaking down kind of the same stuff we're talking about. And really a lot of the same people you'll see, but I think it's a good clip to share, a good clip to include. And then we're going to play that clip from Alex Jones telling you how they're stopping the deep state and they're saving everyone's lives, and by supporting the deep state that's killing everyone. Okay. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Pretty sure I just downloaded that. Yeah, I don't know what's happening right now. I think there's something. Okay, there's something weird going on. Yep. That's the life we live in this technocratic world, it seems. There we go. Okay, here we are.
Trump has chosen Big Pharma's Susie Wiles for chief of staff, and she appears to be Trump's handler.
In charge of Trump's campaign and his PAC, arguably his closest advisor, when I asked my friends who are close to Trump, they said you don't get a meeting with Trump unless she's in the room. You don't get a phone call unless she's in the room. She's omnipresent.
Elon Musk has been exposed by several reporters to be a fraud and a government frontman. Nobody has ever debunked this. And now we are told that he will be fixing the government.
I mean, my top recommendation, honestly, would be just to have a carbon tax.
That seems so reasonable.
Yeah, I agree. There's just one thing that will matter. Put a price on carbon.
That would be the best option.
For sure.
That seems like it'd be such a good idea.
So far, the cabinet picks are painting a clear picture of where this is all heading. For UN Ambassador Elise Stefanik, who has received $917,000 from the Israel lobby.
Today, this means crushing anti-Semitism at home and supplying the state of Israel with what it needs, when it needs it, without conditions to achieve total victory in the face of evil.
For Secretary of State, Senator Marco Rubio, who has received $1 million from the Israel lobby.
Senator Rubio, will you call for ceasefire?
No, I will not.
Gaza?
On the contrary.
Senator Rubio,
are you filming it?
Wait,
So I want you guys to get this. I want them to destroy every element of Hamas they can get their hands on. These people are vicious animals who did horrifying crimes. And I hope you guys post that.
And what about the civilians that are being killed every day?
Hamas should stop hiding behind civilians, putting civilians in the way. Hamas knew that this was going to lead to this. So Hamas should stop building their military.
Don't you love that argument? First of all, the human shield dynamic has been overwhelmingly proven to be predominantly Israel if you can prove anything happening from Hamas, which I would never deny, but I can't see the evidence for it. But the idea that they knew this would happen, it's counterintuitive to their point. So they knew how genocidal Israel was. They knew that they would kill all these children, so it's their fault. Really? Like, you know what the point is? I think that's an Israeli talking point, so they repeat it. But it's stupid. It shows you that they are the problem.
Installations underneath hospitals.
So you don't care that 15,000 have died? You don't care about the babies that are being killed every day?
I think it's horrifying. I think it's terrible, and I think Hamas is 100% to blame. That's what I think. Make sure you post that, please.
For the EPA, Lee Zeldin, who has received $916,000 from the Israel lobby.
You should not be coddling the largest state sponsor of terrorism, who calls the United States the great Satan. They call Israel the little Satan. They chant death to America. They develop intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, intercontinental. That's not meant for Israel. That's meant for us.
Right. Because only things in the world are meant for you. Like, okay, so that means by same logic that every missile the U.S. builds that can leave the United States is meant for Iran, right? I mean, it's the same logic in reverse. Why would one work and not the other? Because these people are children and they think you're that stupid. In fact, they may be stupid enough to fall for it themselves. That's certainly possible. But all the death to Israel, all of these things we've addressed 1,000 times over. And that's all they have. You realize how every time we have this conversation, their points are the same, even though we've gone decades past. Weirdly, every other day we have a new crime committed by the U.S. and Israel. And every other day they're rationalizing with the same points they point back to that are lies about Iran or Israel, Saudi Arabia, or rather, Syria or anybody else. You realize how crazy that is? Like, where's the new crimes being committed by the global state sponsor of terrorism? Where are they? You mean the responses to other things Israel's doing? No. Those are, it's incredible how clear it is when you actually are objective and stand back and look at what they're saying, look at who they're pointing at, and look at the track record of both these countries. These people are not just manufacturing terrorism, they are leading it in the world today. That is the people, and that's not the U.S. people. That's not even all of the Israeli people. But a lot of the U.S. and Israeli people are blinded by these agendas and are taken by it. But we can change that. And I'm beginning to think the majority is flipping in our favor. Oh, shoot. Well, I mean, it's since we're over 4 hours, so it's the same thing. The same clip here about Huckabee, the same clip about Ratcliffe, and most of them, because these are alarming clips that show you exactly what we're talking about. Well, here, I'll give you some of the stuff we haven't talked about.
For the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, who has received $460,000 from the Israel lobby.
Not responding is not an option either. I mean, you have the animating force behind the evil in that region is Iran.
And for U.S. President Donald Trump, who received $100 million from Zionist Miriam Adelson.
Iran is not there for us. They want to kill us. And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old.
The Palestinians. And that was recent. That was the last one they just did, the last rally, where half of them spoke about Israel. That's not what he's saying about Iran is these rabid MEK Israel propaganda. It's not true. If you want to know what the reality, which does include a lot of bad things or things I would criticize, look at what Robert has said about it. Look at his coverage, or look at anybody that has been objectively covering this with criticism that's not directly tapping into what Israel has been lying about their entire time. Like, how about we recognize that there's no nuclear bomb, despite what Israel has been saying is 30 seconds away for 20 years? Or that the International Atomic Energy Agency, or even the State Department recently told you that's not the truth. But these politicians come up and just repeat the same thing. And these are people that are going to be in positions of power.
Want to come and get you. I mean, it's just absurd. The things years old. The Palestinians want to come and get you. I mean, it's just absurd. The things that Giuliani said at that rally at Madison Square Garden. But it manifests an ideology which Donald Trump embraces. That the Palestinians should be destroyed and the United States should pay for their destruction.
Reporting for Infowars, this is Greg Reese.
It does appear in Infowars. All right, so good on them for allowing it. But I think it's important to highlight what we'll show you next. So all that information is what we're just covering, is that these people are, I'll just go back to what he just said. Anyone pushing Trump at this point, which includes Alex Jones, is a Zionist or the useful idiot of the Zionist agenda. So it's interesting. I agree. Here's all the clips, by the way. I'll just include again for free speech, but here is what Alex Jones just put out. So this is on the 12th.
Not defeated the globalist deep state yet, but they are in the process of realizing that the more they push back, the more opposition they create, and the reality is dawning on them, and they're openly saying all over the place that they're done. And that's not...
Is that what's happening? I mean, first of all, he's not talking about Israel because he refuses to acknowledge that Israel's a leading part of the globalist agenda. But where is that happening? Okay, so what he wants you to pretend is that Trump being selected and all the Israeli first deep state cabinet picks is the example that how we're winning, and that they're on the run, right? They're all. What are we talking about? What kind of fantasy? I don't know why people continue to. Maybe he believes it. But if you're being honest with yourself, this is all narrative that is independent from what's going on in front of us. And I think, quite frankly, we can see, as even Greg would point out, that this is the opposite of that. This is the deep state. This is taking control right in front of us. And I'm not talking about just Israel. I'm talking about the guiding force around all of this, which includes Zionism, which includes the intelligence apparatus. This is the problem that he wants to pretend he's fighting, and maybe he thinks he does. You guys can decide. But by supporting Trump's administration and blindly pretending like right now you've got them on their back heel and we're about to win, hides the fact that we are in a dangerous position where we, I think, have the ability to do something about this. But if we get pacified by the idea that it's some QAnon narrative that we're about to win and so that we let this happen, I'm worried for where that goes. Genuinely worried, more than I have been in most anything we've talked about, because of this alarming conversation about where they think the future is going, which includes the destruction of the very things he thinks you're fighting for.
Them playing possum from my research, they are seriously understanding that their arrogance and their horrible worldview, their disgusting, elitist death cult religion.
Yeah, just so you're clear, he's not talking about Zionism. He's not talking about technocracy. He's talking about the Democrats and what he paints for you as some kind of globalist agenda through that, which, by the way, is part of it. But I mean, I just can't take this seriously. It kills me. Here's what High Impact Flicks had to say about this.
Point out some serious irony and hypocrisy. Alex Jones right now is doing a live stream entitled "The Democrat Deep State System is in Complete Collapse." Alex Jones sees signs everywhere that the left is in total panic mode and abandoning ship, while Donald Trump is filling the swamp with Israeli swamp things. You could make this up, but why would you have to waste the energy doing it? Alex Jones, you're a freaking shill.
And you could decide for yourself. This is why I like Brian's work, because he is objective, nonpartisan. All right, he'll call out just as much about left as much as right. And the point is, we've had many conversations in the past. It's the same thing. It's the government. And it's the ploys of the government to keep you fighting yourself while they usher in a new era of Israeli prophetic future. Guys, we have to be aware of where this goes. And the people that seem to be either unwilling or incapable of pointing it out. Now, lastly, this I just think is interesting. Here's a clip about Infowars. And the point is, apparently through this, what I said earlier is the point about the bankruptcy dynamic. Like, it's important to recognize that whether you think he's a part of the agenda or the whole thing is designed to get you to fall into a trap, it's still objective to point out, like it would be with Assange, regardless of how you think about that using that dynamic was still going to be used to suppress our rights. Same thing here. That going after him, even if you think it's justified, is going to be used to suppress other people's rights. So I think what they're doing in this bankruptcy, which, the lawfare dynamic and trying to take this, it's crazy to me. It's absolutely crazy, because even if you think he's lying about everything, he has every right to say it's the same free speech protection you'd apply to anybody else. Right? I mean, that has to, right there is important, especially somebody who I think is even out there trying to manipulate you. The point is that I would still stand up to protect his right to try, because that's free speech. It's absolute free speech. But that's why I have the right to stand up aside of it and go, he's trying to trick you, because we believe in free speech. This is interesting because during that dynamic, which I think is politically motivated, The Onion, the satirical website, you can't make this up, bought Infowars. At least as being reported. And he has said himself in this clip.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:50 right now. I'm about to upload this to X. I just got word 15 minutes ago that my lawyers and folks met with the U.S. trustee over our bankruptcy this morning, and they said they're shutting us down even without a court order this morning. The Connecticut Democrats with the Onion newspaper bought us. They asked, did they outbid? They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling. I told you that. And just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order, they're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off. And I'm going to say, where's your court order? So this is all going down right now. They want to silence the American people, but we're not.
So this is where, so up until that point, like, I'm right with you. Just demand that they do it the right way, whether you agree with them or not, or he's a shill or not. The point is that this, I believe, is wrong. But all that shutting down the American people, like things like that, make me just that's quite hubris. It's quite the hubris to pretend you are the American people or that your voice is the American people. I'm sure people love to say that. Truth is, I think at the end of the day, this is about making it about the suppression of Infowars, which is not going to go away, even with the first statement I made, which I stand by. I personally feel this is about something very different, because as he's going to go on to argue that you're shutting down his free speech. Well, that's not that. He's speaking right now. He broadcasts, like, they're shutting down a location, which I would argue is still in a line with that saying. I do think it's politically motivated. I do think it would be, I don't think it's about trying to suppress what he's doing. I think they've always used him in very clear ways, possibly with his involvement, but either way, if you're going to speak, if you still have Infowars, if you're still broadcasting, if you're still, the same point I make about with what I'm doing, even the lawsuits we're dealing with, I'm not going to stop broadcasting. So I'm not going to be talking about them suppressing my free speech. I will say lawfare, though. So I find it interesting that just like with Israel and everything, they're always trying to use the free speech dynamic. In this case, making yourself the focus, when that's not even really part of what's happening. Or in this case, the bankruptcy buying Infowars does not stop him from broadcasting and having these conversations. But again, to be clear, as much as I know that'll already be taken out of context, I will stand on the point that I think that what they're doing is wrong. And even in some people's minds, in effort to suppress what he's saying. But I think if we go back to the frog point or all the things we made over the years, I think what they use him for is a way to suppress people's insight, which, by the way, is their own stupidity, to not look at information because they think he said it or because they think he talked about it. But that's still how it's used.
Not going to be silenced. Be sure and follow me at the Alex Jones Network at AJN Live on X right now. They're filing court to take real Alex Jones away. That's totally unconstitutional. The judge already said no.
Now that right there, that's something I think is very interesting. Now, if that happens, which I think is a very big difference on saying it without knowing what's going on, that would be an important step, right? To highlight as violation of his rights, as an encroachment on all of us, which is what I'm talking about. Suddenly using this to take away, like, what would be the logical argument of taking away his Twitter account? You see what I'm saying? Like that is a concerning step. And you could make the argument that that's why this is being done. Or he's being suppressed. Both would make sense to me. Either way, that's very concerning.
They filed in other courts. So the live feed going up by the time you see this at AJN Live and at Real Alex Jones right now. Share this everywhere. This is a total attack on free speech. The deep state is completely out of control.
See what I mean? So the deep state's out to get Alex Jones. Come on, guys. I mean, I think that is pretty silly and full of hubris. You can decide for yourself. But with what's going on in the world, to turn around and make, there are so many attacks on free speech against all of Americans coming from the current administration that you support, but we're going to invert this to be about your free speech when you're still able to broadcast.
The private security hasn't even been told all this yet. They tried to tell them last time, the other U.S. trustee to shut us down on that court order. These folks said no. So this is all happening right now. This is the tyranny of the New World Order, desperate to silence the American.
You mean the New World Order that Elon Musk announced? Which one are we talking about?
People, the mandate of Trump against all the lawfare, they don't care. So the system still thinks it's in charge. I'm going live right now from what probably will be the last transmission from this building.
See, the system still thinks it's in charge. He is making this about Democrats versus Republicans, and I can't believe we're still pretending like that makes sense. That is level one stuff, guys, and I know he knows different. That's what makes me convinced that there's something else going on.
God bless you all for your support. Please support our sponsors so we get funds to stay on the air at the Alex Jones Network, thealexjonestore.com. Take action. I need your support. Infowars is really the detonator for this whole global movement that's happening. Your support did that. You're the reason it's happening.
Right. He's the catalyst. The narcissism is, the point is that this is the catalyst for all of this that's happening. Hardly. The blind support for Israel, the ignoring the overlap, the support for Donald Trump, while even people in your own have been, come on. That's alarming to me for obvious reasons. But either way, I find this hilarious because I think it's funny that they're buying Infowars from The Onion, satirical website. And it says, today we celebrate a new addition to the global, to their family, to their LLC. Let me say, it says, I really do see it as a family. Like much family members, our brands are abstract nodes of wealth, interchangeable assets for their patriarch and absorb, blah, blah, blah. The point here is that founded in 1999, it says Infowars has distinguished itself as an invaluable tool for brainwashing and controlling the masses. With a shrewd mix of delusional paranoia and dubious anti-aging nutrition hacks, they strive to make life both scarier and longer for everybody. Commendable goal. They're a true unicorn capable of simultaneously inspiring public support for billionaires and stoking outrage at an inept federal state that can assassinate JFK but can't put a man on the moon. I think it's just as funny. It's not about, to me, obviously there's partisan angles that they want you to grab onto. To me, I just think it's funny because I get what the point that's being made there, and I would apply it to both left and right. There's easy ways that we get manipulated, but all I want from everybody is to just be as objective as possible. Question what I'm saying, question what he's saying, apply logic to it all. Come to your own conclusions about it. But here's what Greg Reese said again, which I agree with. The dark comic joke is starting to look like Trump will start World War III, vindicating the brainwashed liberals and rendering the brainwashed right into Q-tards. Right? So it's as what's been the central point of Alex Jones every day so far. Well, they're going to trick us into going after Iran, and it's going to be the deep state. Well, you're not listening to what Greg is saying? You're looking what Israel's doing, or you don't want to. Now, online, as Dr. Anastasia Maria Lopez points out, how many conservative, in quotes, influencers were paid to post this? Again, there's so many examples like this. But she goes through and shows you this really weird thing. This one says, oh my God, Angel Studios is releasing a movie about famous anti-Nazi dissident Bonhoeffer on November 22nd, and they're giving out free tickets to anti-Semites. Brilliant. You can see all of them. Here's Wall Street Silver. Check out this movie you should all go check out. And there's Ian Lyles Chong. I know if you know any anti-Semites, Angel Studios giving away tickets. Guys, I mean, this doesn't just organically happen within a few. Somebody is driving this. Defiant L's. Pretty much everyone on the top list of Terrible's amazing independent media list, which are a bunch of mainstream alternative media. I agree. That's pretty strange. So what she's trying to point out is there's a lot of grifting going on, or a lot of influence, which I bet you most of them don't even care where it comes from. Just like we saw with what was it called? Tenant or something like that. Lastly, Free Prince says, hate to break it to you, but it's highly likely that Trump was ushered in to make the new technocratic biometric surveillance, digital ID, digital currency system palatable to the very people most likely to resist it. That's what we've been talking about for a while. The anti-establishment image, the populist rhetoric, it's the perfect disguise to slip a digital prison past those who should be more vigilant. They didn't need a left-wing authoritarian to push this. They needed someone who could make the right embrace it willingly. Don't be fooled, please. For the love of God, don't be fooled. He says, look no further than dismissive replies to this post from the people who would otherwise see conspiracies everywhere else. They've been conditioned not to question the one who has been presented to them as the savior. And it's working. 100%. Now, as always, you can find examples of that on the left as well. But right now, I agree with him. The right of the illusion of it all is the part that's driving this forward. Just like I thought with Trump and COVID-19. He's the perfect choice to pacify who would be the most resistant. To me, I've never seen something so obvious. I think a lot of the things we've talked about it's been increasingly, which I think is a demonstration of how they're losing their influence. I mean, whoever thought we would see this conversation about Israel and Zionism and the reality of the history? I mean, something has shifted. And I think many of the people we talked about today, their hair's on fire trying to rationalize the narrative or trying to get you to fall back into line. I don't think it's going to happen. So the question is how quickly they can rush us into this next step before we all recognize where we are. Hopefully, you're seeing it right now. So speak up, have the courage to follow your principles, what you believe in. And, and I'm not saying that has to be not Trump. You can decide for yourself. But when you see the choices that, like, you could even, in your mind, like I've said in the past, maybe Trump's being tricked. Certainly possible. I don't know why that makes it any better, but I get why that can certainly be possible. And so you can pretend that he got fooled, but it would still be the honest thing to point out why these choices are not what everybody said was going to happen and why you disagree with them, why that's not America first, which I see a lot of conservatives finding the courage to say. So good on you for being honest and standing by your integrity or standing by your principles. That is integrity. And I'm glad to see more of it today because it's a dying thing when it comes to the mainstream alternative media circles. So thank you for tuning in, continuing to support this platform. The next show we're going to do is going to be getting back to some foreign policy and what's been going on because it hasn't stopped, guys. I just thought this was a really important focus for us to have. And I'm not going to stop following up on this because like anybody should be doing now that we're past the whole Trump versus Kamala dynamic is being critical of the power structure. Isn't that what we're all supposed to do? This is my point about the Tim Pool or Tucker or the rest endorsing candidates. Well, doesn't that show you that they're going to be blinded by whether by choice or by support? They're going to ignore certain things. They've taken a side. So as we go forward, as they report on it, I'm willing to bet you won't get the full picture, which is what we're always showing you about the fake independent media. But you can make your own choice up about that. But I think it's important now that we're in this phase to hold their feet to the fire, not because you hate them, but because you support them. That's where we all should be. Thank you for being here, guys. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.